toasty, right?
Yeah, sorry we didn't get a chat much last night. My girlfriend is a massive car nut as well, and loves old Porsches. And I was telling her, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be probably, in the off season this year, I'm gonna be going back to LA and trying to meet up with Rob, Emery.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to introduce you to our pole position men and teams. Starting with the GTE AM class and Aston Martin Racing, car number 98, Paul Delana, Pedro Lomi and Matthias Lauda for GTE AM. Great pole position for them, and I got to ask, well, either Pedro, I know both of you have been both here before, but looking forward to it. It was hot. Pedro, you've been here probably more times than anybody. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's quite hot, so we'll see how we're going to be inside the car, but it'll be tough at the beginning.
I'll let you get out of the heat. Pole position then for GTAM. Moving on then to our next category, car number 95 for Aston Martin Racing, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Tim for GTE Pro. I think I'm right in saying this is, what, third in a row, guys?
Yes, baby.
Yes, baby. How about a win today?
We do what we can.
We do our best. Cheer them on, guys. Aston Martin Racing. Move now to our next category for the Signa Tech Alpine team, car number 36, Nicolas Lapierre, Stefan Raquelmi, and the USA's one and only Gustavo Menezes. Gustavo, after that intro, you got to say a few words. How about it today? You're leading the championship in LMP2, 22 on Monday. It would be a lovely birthday present to win here in front of this Austin crowd.
Yeah, obviously I've been dying to get back to the States and race in front of the home crowd and the homeland. The team's done an incredible job. We're leading the championship, like you said, and starting in pole and the home race. There's nothing better, so hopefully we can stand on the top of the podium tonight.
Best of luck to both of you and all the team. We turn now to our next class in our pole position, the Audi Sport Team Use, car number 7, Marcel Fassler, Andre Lotterer, and Benoit Trouillet. LMP1. Well, there's no question. Andre's got the right hat on, so I'll go to you. I got to go with the Texas hat. I know you've been here before. You've been having a bit of barbecue and taking the boys around town, doing a bit of paddleboarding. Ready for this?
Yeah, of course we are. And starting first and second is great for Audi here. So we won here before, and it's time to win again.
Time to win again. 3 pole positions. Can they convert it into a win? Let's hear it for Audi.
everybody, and welcome to round number 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We're in the Lone Star State, and the capital of the great state of Texas is Austin. You might not have known that. The Capitol building at the end of the Congress Street, and this is a place for parties, for music, for sport, normally of the football variety. That would be hand-egg and not foot-to-ball, both in NFL and in the college ball. And it's a place for barbecues. Oh, what else all this weekend? It's a place for sports car racing, which is why Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, and me, John Hindhaugh, are here, because the Circuit of the Americas, built to house Formula One in the United States of America, specifically for that, has been taken over by endurance racing and GTs this weekend. And now the big show, the main event, the 6 hours for the Lone Star Le Mans event. Round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2016, and the second of the flyaway events for this season. The teams and many of the crews have stayed on this side of the Atlantic, those that have been based in Europe after the run down to Mexico a couple of weeks ago. Possibly a bit of holidays, possibly a bit of extra work, fettling the cars before they left the track at Mexico. Fuji, Shanghai and Bahrain to come, but 24 hours of racing before the end of the season starts right here at Texas. It's a great place to be. The weather is hot and steamy, very humid, which makes it feel even warmer than the mid-30 degrees Celsius that they are, so well into the 90s. Chance of rain earlier on seems to have blown over, and I think we're going to have a pretty clear day. What we've seen this weekend is, it's a Brumos phone cover that gentleman had in his hand there. Can't miss the 59. There is Wolfgang Ulrich on the grid, along with the rest of the team principals. At 20 corners here, 3 different sectors. The first one into the middle of the S's, then through from the middle of the S's to the end of the very fast back straight, and then through to the end of the lap, through the little Nadju section that includes that big U-bend in the middle, 16, 17 and 18. Here's Louise Beckett.
Howdy and welcome to a hot and humid Austin, Texas. Now, what are the main concerns on the grid in the last few moments before the race? Well, we know that traffic's going to be an issue here. And remember, it's the first time since Le Mans that the drivers have tackled going from day to night. And there are 2 words that are going to be haunting some of our drivers on the grid. And those 2 words are track limits, as a lot of them have their laps disallowed in qualifying. So let's take a look at qualifying with the highlights.
I think Louise only needs an 8-gallon hat, if I'm honest.
15 seconds.
Qualifying took place in the afternoon of Friday here at the Circuit of the Americas, and it became clear immediately that the drivers hadn't heeded Eduardo Freitas and his calls to stay in between the white lines. Pole position in GTE AM for Paul Dalanana and Pedro Lamy, and it was also pole for Aston Martin in the GTE Pro category, but they only used 1 set of tyres on the 97 and the 95 car on pole position. That may be significant through the rest of the race. Another pole position for the Dane train. When it came the time for the prototype qualifying, there were too many people getting it wrong. Laps being disallowed all over the place, including Alex Brundle, who was making tiny mistakes out at turn 9 and not getting the feedback from either race control or his team, and that meant that the 26 car will start right at the back of the grid. Pole position, however, going to the Signatech Alpine of Nico Lapierre and Gustavo Menezes. LMP1, factory battle at the front of the field. Audi had been quickest in all of the sessions prior to qualifying, so it was no real surprise when they locked out the front row. Number 1 Porsche in second, and Toyota on the second row of the grid with a brilliant late lap from Kamui Kobayashi, 4th place for them.
We had already quite good free practice. We knew that we have a fast car, and we just need to do it. You know, that is always the difficult thing. But yeah, we made it. It's great.
So that was qualifying. Even Romain Dumas lost a lap, which took him out of the second row of the grid. We did think that Audi, Graham, had lost a lap due to overusage of energy.
But that, John, was given back. It was a mistake, I gather, by, well, whether it's an instrumentation or recording mistake, but that lap came back. Didn't make any difference ultimately, though. And the second time this year that Audi have locked out the front row after Nürburgring. And they do seem, don't they, to be coming back on song to Audi with the extraordinary looking 2016 Audi R18. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. As John said just a little earlier in the broadcast, this is the start of the final 24 hours of the world as we go through North America, here in Texas, then over to Asia for the final 3 rounds of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2016, with titles up for grabs, but just as importantly for many of these teams, race wins too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting in the next 6 hours to see if Audi can continue to hold their advantage that they clearly have had this week. All of the cars will continue in the manufacturer part of LMP1 will continue to use their high downforce setup that we saw at Mexico. 2 reasons for that. One, because the nature of this track in particular is very similar. Yes, it's got a couple of long straights, but the top speeds are roughly the same, about 180 miles an hour. And the second reason is they don't want to bust a whole new set of bodywork out for just this race, frankly. They may take a look at it going to Fuji, where not the Le Mans setup, but the setup at the start of the season with might be worth taking a look at there, but I'm not sure whether the incremental gain is big enough, Graham, for them to have to make all of the logistic change and then also do set up on the cars.
I think the answer is no. I think they're all planning. They told us earlier this year that they were planning to stick with what they had got from Nürburgring onwards. I think the only possible change would come from Toyota. They're the ones that are perhaps least happy with their third bodywork iteration, but not even expecting that to happen as that team winds up for what could be an expanded effort part of the season next year. We wait to see.
It's been an extraordinary weekend already here at the Circuit of the Americas. The support series provided by IMSA and the American Championships that have included Porsche and Lamborghini races, the GT4 and Street Tuner categories, and then of course the IMSA Championship itself earlier on the day, which has necessitated the pit lane being completely ripped up and put back together, which is why the autograph session here is always a little different. It's on the start-finish straight, with the drivers being taken effectively to the fans rather than the other way around.
Absolutely. But, lots of people, lots of families here enjoying the ambience. Maybe
very hot.
Maybe a little too much sunshine for some, but it is very, very warm. Has been, with the exception of that one shower a couple of evenings ago, John.
Out of a clear blue sky, by the way.
A very heavy shower. But whilst earlier weather forecasts were suggesting we might see rain, that's no longer the case. You can see just how warm it is. That is Marcel Fessler getting a bit of a soaking. That'll help him just to cool down.
Yes, they're all being worn like this year, sir.
Marcel set to start the race. There's the 77, the Pro Porsche. Slowest, I'm afraid, in GT Pro in qualifying for defending drivers' champion Richard Leitz and Michael Christensen. Porsche really
never been as quick since he had the beard.
Absolutely. A weight thing, I think.
Yeah, clearly.
The 2016 spec Porsche not really where it needs to be for the state-of-the-art GT Pro cars that are emerging now and will be emerging ever more so, John.
Well, end of the month we should see the new Porsche, shouldn't we?
We
because
should.
It should be going to its BOP. On the left, Pierre Fillon. On the right, Wolfgang Ulrich there. Just a quick glance at them. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO.
4GT there, the number 66 car.
Now, interestingly, in the American race, where it's commonly thought that the 4GT has a better balance of performance, they did very poorly today.
Yep.
They were not on the pace at all, despite Ryan Briscoe having qualified on pole position. We don't often get the opportunity, Graham, to have already seen a race where many of the same manufacturers of cars are already involved. You know, for a moment I thought that was a Folland nut.
It's a T38, isn't it?
I think it is, yes.
Oh, yeah. I recognise you got the suit.
One world champion to another there. Brendan Hartley, current world champion. Tom Christensen, 20. Was he the first world world champions? 2012 for Audi.
Correct.
Tom, one of 3 Audi legends here this weekend, together with Albert Pirro and Alan McNish.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remain standing. Presenting the flags of the great state of Texas, the United States of America, the
95 on pole position. Nicky Team is growing into his role here in the WEC, isn't he?
It's a splendid looking Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Just a quick look there, John, at those bejeweled almost, jewel-like wings
on the front.
In the national colours of the United States of America as the teams line up for what will be the presentation of flags, and I'm sure very soon the national anthem.
Yeah, the nation's colours and the colours of the great state of Texas. And Serafina, local soul and jazz artist.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting and gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave.
8 out of 10 again, I think that one.
8.5.
8.5, okay. I'll go with that. We've been grading all year.
Absolutely.
This year. Have to go a long way to beat the German national anthem.
Last year, wasn't it?
That was last year. That was very, very impressive. Very impressive.
One of the most consistent cars in the LMP2 class, 10-car class here, the number 31, Tequila de Patron Extreme Speed Motorsports Ligier. Barely off the podium and sitting, well, very high up in the order, albeit with the championship leading in LMP2 Signatech Alpine 36 car with a mighty points advantage. And realistically, for this championship fight to stay well alight, the chasing pack need the 36 guys to have a bad day here in the United States. Drivers suiting up and getting ready.
If you want to get in touch with us during the race at Specutainment, that's me, as in mixture of speculation and entertainment, and Graham is at DSC editor. We are fully interneted up here. The local fire brigade having parked their rescue truck right in front of our windows to keep the sun out of our eyes.
Hopefully they're going to be hosed down at some point, John.
Almost certainly. The Bender has been partying all week. Giancarlo Fisichella was doing a DJ set earlier this week downtown.
He was with it was DJ Giancarlo and MC Tony.
Yeah, and I did see that the Bendham had made his way down there. We're not joking, actually. That was true.
Absolutely true.
I think Raul Bazell, somebody was telling me the other day, is another ex-driver who has made quite a reputation of himself as a man on the ones and twos, the old wheels of steel, as I believe the young people call them nowadays. Actually, they probably don't, because they probably don't scratch plastic anymore. It's all weebling MP3s or whatever you do with them.
Well, cars begin to fire up. And, what we're expecting this time? We're expecting this to be very fast, very furious, very close.
Manor restored to more confidence with their car this weekend, and it showed massively. Second quickest in qualifying, a change of carbon brake disc supplier, or at least coming from a different angle, if you will. Brembo, remember, they've had 4 out of 5 events where they've had Brembo brake disc failures, and then with the addition of a couple of other teams, including, of course, whilst in the lead last time out, the G-Drive with Ollie Pla. Car there, in fact, was in the lead of the race when its right front brake disc let go. The homologation for the cost-capped LMP2 cars has been suspended to allow AP Racing, which is actually a subsidiary company of Brembo, to supply the discs. They come from a different supply line and a different carbon supplier, and that hopefully will solve the problem. Still the same calipers and pads, I'm led to believe.
Absolutely.
So the changeover in terms of cost has been minimal. Orica quite concerned, clearly, because they've named Brembo as their supplier for the 2017 cars, which are coming online as well.
But homologation not yet finished for those cars.
Exactly the point I was about to make. That hasn't been finalised, and investigations are still going on between Brembo and Orica to see if anything can be done on that front.
Here's a challenge. The Bicolis, the CLM AER engine car. Just 2 drivers, John, in this car, and we'll be talking, I know, a fair amount through the next 6 hours and more about one of the big challenges here. It's going to be heat, because not just the ambient heat but the humidity as well proves a major challenge here for all the drivers, and of course just standing there under the radiant heat from the sun, bad enough. Then you put someone in a glass and carbon fibre box, and that really helps. Yeah, there are regulations about cockpit temperatures. If they come into force, we'll let you know about them, but it could cause cars to be parked here if the ambient temperature gets up too high. A quick word from the Twitterage. John Granger saying, nice to see Fernando Rees back. Why is he back, and why was he replaced anyway? He's in Norwich in the UK. He's back because Richie Stanaway is on endurance racing duty on the other side of the world. I think there's a Sandown this weekend for the Australian Supercars. Apologies if I've got that wrong, but I think that is one of the races that he's out for, this being one of them. And so Fernando Rees back in. I'm afraid I can't answer the question about He wasn't replaced. He wasn't replaced. He was. They moved both cars to a 2-driver lineup.
There you go.
That was a tactical decision by Aston Martin. It's paid off. They lead the World Championship. One quick point: we don't have to get to the stage where component suppliers are actually part of the homologation for some time yet. So it won't be the case yet that any of the 4 chassis manufacturers have opted for or declared where the component suppliers, other than the engine supplier, of course, with Gibson.
No, that was exactly my point. The point is that the homologation hasn't been finalised for any of those cars. So the issue with Brembo may well may well inform a decision.
Indeed.
It will not change the
It has
design
certainly
of the
informed
car.
an investigation.
Yes, exactly.
Here's a question, John. We saw last time out in Mexico, from what seemed to be nowhere, Toyota pop up and suddenly become a force in the race last time around. Again, we're not expecting them to be quite as quick as the Porsches and Audis, but I suspect we're going to see those Toyotas be a force later in the race.
One of the most unusual issues I've ever seen at the start of a race there. Mark Webber has lost a glove. He has just sent one of the team members to hurry for a glove which he can't find in the car. He's got one but not the other. Now my worry would be, where is it, and has it got stuck behind anything that it needs not to be stuck behind? Well, that moment of calm before the engines fire. Second in the manufacturer's table for Audi Sport Team Joest with e-tron Quattro, 1,000 horsepower near enough. Brand new set of Michelins. Now, why a brand new set of Michelins? It used to be the rule, of course, that you had to start on the tyres you qualified on. That is no longer the case, but you only, as an LMP1H team, have 6 sets of new tyres from the start of qualifying. Now, Audi and Porsche have both burned off a couple of sets in qualifying. Toyota only used 1. It still means that you can't put a new set on every time you stop if you single stint, which is likelihood here in these temperatures. The hardly excitable Jonathan Green there, just getting things underway. Been doing the PA duties here for the circuit, as he does.
30 seconds, please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately.
Juicy Lucy, the name
the car, not the driver there.
Absolutely. Just called that on weekends normally.
They've had a history of naming their cars, haven't they? There was Red Sonja. Red Sonja was a Le Mans winner, one of Liedeker's 2 Le Mans winning cars.
Green flag, start of the first of 2 formation laps for the 6 hours of America. Green flag, it's the start of 2 formation laps.
Tom Christensen, Grand Marshal, waving the green flag.
Flagging in retirement, Tom, there, obviously.
Cedric Fiat, and there's Pascal as well, one of our WEC family, getting the cars rolling down the grid in their inimitable style.
Pascal, by the way, will be a familiar face to fans of endurance racing as the ex-team manager with the Peugeot team before the WEC.
Yes, of course.
I get the impression that the guys enjoy this moment.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a big build-up to all these races. Huge team involved in bringing this travelling circus together, and as the cars go way up that fantastic London Turn 1, John, defines the circuit for me.
Let's have a listen to Loic Duval, listen to them talking back to the pits.
Like for info, most Porsches are starting on used tires. They're starting on used tires.
Oh, that's interesting. So Porsche are going to get the stint with the sets that they have used in qualifying over early. That's very interesting, part of the tactics here. Now, Louise has been running up and down the pit lane, speaking to 1 or 2 of the drivers before they rolled off the grid. And here's what Nico Lapierre had to say to her just a few minutes ago.
Nico Lapierre, 36, first pole. You've had good form so far this season, so what can you do today here in Austin?
Yeah, it's great to be on pole here, first pole of the season for the team. It's a great reward, but we know that the most important is today, so we will focus on this one. It will be a tough one, but we prepared well, so I'm confident.
This from Simon Hoff, tweeted in to us here. There's something special about watching an endurance race in the wrong time zone at night. Something even nicer about watching an endurance race from trackside in the sunshine, if I'm honest, Simon. But yes, I know exactly what you mean. It feels like almost you're eavesdropping on someone else's conversation, doesn't it? Well, it's going to be a long chat for the next 6 hours. Settle yourself down as we go to the number 6 Toyota and Mike Conway. Just before his car rolled off the grid, this is what he had to say to Louise Beckett.
What at the moment, but it's obviously going to be cooling, so what's possible for the Toyota?
I think we're just going to have to wait and see how the first stint plays out, because hot conditions and there's a lot of kind of bad run on the track, so it's going to be quite tricky, I think, the first 15 laps. And then we'll just have to see, hopefully hold position, maybe move forward.
Mike Conway must have a love-hate relationship with this place. He's been quick here, but he's found the wall here a couple of times as well.
He has some bad luck here. Traffic, weather conditions, but he's coming on strong. Driving better than he ever has in the Tota.
I would say this is certainly his coming of age this year. Third position, Mark Webber inside of row 2. Spoke to Louise just before the cars rolled off the grid.
Final moments, Audi can do it over 1 lap, but can you do it over the race?
I didn't hear the first part of the question, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. I think Audi have looks like a small advantage, but we've cracked them before, so see if we can crack them again today.
It's the way to think at Aussie Grit. At Aussie Grit is a Twitter handle that he did not pick by accident. Mark Webber enjoying his time at Porsche. Every time I've spoken to him, he has been effusive in the praise of the racing and the paddock here, and he literally always has a smile on his face, win, lose or draw. Yes, of course he wants to win, he's a competitor, but I just think he's enjoying himself. The cars are phenomenal. He has certainly been enjoying it. Got switched on about halfway through his first season with the 990. The car and he came together at roughly the same time, and he's been loving it ever since. Can't see him moving on anywhere soon. So it's Marcel Fessler on pole position from his teammate Lloyd Duval. The lights are out on the Audi R8 safety car. Webber and Conway behind, 6 hours on the clock. We're racing next. Down to turn 12 here, Graham. Heavy braking area. The micro ripples have been taken out of the track here.
Couple of bumps shaved out, yes, and that will help a little.
This is the very, very technical end of the lap. Audi have locked out the front row. The real story there, Kaz Nakajima's efforts to get the Toyota Gazoo Racing onto the second row. Romain Dumas had a better lap going, but it was cancelled for track limits. Rebelling the best of the two private air teams. Nico Lapierre will start with 36 alongside him, Roberto Meri, and the almost reborn, certainly reinvigorated Manor team. I really fancy those guys for a win today, if I'm honest. In the GTs, Marco Sorensen in the 95 Aston from Davide Rigon for Ferrari, and then it's Ford 66 Muka starting that car with Jimmy Bruni alongside him in the 51 Ferrari. In AM, Pedro Lamy and Kevin Estre share the front row. Yes, Kevin Estre is here. That's because Pat Long is on duty at Sonoma in a World Challenge race. It's Joel Camathias and Ben Barker, who's already raced today and had a decent result as well in an Aston Martin in the IMSA race. Dragged that car up into the top 6 on a one-off outing for him and the car.
Only his second ever race in a GT3 car.
6 hours on the clock. Take a breath now. We might not be able to give you a chance for another one for a wee while. Audi controlling the pace. Marcel Fessler on the inside. Not necessarily the best place to be here. Watch out for Loic Duval. Oh, he gets the great jump. That was planned. That was absolutely planned. Fessler from Duval. They've been watching the other races this weekend. It's almost impossible to defend. And indeed, that's exactly what's happened as through has come Mark Webber. Through straight away to second position, and Audi have got to be careful here that they don't get bumped down to fourth position like Duval in trying to protect the pole position. has given up second place.
Made a bit of a mess, I'm afraid, at turn 1. Loic Duval in doing that defensive job to the rest. Ran it there, the car a little too wide. It's a very tricky corner, turn 1, here at the Circuit of the Americas.
It is, Graham, and I'll tell you why, because it looks fairly innocuous and you like pick a line, any line, but as you come up to it, the hill suddenly stops and flattens out, and you've got to be so careful at that point that you've got the car balanced. Now, onto the back straight for the first time.
No change there, John. Romain Dumas making his way past. Mike Conway didn't seem to get the power down there, and he's actually under threat from the other Toyota as well, but coming back now on the number 2 Porsche. Hasn't got the ponies there though.
No, does not have the horsepower. Down into turn 12. Meanwhile, behind, Roberto Meri has taken the lead in LMP2 for Manor Racing. As through goes the two Toyotas there swapping round.
No, still the same positions just there. 5 made its way alongside just briefly, but Mike Conway still looking for a way to get back his position.
Cracking start from Alex Brundle from right at the back of the grid, already up to 23rd position and halfway up the GTE Pro field. That's in the 26 Tree Drive. They're the defending LMP2 champions, of course, at this event, won here last year.
Absolutely. Loic Duval, another man looking to redress the balance, get by the number 1 Porsche. No way there through the final turn as they come smashing, that's the only word for it, down the start-finish straight, back up to turn 1. Defensive line through that turn from the number 2 Porsche, Romain Dumas. But the better line through has come from Mike Conway. Not Mike Conway, that has changed now. Sebastian Buemi has taken that position. And the number 5 COTA it is that's going to mount the attack now on the Porsche.
Unusual circuit here. It's left-handed. By that, I actually mean it's anti-clockwise rather than clockwise, which is the norm. However, the balance of the corners left and right means that there's not really a surfeit of corners one way or the other. If anything, it's the left side tyres that do the most work because of the long radius high G corners. Turns 6, turns 8 and turn 15, 16, 16, 17 and 18. Here's the Audi on the World Champions.
Great run down the back straight there from the Audi. A much the better straight line speed.
We haven't seen that for a while, Graham, have we?
Not. And could this be a portent of things to come for the remainder of the, 5 hours and 57 minutes of this 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas?
I'm prepared to nail my colours to the mast right now, seeing what Audi have done in all the sessions. Unless Porsche have been massively sandbagging, and I don't think they have, I expect Audi not to drive away with this, but they should be able to control this race and win it. And I'm not even going to say comfortably, but they should be able to win this race. This is their best chance since Mexico. Mexico, they had some bad luck, but their strategy was perfect, their pace was excellent, and had everything else been equal, Audi would have won. On paper, Audi should have won, but you don't race on paper.
147.978 fastest lap of the race. Lap 2 for Marcel Fessler. By comparison, the best of the Porsches are 150.788, so 3 seconds a lap quicker at the moment.
Graham, this is all you need to know. The 2 Toyotas have been held up now by Romain Dumas. Now, in fairness, they're on used tyres, whilst it's brand new Michelins on the Toyotas, so the advantage of new rubber will last a couple of laps, maybe 3 or 4, but that's all. And indeed, as I say that, Romain Dumas gets a lovely run through the S's. Real rhythm section there.
Absolutely fabulous part of this circuit. One quick update from the car that started at the back of the grid. Alex Brundle has made it through all the GTs, is now on the back of the LMP2 train up into 18th position.
Yeah, he's 4 seconds behind Johannes van Overbeek in the number 30 ESM car. That's been a stunning start from Alex Brundle. I think rather stung by the issues in qualifying, which yes, he'll put his hands up and say he was off the track, but he wasn't, I don't think, getting the feedback from race control, and hadn't realised that he wasn't getting those laps counted.
Nick Holland, by the way, on Twitter has noticed something I noticed, which is there's a lot of flashy light action on the rear of that Porsche. Now, do we know, John, does that mean what it means in other forms of racing?
It normally means that they're harvesting, but you've got to be careful here because the frame rate of the onboard cameras sometimes makes it look like it's flashing more than it is. So
keep an eye on that.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that Nick or you are wrong there. I'm adding a note of caution. Hindhoff in, sensible head, shocker. Oh my goodness me, you can't do that. Are you having a joke? Romain Dumas reacting there to the overtaking manoeuvre of Mike Conway, who did a stunning, thank goodness that wasn't next to the pit wall.
But did cross the white line.
Yeah, but he's forced there. He's forced there. You're absolutely right. He's not supposed to cross the white line into the pit lane exit. But my goodness, that was not very gentlemanly from Romain Dumas. By all means, take the inside line early, but once your competitor has gone, you cannot then force him into the wall or off the track.
I think a bit of in-car radio at some point for any of these cars might be quite interesting, but away goes Sebastian Buemi up into 4th position. Tota will be mightily...
Well, let's have another look at this. So Dumas comes into the middle of the track and then goes. He pulls across as soon as he sees. There's the move. He goes and then he goes again. I'm sorry, that's not on.
Massively fast in a straight line again there, this time by Toyota.
Well, is there a harvesting and a deployment problem in terms of energy for Romain Dumas? It wouldn't be the first time for poor Romain, but I'm sorry, that is unacceptable driving. That's only, of course, that's only my opinion.
He is maintaining the lap speeds of the Toyotas, not in any way matching the pace of the Audis, both in the 147.3s last time around, 148.9 for Mark Webber. The gaps, by the way, at the front. Marcel Fesler now 3 seconds to the good from Loic Duval. A further 4 seconds back is Mark Webber.
I'm going to suggest the Toyotas are running a slightly more skinny aero package than a bit less wing, because through 17 and 18 it would appear that Mike Conway, Seb Buemi by the way, not Conway that went through. That was my excitement there about the slightly overly defensive manoeuvre in my eyes from Romain Dumas. Now I know that once you get close you do lose some of the aerodynamic advantage. It's not always good to be right up behind people. But it does seem as though the Porsche might have an advantage in the twistier stuff. Let's have a listen to Buemi.
Okay, just watch out on the rear tires, just watch out on the rear tires. Temperature going up, still okay. So long term, think long term.
Think long term.
Well, that was the attack he wanted to get done. He's done that now. Now he can go into a little bit more strategic mode ahead of a Porsche that, it has to be said, John, does not look like a Porsche that we've seen so far this season. That does not look to have the pace that we expect from one of these 919 hybrids. Whether or not that is something they're doing in terms of the race plan, I don't think so. Under pressure now for the number 6 car. Fastest lap of the race. Lap 4 now goes to Loic Duval, 147.0, closes the gap just slightly, 2.7 seconds now. So we can down and have a look at what's going in GT Pro. That class at the moment led by the 95 Dane Train, Danish Dynamite.
From the pole.
Marcus Sorensen is 2 seconds to the good from Davide Rigon in the AF Corsa Ferrari. And then we get into this pack, led by Stefan Mucker, 3rd position.
And his old teammate Darren Turner, sniffing around his tailpipes.
In the Valero liveried for this race.
I love that shot. Looking back then from the LMP2 car. Oh no, it's not actually, it's a GT car, isn't it? But you will not get another GT rearward facing camera that gives you that sort of view. Meantime, Romain Dumas has weathered the storm of Mike Conway. Seb Buemi has disappeared just a little bit. Let's have your thoughts on that defensive move at Specutainment at DSC Editor. Was I being a bit harsh on Romain there? 5th and 6th for Toyota Gazoo Racing and Porsche. Other way around actually, 6th and 5th that. So Mike Conway just following in the tracks at the moment. But remember, the 2 Porsches started on used tyres, everyone else on new tyres, and Toyota have an extra set of new tyres to both the Audis and the Porsches to use, because they only burned 1 set in qualifying. Here's the LMP2 battle coming down through turn number 2 underneath the walkover bridge. Roberto Meri, who is proper quick, scary quick. Nico Lapierre, who is, oh hang on a minute, scary quick as well. This is going to be a really interesting battle. These two guys, very quick drivers.
Well, Manor Motorsport, well, Manor will want to show their real form. They've been massively frustrated by the issues.
Well, they've been hamstrung, haven't they, by the brake problems.
Effectively, what we've got in the 44 car now, the solo car for Manor for this race, is the crew that's actually started the season in the 45. All three men very quick. Roberto Merri, Richard Bradley and Matt Rao. I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with this afternoon, this evening. Very much engaged in the battle with Nicolas Lapierre. Back though to this GTE fight. There you go, 3 factory teams in a row. Ford, Aston Martin and Ferrari. That's the battle for 3rd position between Stefan Lucker, Darren Turner and Jean-Marie Bruni.
From somewhere in Singapore I hear a plane of Norfolk Tone asking where Alex Brundle is. Well, Martin, if you are listening, and I'm sure you are, Alex is already up to 17th position and is about to go past Vitaly Petrov in the same way as he ghosted past Johannes van Overbecker lap or 2 ago.
16 seconds away from this battle, and with cars in between, of course, Alex, but it's fair to say that Baby Brundle is pretty pumped up at the moment.
16th now, he's gone by Vitaly Petrov, and now he's got 3.7 seconds to Nick Manassian. He's lapping at roughly the same speed as Quick Nick, but he has carved his way through from the back of the grid now to 16th position. Awesome drive from Alex. The onboard from his camera is going to be worth watching and downloading.
A committed drive, I think we're going to be seeing from Alex here. We've seen him drive in IMSA LMP2 here, as well as now in the WEC. Knows this circuit very well.
I think he's still the IMSA lap record holder here.
I watched him attack this track at I think it was a Morgan Honda not so very long ago, and it was quite spectacular.
Marcel Fessler by 3.3 seconds from his teammate Loic Duval. Mark Webber a further 6.6 back. The battles further down the field as the leaders begin to come through, and they will be on this battle very shortly, and Marcel Fessler is going to have to pick his way through some very committed driving, but of course with more than 1,000 horsepower he can just drive through. That was effortless, and these are fast motor cars. LMP2 into the braking area at the end of the 2nd sector, down into turn number 13 now. Roberto Merri is leading Nico Lapierre. 3rd position is Nelson Panciatici, who's just put his fastest lap of the race in the 35 LP, the DC Baxi car.
Indeed, Baxi DC Racing will be mounting another campaign this season alongside their WC efforts. We're under the name Jackie Chan DC Racing with a 2-car effort in the Asia Le Mans series we're here today. So expansion for them, and they plan to be back next year in the FIA WEC as well, as the leading cars getting into and through traffic. And this is where you really do see how special these cars are. That is not a slow car we're looking
and he's not slowing down either.
No, he is not, and but left for dead as these astonishing machines come through.
Stefan Bucker must be looking down to see if, you know, the handbrake's on, or has someone attached a caravan to the back of my Ford GT while I wasn't watching. I suppose you get used to it eventually. Spoke to Marino Franchitti at the start of the season, even at the prologue at Ricard. Marino saying it's actually a lot safer since the last time he was in a GT car, because the speed differentials are actually greater between the P1 cars and the GTE cars. He said, but they do go past you as if you're standing still. Now here's the start again. Fessler gets away nicely. Duval comes in from a wide line but can't get to the apex. He just got on the top of the plateau there and couldn't get turned in. Mark Webber says, thanks very much, I'll have a bit of that. Splits the Audis early on. Very close to an incident there with the 6 Toyota, but I think they got away with it. Mike Conway staying out the way. A couple of laps later, Loic Duval dragging up behind Mark Webber, who it would seem had run out of hybrid energy and merely having the sharp end of 600 horsepower is barely enough to push that Porsche through the air. I have my tongue firmly in cheek when I say that, but that's what happens when the hybrid energy runs out. No hybrids for the LMP2. This is pure motive power from the internal combustion engines.
All Nissan engined LMP2 cars this season in the FIA WEC. About 450 to 500 brake horsepower from these Nissan VK V8s, 4.5 litres of Nissan muscle.
Now, 88 and what was the other car there? I missed that. Track limits at 19 and 9. These are the two real hot spots for track limits. 9 is the left-hand kink over the brow where the drivers go too far right, and 19 is the penultimate corner. Again, a left-hander where you've seen, I'm sure, the Formula 1 cars going very wide. Talking to the stewards here, who will be here for Formula 1 as well, Charlie Whiting asking for a solution to be put in place before Formula 1 comes here to make it less easy or more difficult to go wide at 19. There are some higher curbs. The technical name for them apparently is lumps or pyramids. You'll see them at some of the corners, and there's also some sausage curbs laid at 90 degrees to the racing circuit to make sort of sleeping policemen or speed bumps on the exits of the corners, the thinking being that it would break your traction and slow you down, and it has been working as the battle for LMP2 lead comes down to the end of the back straight at turn 12. Still Mary and Nico Lapierre. Nico Panticici rather is about 3 seconds further back, and he's gaining on them actually.
He's indeed, because these two are now engaged in a battle that is beginning to slow them up.
This is Bruno Senna.
Quick question about Manor's plans for their second car. Well, it's here. It's been carried around the world with them. They do intend to field that car. We don't have firm plans of what package, if any, has been put together for the 45 car, but they do intend to get the 45 car back on track. It was, of course, a race-to-race entry. Didn't see the car last time out in Mexico City, and it's not racing, of course, today, but they'll take leading the race at the moment against that, I'm sure. Quick question as well from Twitter, and they're coming in thick and fast. Scale of 0 to Texas, how is the heat? It's about Arizona, I think, at the moment now.
It's Bahrain 3 or 4 years ago, says...
Bahrain in September, I think we're hearing from Louise down the pits. I tend to agree. And are Porsche using last year's battery pack? Was it a new battery of last year's design? No, it is last year's batteries. The Porsche factory opting to revert to a previous design after early season issues. Did Ozzy Grit find his glove? Let's hope so. Otherwise, we'll certainly be finding out. We'll be shaking his hand afterwards, because that will be very sore.
I'm not sure you're allowed to race with only one glove.
It's part of your fireproof.
It is part of your kit. Well, this LMP2 battle is cracking on. Nice to be able to see these cars, despite the fact that they are quite aero-dependent, run closely together. Now, let's have a look on board with our leader. This is Marcel Fessler. He's on the back straight, deploying the energy.
5 seconds to be good now for Loic Duval, who is a further 11 seconds ahead now of Mark Webber.
Now into the braking area. You can just see the difference in tarmac where they've shaved the top of that. That's through turn number 12. He's catching up with the 43 of Bruno Senna. That is 12th position, about to put a lap on the RGR Ligier, and does so. Bruno aware of that as he goes into 15. Easy to lock the inside wheel there as you're turning and braking at the same time. Car 44 and car, I thought it said 51, both being told to respect track limits at turn 9. Here's that long triple apex corner. 18 though, you don't want to be too far wide. You'll notice the GT cars probably go wider there because they can ride the corner as it falls away, and also they're heavier. The prototype cars tend to stay more in the middle of the road there, Graham. I drove around here in a 350 Shelby RC yesterday as part of one of the TV features that I was doing, and it's amazing that our TV cameras are, and I've noticed some new positions this year, but they really don't do the nuances of this track justice. There's a lot of ebb and flow, fall away, adverse cambers. It's a very technical track, and Alex Wirtz was involved in this, and chapeau to Alex, because he's built a circuit here that is spectacular, quick, and his influence has made it a real challenge. Pretty much one line through here. Now this is coming through to where the problems are. That's turn 8 here, that right-hander. Turn 9 now over the top of the brow, and here is where track limits are being enforced, and you'll see there, oh dear, through 10, you'll see here that the Porsche there of Mark Webber stayed well away from the edge of the curb. Now watch this Porsche. These are P2 cars, quick motor cars. Bye-bye.
It's laugh out loud stuff. Actually, that's a perfect time to actually answer another question from one of the viewers, Chris Whitfield, asking what's the difference in the speed, the top speed of these cars around this circuit. Well, to give you an idea, actually at the moment there's a broad church, 288 kilometres an hour through the speed trap from Marcel Fesler last time. That compares to 265 kilometres an hour for number 5 Toyota, 259 for Romain Dumas. That's a massive difference there, but not much quicker ultimately in terminal velocity than the GT cars. It's the way they accelerate.
Yeah, very true. We're back to a situation as we were a few years ago when the Peugeots had pretty much 900 horsepower all the time, where they could drive. Big slide there by Mary, but holds on to it as he comes up behind the KCMG Porsche.
78 car, a little way down the field at the moment. Yeah. Outside the top 4 in GTM.
Yeah, the big Peugeot diesels had horsepower really to give away, and so they could run an excess amount of downforce. I remember Rob Bell telling me that he got passed by one of those Peugeots at the time he was driving a JMW Ferrari on his way to being a European champion. And he said it was like when you passed a truck on the motorway and came out from behind it and the wind was blowing across, you got moved 3 or 4 feet somewhere like Monza. And Stefan Mucker's got a problem, by the way. The 66 car has been in the pits for a little while, so Ford's bad day here from the American series carries on. And the Ford GT still to have a victory, of course, in the FIA WEC from the European team. Yes, you can count them on, but that was snagged by the American side of the operation.
First time I've seen Marcel Fesler have a lap outside about the 148s. That was delay in traffic. 152 last time around as Loic Duval closed within 2 seconds. They're still way ahead at the moment of Mark Webber. It's 15 seconds behind the leader for Mark Webber at the moment, with Loic Duval in between the two. But a slower lap in traffic, back into the 149s immediately. Marcel Fesler once he's clear, but that's cost him a chunk of time, 2 to 3 seconds on his lap 12, now just completing lap 13. 24 minutes of this 24 hours of racing remaining in the 2016 FI World Endurance Championship in the books here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Jerry Sisk's emailed at Specutainment, says, how high are those cars running up the hill before the start of the S's? Looks steep. It's 4 building stories high from the bottom to the top, and it's pretty steep. But it's that flat bit at the top that is very, very deceptive. And that it's not a rise all the way to the apex. You go up and then it stops and you sort of pop over the top. Now let's have a look at some more LMP2 battles at the moment. Pipo Derani, Bruno Senna is the next car further up the road, but Pipo is holding on to the 5th place, sorry, in LMP2 with Lewis Williamson, and Alex Brundle's gone past Manassian, and he's there as well, Graham. This is a great drive by Alex in the G drive. We're really seeing performance being wrung out of this car by Alex. It's hearing from the pit lane, by the way, air conditioning problem for Stefan Mucker in the 66.
That could well be cockpit temperature that's been pinged there, John. They would have to stop that car. We said earlier, if the ambient temperature is 35 degrees or above, they must keep the cockpit temperature as it goes through past Lewis Williamson, takes another place, is now latching onto the rear of Pipo Derani's Ligier. more than 7 degrees above ambient, and that will be something you've got to fix. And I'm pretty convinced that's exactly what we're dealing with at the moment on the 66 Ford. Remains in the pits.
So coming up to the first half hour of racing completed, Fessler with 1.6 seconds between himself and his teammates, so that's come down just a wee bit on the last couple of laps. But the Audis have now built up a sizable lead back to Mark Webber, who's the best of the Porsches. Semperwerby quite holding on to Webber's pace, 5.2 seconds between Porsche and Toyota. Audi now need to move into race domination mode. There's a button for that, I think, on the inside, and they need to control this race. They've got... Nobody can do this on a proper amount of stops, if you see what I mean. Everybody's going to have 6 stops and a bit. Audi's bit is pretty much a full run, 28 laps they're expecting from a tank of fuel under green flag conditions, 29 for Audi, possibly 30 for Toyota. And in terms of the extra laps, it's 24, I think, for Audi, 20 for Toyota, and 20 for Porsche and 12 for Toyota.
Correct.
Now, Roberto Meri has been given the warning flag for consistent abuse of track limits at turn 9 and turn 19. Next time he will get a penalty of some description as Alex Brundle's drive through the field continues. He's driven past Pipo Derani, and now he is up into 5th position in class. Extraordinary run by the young British driver. Pipo Derani, the star of the show in the early season running in LMP2 over here in the States for ESM. ESM not ready to confirm their plans for next year. Talked to Ed Brown in Mexico. Still has ties with the American Series, of course. His company has the title sponsorship of the longer races in the US. Fessler and Duvel together now, as they are 20 seconds ahead of Webber. Very slow lap by Mark Webber last time. Could have been track conditions in terms of traffic there, but 3 seconds went in that one lap.
But generally speaking, the Audis have been in the 147s, 148s against about 150 in clear running for Mark Webber. Semperwerby, though, is he is catching Mark Webber just 3 seconds back now. Dumas further 6 seconds back from the first of the Toyotas, and Mike Conway 4 seconds back from a recovering Romain Dumas.
That was interesting because Loic Duval went wide at 19 and actually lost something like 3/4 of a second to his teammate.
There is something wrong in turn 1. I am really low RPM on first here.
Okay, Loic, after turn 1, 2 clicks forward on brake balance and press OK. After turn 1, 2 clicks forward on brake balance and press OK.
That's the secret engineering menu there on the Audi R18.
That struck him with brake balance.
He said he wasn't getting any revs in first gear.
Did he?
I think that's what he said.
Which would explain why he's looked a bit bogged down there.
Yeah, exactly. He's adjusting the contrast or something on the car. I have no idea how these guys can do all the things they're doing and at the same time, oh my goodness, off the track here for
Lewis Williamson.
Lewis Williamson in the 42. So he tried to go through on slower traffic, and he's trying to catch up with Pipo Derani.
What we didn't see is what led up to that. It may well be that an unsighted GT driver, but well, I'm sure if Eduardo Freitas saw something to worry about, we'll see it on the screen soon enough. He is all-seeing, all-knowing.
He is. Championship, very, very good. It's in race control earlier in the weekend, and a very, very good CCTV system, as well as access to our TV cameras and all the replays. Well, we're coming down to 5 hours. In fact, we've just gone through the first half an hour of running. It's run over very quickly. Marcel Fessler leads by about a second, so the two Audis first and second. It's Nico Lapierre for Alpine in LMP2. Aston Martin and Porsche lead the GT classes.
So back with LMP2. This is now the battle for 14th position. Derani in the 31 Extreme Speed Motorsports. Ligier ahead of Lewis Williamson in the Stracker Gibson Nissan. Just in the background there, Nick Gnazian, mechanic Patrick Dempsey lookalike. In the number 27 S&P Racing BR01. Not that far behind this pair. Lewis Williamson introduced to the Stracker lineup, replacing Danny Watts from the Nürburgring on. Will complete the season with the team. Silver ranked driver, but very, very quick indeed. Last couple of races, we've seen the team very much in the mix. It's a mighty battle to the line at the Nürburgring. Saw them fall short of a podium finish by just thousandths of a second. This LMP2 battle, I think, set to keep well alight throughout the next 5.5 hours. Race well to these little LMP2 cars. The engine notes are much the same in the FIA WEC. The chassis options are numerous, and there's some very good teams making the very best of these packages. We do, though, have a tyre war again in the WEC. Extreme Speed Motorsport switching to Michelin mid-season. Today, of course, taking on boys and girls in yellow Dunlop. Now in all four classes, albeit in LMP1, the privateer cars, not the factory cars, using Dunlop rubber.
Hearing from Louise that the leader in GTE AM, well, there's some movement down at their 78.
That's the KCMG car.
It's the KCMG car. There's some movement in their pits.
Joel Mathias, that's certainly not to be on schedule. This, by the way, is the battle for the lead in GTM. And Kevin Estre fending off the close attentions, ever closer attentions of Pedro Lamy, as through go the leading two. Still in close contention. Second, almost a thousandth is the gap between Marcel Fessler's number 7 Audi R18, the equally purposeful looking number 8 car of Loic Duval. Still lapping under 150 for both of these cars, whilst Mark Webber in pursuit. Struggling to crack that 150 barrier, 22 seconds back, 23 seconds back from Duval, nearly 24 seconds back from Fessler. And this is impressive stuff from the Audi guys this time around, John.
Well, this is what we possibly could have seen earlier on in the season had they had a bit of luck. On the wrong side of a couple of yellow flags earlier on in the season. There has been times when they haven't had the pace, but certainly Mexico wasn't that, and they'll be ruining the fact they didn't get more points there. We talked early on in the weekend in a session that didn't go to air, I think, Graham, about the frankly mouth-watering prospect of Audi and Porsche battling so hard for the Manufacturers' Championship that Toyota drivers might get a sniff of the World Championship.
Absolutely right, and to explain what John means there, of course, you've got two cars each, and like magic, Toyota appears, 2 cars each for these manufacturers in the LMP1 class, and both cars score points for the manufacturer's title. And in search of that and making sure that you favour your best placed car rather than allowing the guys to go for the driver's title, could that allow currently second in Championship. COTA.
That was a change there for the AM lead. Pedro Lamy going through on Kevin Estre, Graham. That was a moment or two ago, and there's the visual confirmation. It was very recent because there's still 2 lights on the side of the Aston Martin. David Richards will be very happy to see that change to 1 at the end of the back straight when it goes through the next of the timing beam. Sorry, carry on with what you were explaining.
Number one, Porsche making its way through that battle, and very close behind at the moment is Sebastian Buemi. 2.5 seconds is now the gap, and any delay in traffic, and that is going to become nose to tail.
So did you finish your story about the World Championship?
Yes, I did. Basically, what it means is that the number 6 COTA will pick up points against the Porsches if they play the Manufacturers' Championship game, and the number 1 is the better placed car, because they will not cede that position to the number 2, which is the Drivers' Championship leader at the moment. So it's a way to go, but it's another one of those ones to watch, isn't it, in the 4 races that remain. And at the moment, it's the number 2 car, the championship leading car, that is struggling, albeit at the moment ahead of the number 6 COTA.
Bruno Senna right up with Nelson Panciatici, who I tried to rename Nico earlier on, my apologies. Nico Lapierre is leading that category ahead of Roberto Meri by nearly 8 seconds now. Panciatici the 2 seconds further back, and Bruno Senna that far away from Nelson Panciatici at the end of the back straight. Bruno Senna was otherworldly in Mexico. After about 3 laps, he was 9 seconds up on the field. Hasn't been able to repeat that here for RGR Sport.
Right Turn Lover on Twitter has given me a correct slap down, reminding me, of course, we don't have a tyre war anymore in GTM because, for reasons we've explained before, the number 98 Aston Martin has switched back to Michelin's for the remainder of this season. But the development programme for the Pro cars well alight now, and beginning to actually, I think, spook the Michelin guys.
Well, it's good.
It's very good.
They'll be the first people to say we want competition. We don't come here to do spec racing. We come here to be driven. Just no sleeping policemen, just need to be a couple more further along, don't they, at the end of 20. Up the hill. Is that I was saying this to someone speaking to the local ASN representative, which is ACUS here in the States, Scott Elkins. Had a long chat with him earlier today, just saying that look up the hill from turn 20 to turn 1 with the grandstands out either side, the sort of arena style feel, and the look up to turn 1, very evocative, very iconic look. This place should be buzzing every single time there's racing here. Magnificent stuff. So 0.6 of a second, Graham, sorry, between Fessler and Duval, but they are pulling away consistently. It's now 23.2 seconds. That's nearly a pit stop. Sorry, that's nearly a drive-through in terms of how much they've got. Mark Webber's upped his pace a little bit, and Seb Buemi has held at around about 3.7 to 4 seconds. Nico Lapierre and Roberto Meri 8 seconds ahead of the field, and then Bruno Senna still having this battle with Nelson Panciatici. 36 car pit. Nico Lapierre has gone off at turn 12 but rejoined. I'm hearing from race control. That was the leader.
It's the leader. He's still the leader.
Well, it's come down. He's lost about 4 or 5 seconds. Nico Lapierre's just gone past us, Graham, not that we can see. Has become tradition now. The fire and rescue unit parked right across our double window. And a lock up there by Panciatici, and finally Bruno Senna gets to go side by side up the hill now. But it just looks as though the Alpine is a little bit more svelte up the hill, and through comes one of the hybrids. That's the leader. But I think Bruno's made that stick. Sorry, that just looks comical to see those cars, which look so similar, Graham, in terms of LMP1 and P2 cars. And just look at the difference in pace and in downforce. How much more downforce the P1 car's got to be able to drive around off the line on the crud that's off the line, and there is crud off the line. That's exceptionally slippery because we've had all kinds of rubber being laid down there this weekend. Here's the mistake by Pensiatici going into the corner, went wide. It's good driving by both of them there.
Almost a touch, but not quite.
Yeah,
and then it was a drag race. Then we saw who was quick in a straight line. It looked at that phase.
Watch Fessler getting on the pitch.
Looked at that phase as if the Orica chassis had the advantage.
Oh,
it was almost as the Audis came alongside. Away comes with the 43. Got the correct line through the corner, managed to hold that. It's not always that easy to do so. Pulled away through the S's of the Audis. Well, frankly, made them look ordinary, which they most certainly aren't. Must be quite depressing, that. V-Max down the start-finish straight.
Just having taken a position and gone up to third position and somebody passes you. It was that 36 car at Mexico down the front straight there, the 1.4 kilometre front straight, where I actually thought that the then leader, as they were, had a problem because they were passed so quickly. Vitaly Petrov has brought the BR01 LMP2 car, the 37 SMP. Driver change for that car. New set of tyres, down and away. And Simon Trummer in as well in the CLM, the Bicolis number 4. That's out of 8th position.
This afternoon for them. They're just two drivers. That will be Ollie Webb getting into that car.
No Pierre Caffer this weekend for that car. Pierre Caffer not there for the guys this weekend. And Lewis Williamson will be coming in shortly to change to Johnny Kane.
In comes Alex Brundle after a stint that saw him take 18 positions on track, and I'm sure he will be getting out with wide eyes.
He's done exactly what he had to do.
Absolutely
fair
right.
Play to the team, by the way. He didn't get a lap time, and some slight issues there, I think, with communications. That will have left the team frustrated and Alex frustrated. Not sure whose idea it was and whether, I'm sure Alex would have petitioned to be allowed to start the car. And whoever decided that that was a good idea, that was a very good idea indeed.
Well, he's done the job, hasn't he? I'm not sure what else anybody else could have done in those circumstances from that start. The P2 cars, as we watch the
it's had some side-to-side
Dunlops coming off.
A little bit of the Dunlop sticker had been worn off with someone else's paint.
Stracker also on pit road. Lewis Williamson pitting. They'll be thankful, I'm sure, for that open cockpit this afternoon.
Nick Manassian in as well in the 27, the second of the SMP cars.
Victor Scheitar, by the way, has rejoined in the 37, showing us Nick Manassian staying aboard the 27.
Really? Rene Rast got into the G-Drive 26 car.
And of course, by the way, the 27 is another two-driver squad this weekend.
Yeah, well, maybe Nick's going to drive in the heat of the day, and hopefully it'll be a bit cooler by the time he swaps over.
Remember, he's not a Muppet. It's important we remember that.
That has to be the favourite moment from WEC TV ever. When he was, that was the super hot Bahrain year again, and Nick Manassian getting a bit of bumping and barring, and he suffice to say that when Louise interviewed him, he was not a happy bunny, and wanted to make it
or a Muppet.
He wanted to make it clear that he was not without some experience, and pretty forcibly told Louise that he wasn't a Muppet. 35 in the pit lane. Nelson Pensiatici getting out of that car. Oh no, didn't we see the driver change there? If it was quite quick. New set of Dunlops ready there as well. The lead is 26.5 seconds from the Audis, which are 2.2 seconds apart, to Mark Webber, and Mark is just about holding on to that 3.74 second advantage over Seb Buemi. Then it's Romain Dumas, who's pulled away by 7 seconds to Mike Conway, but all of a sudden the Toyotas are finding pace towards the end of this stint. Remember here, very importantly, that the Audis and the Toyotas were on new tyres. Porsche are getting rid of a set of used tyres. Also remember here that as the guys come into the pit lane, to do their first pit stops. This is the first time they've used this pit in this configuration to do a pit stop.
Absolutely, all weekend, because the IMSA pit wall has gone. We saw a good shot there of the number 66 Ford back out after cooling system has, we would hope, been reinstated. 27 minutes, I'm afraid, of the 45 minutes elapsed in this race that's spent in the garage. That puts it completely out of contention, of course, I'm afraid. But the good news is that Stefan Mucker is back out and running in the 66 car, solidly rather, in 31st position, of course. This is the shot there of the Audi, trying to make its way by a pair of battling P2s that clearly had not seen it. That's going to be a delay for which of the cars was that? That, I think, was the number 8 car of Loic Duval. That's dropped him back a chunk of time from the leader, Marcel Fessler. And we are getting to the stage, 25 laps on the 26th lap now, plus, of course, those formation laps that we're getting very much into. LMP1 factory pit stop range, leading quartet of LMP2s, all on pit road at the moment. 36, 44, 43 and 31. Now becomes a battle of the pit crews, of course. Signa Tech, Manor, the RGR Sport and Extreme Sport Motorsport. Let's hear what's going on with the 7 Audi.
Box this lap, Marcel, box this lap.
They're coming in, and it's time for the Audis. Their first regular stop. There comes the number 7, Marcel Fessler, from the lead. And a very good first stint indeed from that car. Through then goes Loic Duval into the lead.
Impeccable grip, could not have done any better. Duval slightly messed up on the first corner, but oh my goodness, almost missed his pit there. Marcel Fessler will single stint, out he will get. And there'll be a driver change. Remember, Mark Webber missed his pit last year when he came down in the darkness.
Yeah, Andre Lotra gets aboard, and as we saw Marcel get out, the moisture that was coming off everything. He gets out from his marginally cooled cockpit into the heat of the day. Go and get some more liquid on board, I'm sure. Andre Lotra starts to plug himself into everything. Fighter jet-like environment.
A lot of people asking where this extra pace has come from for Audi. Do we think it's the little bit extra diesel? That will have helped, but I think this third iteration of aero kit for Audi, they've got the best out of that. This is the aero kit that was allowed, the extra one this year for the high altitude of Mexico. And the lockup on there was a big bit of a flat spot on that Michelin that came off the right front. Yeah, both of the front tyres, Louise telling me there.
Well, look at this, John. This is a battle for second position, because whilst we've been watching the other classes, Seb Buemi is less than a second back now from Mark Webber. There it is. This is a battle now for second position on track between a Porsche and a Toyota. Would we have been expecting that, and only marginally, of course, affected. Only one of the cars so far, one of the leading cars, has made that pit stop. Andre Lotra back on track, by the way. 1 minute and 29 seconds on pit road for that stop. Full service with tyres, fuel and driver change, of course. And now it's about Sebastian Buemi, 2014 world champion, versus Mark Webber, 2015 world champion. Audi, Porsche, Toyota, the 1, 2, 3 is number 8. Audi now makes its way down pit road. It's a little while before Mark Webber goes through, takes the lead, does so now. So Porsche lead for the first time this race, 50 minutes in, courtesy of those 2 Audi pit stops. We expected them to pit earlier than the petrol fuel cars. Should be the Porsches in next and soon. And indeed, Romain Dumas follows Loic Duval down pit road. So Mark Webber, I would guess, is going to be with us next time around. Here comes the number 2 to a stop.
Yeah, that's a very, very slippery part of the pit lane as well, Graham, because it just hasn't been used over the weekend. I should explain, if you haven't been watching all of the other coverage from the Circuit of the Americas this weekend, there was an American-style concrete wall down the middle of what you're used to seeing as the Formula 1 pit lane, and indeed the pit lane as it stands now, somewhere about 3 feet behind where our cameraman is, was a concrete wall, and everybody had their pit equipment behind that, but it was effectively an open pit, an American-style pit. That disappeared in the 2.5 hours between the end of the IMSA race and the build-up to the start of this race. Forklift trucks a go-go.
Great to see Toyota on form again. Or is it Porsche slightly struggling? Yes, these are the tyres.
I think it's a bit of both.
Yeah, these are the tyres they used in qualifying. That's not many laps though on those tyres, and that car has not been at Audi pace since the lights went green. Sebastian Buemi is not allowing Mark Webber to do this the way he'd like to do it, and Webber pits, and in comes Buemi as well, so it's now a battle for track position, John, between two pit crews.
Now, we'll see now. This is interesting. The expected Toyota that might be able to do 1 lap longer than Porsche. However, if that is the case, that means they'll have less fuel to put in the tank right now. And that could be the difference between them going out ahead or behind that World Championship winning car from last year.
Buemi out. Welcome back to the FIA World Endurance Championship to Anthony Davidson after missing the last round through injury. Good to have him there. You can see the 6 car behind the number 5. Both Toyotas on pit road, as is the number 1 Porsche. Ollie Jarvis, by the way, is rejoining the number 8 Audi. Neil Jani in the number 2 Porsche. Through goes Andre Lotterer to retake the lead. So just a day, or rather a lap in the sun for Porsche.
Watch this. That's another brand new set of tyres going on the Toyota. Notice the sheen.
It's going to be tight.
Porsche down and up. Ooh, well,
no! Looking at the wrong Toyota. Well done, Toyota. They bounce the number 1 Porsche and will move that car up through the field. Well, we said it was a battle in the pit lane, and boy,
as I said, Graham, they had the choice of doing the extra lap or of putting less fuel in the car. It takes as long as it takes to fuel. So if you can get less time there, it gives you a chance. Romain Dumas looking less than pleased there after clearly giving his all. I think that was a very telling picture indeed. And now it's going to be down to Brendan Hartley to chase down. I think Brendan got a set of new tyres. We'll find out from Louise if we can. He's having a look straight away down into turn 11. Certainly a set of new tyres for Anthony Davison. Now, Anthony Davison, having been given the opportunity to get ahead of that World Championship car, winning car, will not want to give it up. But here's the Porsche's advantage now. But will it run out of power before the end of the straight? Look at Davidson straight into the draft, and does indeed go back down the inside. That's exactly what I expected to happen there, and it happened.
This is going to be good. This is one of the fastest, and let's face it, most constructively aggressive WC drivers. Ex-world champion, of course, Anthony Davidson, back after that enforced break in a team that's not exactly been on the best of form, fending off the current world champion, Brendan Hartley, in a car that has won the last 2 races. This could be fun.
Well, to use the local vernacular, ye and indeed ha. Oh, indeedy doody. Down in the final corner. 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Another hour of racing will have been completed.
The gaps, by the way, just under 4 seconds, the gap in the lead. Lotterer to Ollie Jarvis now aboard the number 8. Then it's a further 24 seconds back to this battle.
That gap, by the way, has gone out courtesy of a stunning opening lap from Andre Lotterer, a 47.9 against a 49.7. Traffic may have been involved there, but nevertheless that was a very quick lap indeed from Andre Lotterer. The battle, however, is on for 3rd position, and it's Toyota versus Porsche. How good is that to say?
Watch to the background here though, because Neil Janney is catching this battle as well. This is going to become a 3-car battle in just a lap or so. New tyres, we're told, for the number 1. So even Stevens in terms of what's available, but Janney is going to be with this battle before the end of this lap, John.
Kobayashi, for me, Kobayashi is a further 9.5 seconds back, but he is just coming out the pits. Just about to finish his first flyer now. This is extraordinary. Now, will Hartley have learned from last time? He didn't try to go by there, didn't use the power early on. There's something flapping from the front right-hand side of the Toyota TS050 of Toyota Gazoo Racing. Looks like a bit of tape or something that's being caught on it. Just behind the front wheel, around about the middle of the 3 marker lights that show that that is in 3rd position. Number 50 Corvette, Ricky Taylor on board's already done a shift today in the heat.
And 1.
Yeah, with his brother, spoiler alert. Well, I'm a happy bunny. We're seeing something different. We're seeing Audi do what Audi perhaps could have done in Mexico, which is driving away at the moment. 27 seconds between Anthony Davison in 3rd position and Ollie Jarvis. Amazing that Anthony Davison had the presence of mind to realise that Brendan Hartley was going to run out of hybrid power and then dive up the inside, clean as you like, by the way, and stayed on the track. Lovely driving as well by Chris Cumming, who saw that battle behind the number 31 Ligier, the ESM car, and managed to stay out of the way. Traffic is going to be very interesting here, and perhaps that's Brendan Hartley's best chance as they go through the kink at turn 10, downhill, set themselves up for the left-hander onto the back straight. Very different lines being taken by Davidson and Hartley, and Ant is going to be ganged up on shortly, because it will not just be Brendan Hartley, it'll be Neil Janney as well. And again, the hybrid energy is deployed. Over and under this time, and Davison comes back in. But no, lovely piece of driving. Oh, he's going to try and go the long way around into turn number 13. Now, diamond the corner, go up the inside. Put yourself on the outside though, down the inside. Oh, this is brilliant again. Brendan Hartley cut his teeth in Formula V in New Zealand, did his first test when he was 11 and he was racing at 12, and all of that racecraft is coming to bear here. Through 18 towards 19, Neil Janney is having a look at the back of Anthony Davidson. Anthony will be annoyed that he can't, at the moment, pressure the New Zealander. This is what we've been waiting for all year. Toyota, immensely competitive. We saw Stefan Sarazan doing this in the last hour and a half at Mexico. He had the pace. And now, Anthony Davison, restored to full fitness, is playing with cars that up until now have been dominating the sharp end of the field in the first, what, half, 2/3 of this championship, Graham.
Fabulous stuff at the moment, and Davidson seems to be going to hang it on in there. Doesn't appear to have quite the ultimate pace of these Porsches, but they've not got anything like the ultimate pace at the moment of the Audis. Both the Audis ahead of this battle into the 148s, while these guys are lapping in the 150s. The Audis lapping 5 seconds apart, but fully 30 seconds ahead now of this battle on the road, as now Anthony Davidson is having to think a little bit more about Neil Janney behind than about the Brendan Hartley car ahead. Let's have a listen at what's going on with Tota.
Beta 5-4 for more fuel, Beta 5-4 for more fuel.
Well, they said he can use more fuel there, but may not want to at the moment. I'm just looking at what the Audis are doing at the moment, and their lap times are within thousandths of each other at the moment. I think they're trying to get a lead of a pit stop as we hit the end of the first hour. They've got 20 odd laps for their splash, which is not really a splash, it's effectively an extra pit stop. They're already more than the drive down the pit lane. Now what they've got to try and do is build up the amount of time that it will take them to do a tyre change and enough fuel to do the 20 odd laps.
The additional fuel.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Here we go again. These two guys battling away a moment or two ago, and this is the one that stuck as Brendan Hartley this time learns his lesson. I did think that Ant was going to just try and tough it out on the outside. He was expecting Hartley to cover him there, wasn't he, and dive up the inside, and Brendan thought, no, don't be silly.
Well, they should know better than bully the little guy, shouldn't they? I mean, it's, the little guy's punched back harder, and he was certainly trying as hard as he possibly could there. Every ounce of what was underneath him in that Toyota, as Harley Jarvis puts in the fastest first sector of the race so far. Takes a few more tenths out of Andre Lotra.
Been a bit of a shake-up in LMP2. You keep your eyes on what's going on in GT at the moment while I run the viewer through what's going on. The Alpine number 36 championship leader, Stefan Rakelmi, at the wheel of that car now, is ahead of the RJR Sport Ligier of Ricardo Gonzalez, and ahead by a goodly margin at the moment. Let's call it 13 seconds between those two, nearly 14 actually. Rene Rast in third position for the 26 Orica G-Drive car, which was pulled through the field remarkably by Alex Brundle at the start of the race. He's got about 2 seconds on Matt Rao for Manor in fourth position. That's your top four, and they are separated by about 20 seconds. A little bit more than that actually, as 35 Alpine of Nelson Panciatici comes into the pit lane, and that is off kilter.
It is also off kilter, by the way. It's been a start before number 51 Ferrari.
Yes.
We'll talk about that one in a while as we watch the 35 stop.
Yes, slide.
What's going on there?
I think maybe he can't do the double stint. Maybe it's too hot for him to do the double stint.
It could be, John.
Weren't expecting any problems with the tyres.
If they've been watching stint times going down, and Nelson is an experienced enough driver to be honest.
You've got to be honest with yourself and your team at that point.
So the Toyota, by the way, gets a better run through turn one. Pulls away a little this time from Neil Janney and makes a little bit of time back on Brendan Hartley. Traffic is playing a part here, John, and that's another bit of a hold-up for Hartley through the S's, and it's allowing Ant Davidson to get back onto terms. Janney now, a little bit of clean air, is straight back with the Toyota.
Magic stuff.
And now it's Janney that looks like he could get the jump on him. Gets by the Stracker Toyota, but he's got to number two right in his wheel tracks. This is the area of the track we've seen the Porsche be very strong indeed.
But that Porsche, again, the number two car, was a bit stuttery through the apex of the corner. It is not quicker, it's not as quick as the number one through the slower areas of the track. And that was the car that we heard earlier on, them talking about him having a trouble going through turn one. This is good stuff at the head of the field. Let's pick up the GTE Pro battles. Marco Sorensen from Darren Turner, first and second for the Astons. Remember, those two Dunlop shod cars only used one set of tyres, and even only using one set of tyres, that was good enough to still get pole position for Aston number 95. And if you're used to watching other forms of motor racing, that's significant because it's two drivers, their fastest lap, then added together and averaged. And normally you put a new set of tyres on for the second driver. Aston didn't feel the need to do that, and that was indeed seemingly the right answer, as Marco Sorensen comes into the pit lane now from the lead of Pro. Darren Turner will take over GTE Pro lead. Paul Dallalana from pole for Aston in AM is still ahead of Adam Carroll in the 86 Porsche by about 4.5 seconds. And another 4.5 seconds back in third is another Porsche, the 88 of Khaled El Khabazi.
Meantime, though, this is the battle that's, I think, getting our attention. Here is the number 95 in from the lead in GT Pro. The lead taken over by the other GT Pro car. Almost three wide there. As again, Neil Janney tries to get the bead on the number 5 car ahead. So these Porsches are not having it their own way. They're going to have to fight for it. And Davidson will be loving this. This time, blows by this phase. Now, is there a response for Ant Davison. He's trying to go down the outside again.
This is at 13, 14 and 15. Now, does he sell the dummy around the outside? Now, this time, if he doesn't cover, you can cut back here, which is exactly what Ant Davison's going to try and do. Now slinging up the inside into 16. No, he's been forced wide. Had to get on the brakes there. That was a shame. He was going to try and throw it up the inside to 16. And he's not. Is he close enough here? Might be. Might have a look at the final corner. This could be interesting. I tell you what, I'm looking at that front bodywork on the right front of that car. It may be the paintwork, but it does look like it's maybe moving around just a little bit.
Got a lot of pickup now. Don't get out of drive. Okay, copy, Anthony. Beta 11-14. Beta 11-14.
Yeah, 11 through to 14. That's the second section of the track that they're counting there. Pickup being cited as a problem. There are a couple of high-speed corners that you can try and clean your tyres off. Problem is when you get pickup on your tyres. And let's have another look at the move. Here comes the number 2 of Neil Jarney down the inside and just getting into the braking area. Looked like he might want to try and cut back. The Audis have built up almost 34 seconds of a lead. It's Brendan Hartley who's trying to chase them down here in Texas.
Number 1 Audi on board. This is third place car Brendan Hartley. He is finding time, but not enough to really make much of an impact on the advantage of the Audis, which have pretty well dominated this. Let's hear what's going on between driver and pit crew.
Good job, Brendan, good job. Let's get into a rhythm now. Let's put a gap on these guys. Yeah, copy. You've been unlucky the last lap. Very nice. Copy.
And that tells it all. They're not, at the moment, looking at the Audis, looking to gap the guys behind. That's game plan 1 for Porsche. Do they have an answer to the pace of the Audis? But let's not forget, this is going to get just a bit cooler as the into darkness, but 7:30 sundown. I think by 9 o'clock we should be in full darkness. That will make a difference in terms of the temperatures here, but will that make enough of a difference for the massive advantage at the moment that we've been seeing this time for the Audis?
An hour of racing down in the 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, where the start was typically Texan, hot, steamy, full of friendship, a little bit of formality, but expectation for the 6 hours to come.
Green flag, it's the start.
Tom Christensen waving the green flag as the cars went off on their formation laps. The 2 Audis clearly had thought about the start, and when the start command was given, the pole sitting car broke away nicely. But a slight mistake by Loic Duval at turn 1. The back end of the car just getting loose as he went onto the top of the hill there. And Mark Webber sneaking through into 2nd place. Early pace of the Toyotas was exceptional. Great battlings in LMP2. Alex Brundle fighting his way from the back of the field to put the G-Drive car back into contention. Move of the race so far, undoubtedly, Toyota number 5 on Romain Dumas. Didn't make it easy, Dumas. But Whammy went through. Audi and Aston Martin battling at the head of GTE-AM. Paul Dalla taking the position which he still holds. In LMP2, the early battle was between Bruno Senna for RGR and the 35 Baxi DC racing car. While they were having a scrap, the leaders came through and underlined the performance difference between more than 1,000 horsepower for the LMP1 hybrids and around about 600 for the LMP2 cars. After the first set of pit stops, Stefan Rakelmi holding on to the lead in LMP2 for the 36 Alpine. Andre Lotterer leading the race for Audi by 2.3 seconds from his teammate, Ollie Jarvis.
While we've been watching those highlights, John, this is the overall order. 2.3 seconds, the gap between the two leading Audis. Then it's 38 seconds, 39 seconds back for the first of the Porsches. The number 1 car with the number 2 a further 6 seconds back.
I did notice that the number 8, though, Ollie Jarvis, had been warned for track limits. The other GTE Pro, by the way, Nicky team is back in the lead for the Dane train on the pit stop strategy. Fernando Reis has dropped down to 4th position there. Not quite on the same strategy as the 2 Ferraris in between the 2 Aston Martins there.
The other thing to note, by the way, from that rundown is the progress, the further progress after 18 positions gained in the first stint from Alex Brundle by Rennie Rast, out to 2nd from the back of the grid for the number 26 G-Drive Racing team. They want this win. 16 seconds now is the gap. So not made a huge amount of time up against the leader, but has made all the places. It's now head-to-head between the championship leader and the team that most surely feel they should be challenging them for that lead.
See, that's interesting. You should mention 17. It was at 18 seconds, wasn't it, when they went across the line? But they had the rest of the field of cars between them. That is an extraordinary.
So he's not lost any time to taking those positions, is the point. And now with no more cars to take, should, in theory at least, close that gap.
Well, Rakelmi is a very quick former single-seater driver. Rennie Rast is a very quick former GT driver. And Rast took 1.2 seconds out of Rakelmi last time around. Game on, I would say. Meantime, on board with...
coming off.
That's a turn 9.
That was the Alpine being caught out by the GT car, and the LMP1 car moving off in avoidance.
Look at all the muck and rubbish on the outside of there. That's a set of Michelins that aren't going to be very happy. David Cheng tried to get out of the way. So Lotterer and Jarvis, 2.3 seconds, less than that now, 1.7 seconds. These guys just need to keep their head down and push on. I reckon that they've got to use a set of used tyres yet. Porsche have got 1 set out of the way on both the 1 and the 2 car. And I still reckon, Graham, that Audi's plan here is to negate that splash. They want to get as far ahead as the splash will take them to do. Now, their splash is much more than a splash. Normally, when we say a splash, it's something like Toyota will have to do. If this race goes green, we should be looking at just over 190 laps. And it would be a 12-lap splash for Toyota, 20 for Porsche, and something like 24 for Audi. Oh, no wonder the tyres look flat spotted when you see those guys coming in on that concrete that's not being used all week. I reckon that what we are looking at is something in the region of 50 seconds. Maybe a little more, 50. Their last pit stop was 1 minute and 29 seconds, and 1:25. Neil Janney only took 1:19. That's no wonder they jumped the Porsche.
I can't get rid of the signal from that, so time to lock the front tires signal then. Copy Neil, check what we can do.
Well, actually, as he was saying that, you could see a huge piece of pickup fly up through those gaping holes in the top of the wheel arches. It's a massive issue here.
Do you remember when we used to have all the Louvre damage? And who knew that the simplest idea was just to get rid of the Louvres?
but you know, it's...
now, that's interesting. Now, no, none of the crew's moving. I was wondering if that might be an unexpected pit stop there. Yes. Dan Hounsell has just tweeted to us here at Specutainment. We haven't seen this Audi Sport Team yours since maybe 2013 or 14. I know what you mean, Dan. I know what you mean. They've looked menacing, I think, for the last couple of races, at least. Desperately disappointed not to have won in Mexico. Should have been
Absolutely.
1 and 2 in Mexico. Should have.
You know what? That could have been the best thing that happened to them, because they've come here absolutely fired up. Absolutely fired up.
Well, very hot indeed in the pit lane. And I know that the teams will be looking after Louise and making sure she's being hydrated. The drivers, of course, are running away to air-conditioned loveliness behind the pit area, which is why we're not getting as many interviews as we normally would. But rest assured, Louise is still feeding us information through off-air, and we'll pass that on to you as we get it. Thanks, Louise, for your hard work.
Just to explain, really, I mean, the drivers are getting some cooling. It's not air-conditioned splendour by any means, but getting some kind of cooling. But what all the drivers are telling us is as soon as the car stops, the heat soak is absolutely enormous. And of course, at that point, the adrenaline that's been fueling them through that stint also begins to kind of hit them as well. So what you're going to see when these guys get out of the car, it's, I'm not going to say it's a state of collapse almost, but you know, you're going to see as this race progresses, particularly I think, John, with the crews with 2 drivers, a fair number of them actually, you know, looking in some little distress, I'm afraid. A quick view there. I think that was Khaled Al-Kabaisi's family, including, I'm pretty sure, a couple of karting daughters. Watch out, we've already seen one car pinged and stopped for almost half an hour to repair the cooling system. That was a 66 Ford. She's got a mountain to climb now. It certainly will not be in contention for this race. Still down in 31st position and 11 laps off the next car ahead. That early but lengthy stop. This duel, though, is for second position in GT Pro, and it's the 2 Ferraris. James Collado ahead of Sam Bird.
Well, they weren't very happy at Brazil. We'll get back to that in a moment, as we now watching the battle for third in arm with Khaled El-Kabaisi fighting off Pierre Rags in the Labra competition Corvette. Very interesting interview that Shea Adam did earlier on today in the IMSA race with Doug Feehan about Corvette and WEC, and in a roundabout way, Doug said what he always says: we never say never. But he also said that it's more relevant now than it ever has been because of the popularity of WEC, that Corvette are there, praising very much Jack LeConte's Labra competition team, and quite clearly hinting at the opportunity for Jacques to go into pro and have some support, possibly, if not necessarily have a team run by the American side of things. And Ricky Taylor being in that team this weekend, I think, is one of the biggest hints so far that GM competitions, and there is Ricky Taylor on the left, the biggest hints yet that the world stage, and if not a works entry, a works blessed entry into WEC GTE Pro is being considered, well, and possibly is even being costed by the guys back in Detroit.
Certainly Jack LeConte has made it very clear to me that he would require some assistance, technical at the very least, from the crack Pratt & Miller guys behind the Corvette Racing organisation, and he is desperate to get bolstered effort with these fantastic FIA engine monsters in the FIA WEC. Would love to run a pro car, I'm sure.
The other question that was asked is, what about the mid-engine Corvette? Pictures in Auto Week again this week of
that was a short answer.
A mule. I've seen the same pictures. Everybody talks about it. The one thing I will tell you is, whatever the next Corvette is, once it's built, we'll race it. That's what Doug said.
Excellent.
So, non-denial denial. You're giggling again, aren't you? Sorry. At the speed.
It's the acceleration, and you know, it's the fact that when you get the wider camera shot, it's not just cleared the car, but it's all down. It's absolutely annihilated under acceleration. Otherworldly stuff as this battle in GTM continues. The leading Audis come through. 2 seconds the gap between Andre Lotterer and Oliver Jarvis. And that gap is still coming out there down into the 148s at the moment. Brendan Hartley concentrating on gapping both his teammates, Neil Jani, and the Totas behind. That threat appears to have gone away just for a little wee while. At the moment it's Kamui Kobayashi catching rapidly, and Davidson. So the Totas have played their part here thus far. First of the Porsches, by the way, Brendan Hartley is now fully 46 seconds behind the leader. Still, Pierre Rag can find no way by. An excellent defence by Khaled El Khabazi at the moment. Winners, last time I remember.
Just right at the end. So you're...
Do we think that the thing that's changed for Audi is the new aero kit, or does COTA just suit this car better than the other tracks? I do think that's from Paul Marquardt. Hello, Paul. I do think that Audi have done a substantially better job, as we see that change now in GTE Pro, and Pierre Rag's going ahead of Khaled El Khabazi for third position. I do think that Audi have done the best job of the three manufacturers in that third aero kit.
In terms of balancing it through, and clearly in terms of the way they're attacking this race, the way they attacked Mexico. Yes, it is a fixed, aero package, but there are tweaks you can make to it. There are compromises you can make, and I think you're right, John. They've done a better job of those tweaks at this stage.
This from Chris Rice asking what's the L-shaped object up from the front of the Toyota, same from the dash cam. That's what's called a pitot tube, I think, is what you're referring to. It's basically measuring air pressure. And what it gives, sometimes you see them on the GT cars in practice and qualifying as well, but what it does is it measures air pressure as it's going through the air and effectively provide. Yes, that is a pitot tube. See it now. Thank you, the truck. Thank you, OB. And that is. It's a measuring device, effectively gives an idea of speed.
That changes happen, by the way. That is Kobayashi now ahead of Ant Davidson.
Indeed. At Specutainment and at DSC Editor.
Fabulous run down this start-finish straight past the main grandstand to your right, the pits complex to your left from the previous shots, up into tricky turn one. A little bit of everything there, gradient, camber, pretty slick surface there, and there's tumble down into these fantastic S's. Great place to watch these cars. Toyota just looking just to keep in touch as best they can with the Porsches ahead. Have a listen at the moment to see what's being said between the team and Kamui Kobayashi now in 5th position.
Yeah, you are faster. You are faster.
Yeah, that was team orders, and there is the proof of that. Out of 12 in the short straight towards 13. Lift, through goes your teammate, and carry on. That is a perfect execution there. Nobody has to get crud on the tyres, you don't have to trade paint. Again, a bit of a spoiler alert here, but in the earlier race, two team cars got together early on, knocked each other out of contention. One of them got a drive-through penalty for the contact, which effectively cost them the win of the race. Two Toyotas now running then in positions 5 and 6, but it's 6 and 5. Audi 7 and 8 leading, Porsches 1 and 2, 45 seconds the gap. It's stabilised just a little bit.
And guess what? Kobayashi is beginning to catch the Porsches
straight
again.
away, immediately. He's only 6 seconds behind them now. He's taken 1.5 seconds out of Neil Jani that time around. My goodness, if this is what we've got to look forward to for the next 3 races, we're in for an absolute cracker. And the World Championship, Graham, is not yet over. If Toyota can start making inroads into the performance levels of the Audis and the Porsches, that's putting cars potentially between championship contenders as well. Correct. And that could make the big difference. Look at the pickup paint thrown
massive pieces of rubber off from You know, we were saying a little earlier, John, it's not just the Michelin tyres and the Dunlop tyres in this championship, but all sorts of other rubber out there. You know, get offline in the wrong place and you're going to know about it for a lap or two.
Dave Alcott asking, given COTA's altitude, are LMP1H teams running standard downforce rather than Mexican super high? No, everyone's on the Mexican downforce kit here. Didn't want to ship out extra bodywork. Also, characteristics of the circuit, minus the altitude, of course, very similar top speed, and the likelihood is, from what we've been told at least by the three major manufacturers, that they will continue to use their super high downforce on the third version of their kits through to the end of the season.
Along tower. Yes, we defaulted Westgate. We got problem on the engine Westgate. Yeah, I feel I lost the tower a few laps before, but it is terrible now.
And that was Anthony Davidson, and that explains his lack of speed. Now there was someone spearing.
I think that was Straka.
Do you?
I think that was an open top prototype.
Okay, let's have a look at the 42 next time around. He's in the third sector now. It's Johnny Kane if it was. Yes, it was indeed. Good spot, Graham. 42. He has regained the track and couple of 14. Just to finish off the question from earlier. And here is the Straka. Oh, Kobayashi hitting the curb there pretty hard on turn 11. Let's have a look. Makes a late decision to go down the inside. Watch that big orange thing. You missed that, Camus. Wow. Still wow, though. Yeah, no problem for the 6 car. It's Anthony Davison with the issues on the hybrid. Just finishing off the bodywork side of things. There is some thought that perhaps one of the manufacturers that we've spoken to recently just might, go back to their pre-Le Mans setup for Fuji. Not the super low drag, but the intermediate setup, if you will. Remember, an extra set of bodywork allowed this year because, just for the LMP1 cars, because of the high altitude at Mexico.
Now, that was Johnny Kane after the spin coming in, something to be attended to in the cockpit, dash of fuel.
And one tyre.
So did he have a puncture?
Yeah. Left. Was there a touch then between Kobayashi and the 42 at turn 11? Is that replay?
I'm not so sure about that.
It might have been closer than we thought.
I don't think there was a touch. Not unless it was out of our sight. I didn't see a touch.
Okay. Puncture for Straka confirmed by the team on Twitter.
Board now with Anthony Davidson. Power issues. The explanation for him dropping back. Still putting in times, it should be said, that pretty equal to what Porsche were producing early in the race, John.
Tweet of the race so far goes to Cam Walsh, who's en route to JFK, somewhere over North Carolina at the moment at 30,000 feet, and he's managed to get the in-flight Wi-Fi with the FIA WEC app. That might be the best use of technology ever, Cam. I hope you can still hear us. Here's the third position battle in GTE Pro.
Only man we're talking to going quicker than these guys.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. How does the interweb keep up when you're going that fast?
This bloke on the ground running really fast on aerial.
Seems reasonable.
It's a great
Cam,
shot.
Thanks for tuning in. This is the third place battle. Hope you're enjoying this at the moment. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. Sam Bird versus Fernando Reis.
That's Reis coming back at the Ferraris after the pit stops. He's been putting in great lap times. Let's come back at these turbo-powered Ferrari 488s. His first target, Sam Bird, third in class, and pulled the 71 car. That's been new look driver lineup for both Ferraris this year, of course. They have Corsa cars as Reis looking to get by the KCMG car. In now, the number 26 car. This is Rennie Rast from second position in LMP2.
That stayed in there.
That feels a little early.
Yeah, new set of Dunlops, and Rennie stayed in. Double stint then.
That's Ironman stuff.
That very impressive indeed. Quite a lot of people have been asking us about the future of the race here at COTA now that the IMSA series is going to a May date. It wasn't possible for the FIA to accommodate that May date because of the run-in towards Le Mans, although that was the original thought. S&P Racing pit there with Mika back in the pit lane.
He's raced, of course, on that team before.
He has indeed.
This is S&P Racing under the auspices of...
New second place in LMP2. Graham Mann has gone through on RGR. That's Matt Rao getting the best out of his tyres towards the end of his stint. Just finishing off the thought about the race here. We are yet to find out the full details of the FIA WEC calendar for 2017. You can go online and have a look at the European part of the calendar because Silverstone, Spa, Le Mans and the Nürburgring have already published their dates. After that, we are yet to find out what is going on, and that announcement, I'm sure, will be coming soon, and that's when we'll find out about the immediate future, at least, of the Circuit of the Americas on the WEC calendar. Louise has got some striking news for us. Go ahead, Louise.
Yes, so Johnny came in fourth at Puncture.
Hearing Louise at the moment on there. Sorry, Louise, can't put you to air at the moment, so you're going to have to tell us on the talk back. My apologies. So Johnny Kane came in with the puncture for Straka. Then it wouldn't restart. There was a power issue. They thought it might have been overheating, so they've just tried to cool it down a wee bit, as Mark Lieb is being cooled down by the fan.
That's Mark Lieb's biggest fan.
No, he's got a bigger fan than that.
A big fan than that.
Much bigger fan than that. Huge it is. Lotterer and Jarvis are 5 seconds apart at the head of the field as we come to the end of another half an hour of racing. And we're looking for pit stops in about another 6 laps time. Ollie Jarvis, as I say, about 5 seconds away from his teammate, but the gap is opening up again, and now it's becoming half to 3/4 of a second a lap every lap. Victor Scheitai in the pit lane, the 37 LMP2 car, started the pit stop round last time for the LMP2s, and so does again.
Pattern really, John, as we watch still this battle between Maurice trying to get onto terms with Sam Bird. Pattern is Kaburi Kobayashi, broadly speaking, catching Neil Yanni sometimes just by tenths, but both of them catching Brendan Hartley. So the gap between 3rd and 5th at the moment is something under 10 seconds. Brendan Hartley now 55 seconds off the lead, and the Audi's romping away. We have not seen this season, nothing like it. This deep into a race, 90 minutes into the race, and whereas we've been used to seeing on pace the Audis and the Porsches battling, at the moment it's the Porsches and the Toyotas battling for the minor positions.
It's a different type of race, but it's nonetheless interesting as far as I'm concerned, because what we're watching here, Graham, is Audi trying to negate that extra stop that they know they have to make. They can only do, they tell us, around 28 laps. They think Porsche can do 29, and Toyota, should they want to, could do 30 now. They chose last time not to do that. They chose to spend less time in the pits, and that worked for them. And Neil Charney is only 5 seconds behind Brendan Hartley. They might choose to do that again. That's how it stands. Stefan Rakelmi, 47 seconds ahead of Matt Rao, 36 from 44. Ricardo Gonzalez is in 3rd position, 2.9 seconds further back. So there's a slight stumble there because of the information that was being passed to me by Louise Beckett apologies that we can't get her on the air for you. Probably just as well, because the mental picture that's been conjured up includes Nick Manassian being hosed down with cold water out the back of the paddock.
Wearing only his underwear. But I think that's what it is.
Tells you how cold it is.
What it is a kind of an indication of, John, as we look now at the number 2 Porsche blasting by that number 71, of course, Ferrari. What it is an indication of is how tough it is for these guys to get anywhere close to a double stint. It really is the extremes.
Well, let's see with René Rast. He was the one who went back out in... no, it's not. It's Rusinov. So Rusinov got in. René Rast must have got out. I was going to say that would have been Iron Man stuff. Timing telling us it's Roman Rusinov in the 26 car. Pretty good times though, 2 minutes flat last time around. He was the quickest in LMP2. He's a very good silver, but he is a silver. I have no problem
absolutely.
with that.
I'm questioning whether or not René Rast is in the best of health today. That was a short stint from René, and he didn't qualify yesterday.
No, he didn't. So going back to the strategy at the front of the field, this is Audi trying to negate their disadvantage for running diesel. Diesel is a more efficient fuel, you get more mileage out of it, so on equalisation of technology, they don't get as much of it, but it takes them quite a long time to fill. 71 and 97 still battling together for third position. Fernando Reis still putting the pressure on Sam Bird. No one can do it on an exact number of stops. It stops plus the splash, if you like, or the additional stint for Toyota, if we stay green all the way through, would be 12 laps. For Porsche it would be 20. For Audi 24, I think we decided. As in comes the 36 from the lead, Stefan Rakelmi of LMP2.
If Matt Rao doesn't pit this time around,
Manor will lead the race.
Will lead the race again.
So Audi are trying to build up, I think, enough time at 56 seconds for the leader and 51 for second. Enough time to get in, do a pit stop and get out again without losing the lead. Then at that point, they have the advantage, or at least no disadvantage, to the rest of the field. Reminder, if you're just joining us, Porsche started the race on new rubber on the 1 and the 2 car. Audi and Toyota both using new Michelins and changing 2 new Michelins at the first stop, as did Porsche. Toyota have the advantage there because they only used 1 set of new tyres in qualifying. The other manufacturers used 2, and you only have 6 sets for qualifying in the race. Matt Rao has pitted,
therefore will not lead the race.
Roman Rusinov could lead the race here as he comes through next time around. Will do, in fact.
No, because Rakelmi, I'm not sure whether Rusinov...
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah. Close.
Rakelmi's back out again. Good stop by Manor. Fire, go.
Good to see them back on form.
Yes. And they now are concentrating on running a racing car as fast as they can, rather than worrying about their brake wear. Three and a half seconds between the lead. There's a change for third position in the GTE Pro category, with Fernando Reis back into the Aston Martin team for Richie Stanaway, taking the Valero car to third position, the 97 car. A lot of those fuel stations around here, so that colour scheme very apposite in this marketplace. News from the 26G drive pits. René Rast is fine, but yes, it was a little bit of a shorter stint.
That, I'm sure, will have been to do with how he felt the tyres were lasting, putting them where they needed to be. Meanwhile, it looks to me like Sam Bird thinks he's not quite done with that position yet, thank you very much, and he'd quite like it back. It looks like the Aston Martin has got much the better speed down that start-finish straight. 3 lights now along the side of the 97 car. We follow Marta Ferrari back into mission control for AF Corsa.
I'll tell you somebody who's on a double stint, and that's Ricardo Gonzalez in the 43. Oh, here we go. Andrea Lotterer in, and it will be another single stint for Audi. Andrea Lotterer gets out.
And another welcome back to racing, this time for Benoit Treluet.
Slides himself in.
He'd hurt himself in a cycling accident, did he not?
28 lap stint on the nose for Lotterer, exactly as Audi said it would be. So slightly short in the first stint. Now,
Jarvis goes through to lead, meanwhile, and then a brake car.
Yeah, but we haven't had the Porsche through yet. Still waiting for Brendan Hartley.
Now he goes through.
Okay. Let's have a look at the tyres that are going on. This is another set of new tyres going on the Audi. Oh, now that was an interesting one. Didn't look like they were doing their normal ballet act roundabout. I wonder if they had a gun failure there. Down and away for Audi Sport Team Yost number 7, and let's have a listen to hear what Brendan Hartley's been told.
Brendan, 3 laps, make sure you're drinking.
Well, that was self-explanatory.
And Ben Treluet emerges 5th position for the number 7 Audi. And Davidson didn't quite manage to take the position back. In meanwhile comes briefly the new leader, Oliver Jarvis. It was a 1 minute and 30 second stop, or rather 1 minute and 30 seconds on pit road for the number 7 car.
That's quite long, actually.
It's long compared
to the start, the first one. And it comes to the number 8.
Maybe a minor issue there, John.
Yeah. I do think they had a little problem there. Oh, and the driver getting out a little bit slowly as well. Now, it was new tyres on the 7 car, I'm fairly certain. Are we going to see the used set going on for Luca Di Grassi?
Watch this, Roman Rizzo meanwhile is back up in 2nd position in LMP2.
Checking brake discs for that car as well. No tyre change allowed, of course, as the fuel's going in. That's why there's a slight cessation of action. Through goes Brendan Hartley and leads. Forces a pit stop, of course.
Indeed.
So they look like used to me.
Yes.
They look like used to me. Down and away. So there's the first set of used Michelins, I believe, on the Audis. I'm pretty certain the 7 took new. They looked shiny.
Makes sense to split that strategy, John. If you've got that advantage on track, it makes sense at this stage to split it, because if there is a major issue, it affects just the 1 car.
Oh, and 8's got out ahead of 7, so that's a change on the pit stops. Di Grassi
4
ahead.
seconds quicker on the pit stop.
Yeah,
that's what's made the difference.
I think they had a gun problem on the 7 car. So they were 4 seconds apart when they came in. They're now absolutely together. 4th position, these two, but with all of the cars ahead, owing us a pit stop in the next couple of laps. So these guys don't trip each other up here. Lucas and Benoit Treluet have to work together exactly as they did earlier on.
So at present, though, only there's those pit stops, it is Porsche, Toyota, Hartley, Gianni Kobayashi, then Lucas Di Grassi, Ben Treluet. There they are. Formation lap break.
Ominous look, isn't it, in this evening light here? The shadows lengthening, and they really highlight the colours.
45 minutes until sundown, and there's a loop for which of the... It's a 31.
I think it's the 31 car.
Chris Cumming.
I think it's Chris Cumming.
And if it is, that's his outlap.
And that also means he's doing a double stint. It also means he's doing a double stint. Yeah, it was Chris Cumming.
Yes, indeed.
Here is the number 2. Porsche, Neil Yanni.
He's getting out the car. Mark Lee will get aboard.
Now, we need to see the tyres going on. Mark Lee's distinctive multicoloured blue helmet. A little bit of a problem getting the screen tear off sorted, but it's done now.
Smoking rear brakes.
All of this time is okay because the fuel's going in. They're new tyres, Graham, aren't they? Michelin still use a silver compound as a release agent from their racing tyre mould, and it leaves a distinctive sheen on the tyres. You can clearly see, even from the camera pictures that we're getting in the pit lane, that they are brand new tyres. So remind me, Graham, which way did it work out? It was the 8 Audi that took the used tyres, wasn't it? Correct. Right, write that down, that'll be important later.
Brendan Hartley on a tear on his first 2 stints, but balked a little on what we think will be his in-lap.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a quick lap. Still going to be a quick lap. Here he comes into the pit lane now.
Nice and slow into the box, everyone's overshooting.
So tell Timo you've got a really nailed line. Be careful of passing on the outside. Turn 8 outside is okay.
Passing information on to Timo Bernhard, who will be taking over from him. Turn 8 outside's okay, but other places difficult. He's talking about where the pickup is. Now onto the concrete apron. Nice and slow. Don't want you to overshoot.
Everyone's overshooting is what I'm saying. Slippery there.
Beautiful. Lovely. Well done, Brendan. I wonder if that was the problem for the Audi. He'd gone a little bit too far. They couldn't get the other airline around, because it seemed odd for the guy at the right front seemed to be waiting with the tyre for the guy with the gun to come to him, and that doesn't normally happen.
So Toyota lead the race.
Yeah. Kobayashi still with a lap or 2, I think, before he makes his second pit stop. The only one of the LMP cars, LMP1 hybrids, that haven't. In LMP2, Riquelme from Rusinov by 24 seconds. Nicky Team leads for Aston Martin in Pro, and Dallalana for Aston Martin in AM.
Can we box this up, press speed confirm, driver change with Steph.
There's rain on the back straight. There's rain on the back straight. Can you believe that? It's coming out of a clear blue sky again, unless he was squirting the windscreen, which I'm pretty certain he wasn't. Or unless he's leaking something. And Davidson in. That's another set of new tyres. Toyota have one more set of tyres, brand new, than the other manufacturers.
Stefan Sarazan awaits the arrival of the number 6 car from the lead.
I love the way these guys casually pick up a wheel and tyre combination that weighs as much as a small car. Does one with each hand. That's Audi. That's not, it's Porsche, excuse me. They're using those disced wheels as well. First time I've noticed that this weekend. So when this all shakes out, we're going to have the 2 Audis back in the lead again. But by how much? It was nearly 50 seconds, 50 seconds when they went in. They've lost some time in the pit lane because they stood still longer, getting more fuel, and particularly the Ben Trellier. Here comes the number 6. That was right on the marks, wasn't it? Is that big hanging off there?
A fine stint from Japanese driver. Lucas Degrassi, meanwhile, has gone through into the lead. Ben Trellier 2 seconds back in second position. Kobayashi will be replaced on this car by
Stefan Sarazan, excuse me.
I should say, by the way, Kaz Nakajima has taken over in the number 5 car, now in 6th position.
Yeah. Now, Sarazan was an absolute star in Mexico. That's a bit of rubber debris on the side of the car. Yeah, definitely new Michelin's on there as well, Graham. So Timo Bernhard should go back through into 3rd, but he's going to be 55 seconds and more. 5 minus 44 seconds, I reckon. He is behind Ben Trellier. So they've taken a little bit time back in the pit stop cycle. But Luca Di Grassi leads by a second, and then it's 44 seconds back to the first of the Porsches. 13.8 seconds between the 2 Porsches, and 4 seconds back to Stefan Sarazan. and Kaz Nakajima just coming round at the moment. That battle will settle down in a moment. In LMP2, Ricardo Gonzalez on his second stint. Matt Rao, I think, also on his second stint.
I think you're right, and Matt Rao looking for a way by there, and I could see that Ricardo Gonzalez looked very busy in the cockpit, was looking for where Rao was going to make that attempt.
Third position this battle, Graham.
It's Raquelme, Rusinov, Gonzalez and Rao with this battle for third. Then the first of the SMP racing cars, the BR01 of Maurizio Mediani, is a good minute and more behind. What happened here? Oh, that's a big lock-up from Rao. That will not do those Dunlops any good whatsoever.
Came off the brakes just enough. I'm not sure. He got the front wheel spinning again, certainly. So coming round to complete another hour, Graham, in 9 minutes' time, and the second set of stops for the prototypes are complete. We'll start to see in around about 10 minutes the second set of stops for the GT cars.
I have some information about why we had that early stop for the 35.
Right.
And that was Nelson Panciatici, wasn't it? That surprised us. He got out of the car. We wondered why. Apparently lost the heel of his racing boots and couldn't brake efficiently. So I've never, ever heard that.
Well, that will just be the heat. I presume that it just detached under the heat. They tend to be stuck on with epoxy. And the glue clearly didn't. Now, danger time for the Audis as they go through traffic here.
Neatly done.
Very neatly done.
Heads up stuff there from it's James Collado, isn't it? The 51 car, running second in GT Pro, by the way. 10 seconds the good ahead of his, well, it's not his colleague anymore, is it? It's Fernando Reis now trying to chase him down, but not managing to do so at the moment. In fact, at the moment, James Collado making inroads into the car ahead of him, which is an LMP2 car with Ed Brown aboard. Brown actually pits for number 30 car now as I speak. Down the start-finish straight comes the second place car. That's Ben Trelliway.
There's definitely been some water on some of those screens. You can see where the marks are from the dust. So there's been a little splash of rain on that back straight. Not enough to wet the track. We had about 10 minutes of torrential rain at the final corner on Thursday afternoon out of a clear blue sky. Didn't actually make a flying bit of difference because the track was so hot.
And the low sun, we could see from at least one of those in-car shots, is causing a few problems for a couple of drivers here.
There's a couple of places where you're driving pretty much straight into it. Down the back straight through turn 12 and into 13. Saw it do 15. That double hairpin. Now, Timo Bernhard is taking time out of the Audis. At least he did that last lap around. 1:49.8 for Timo, 51.6 for Trelliway, and 50.8 for De Grassi.
Absolutely. Both of the Porsches, by the way, did 1 minute 19 pit stops against 1:26 and 1:30 from the Audis. They've taken about 10 seconds and more out of the second place number 7 car. So 8 from 7. Audi in what has been for, well, what seems to me for well over a season, as Matt Rao finds a way through. There's Ricardo Gonzalez, sees the number 44 car. 2 into 1 won't go.
But that's a beautiful thing. That's racing room asked for and given. The new design of hands devices with a little bit more movement of the head allows Ricardo to turn his head to one side to see where it is. There's not a lot of vision peripherally in those LMP2 cars, so you know that's great. Start to see the lights of the circuit now as well as the headlights on the cars. Now watch here, he's got the sun in his eyes. There's a faster prototype goes through, down through the gearbox. Watch to the inside. Here comes Matt Rao, and there the big look. Because the sun is shining straight into the car, you could see the head movement from Gonzalez. Both of those guys on a second stint in those LMP2 cars. And it looks like Bruno Senna is getting ready to go back in. Bruno started that car.
So we've not seen Richard Brandy get in the car.
We have not seen Richard Brandy get in that car yet. Richard raced earlier on in the weekend, didn't he?
He did. Now that will be it. He's been racing in the IMSA race in a PC car. They'll be resting him and rehydrate. That is a perfect answer, John, actually.
Very nearly had a third drive this weekend in a GT car as well.
Just greedy, I call it.
Yeah, there's definitely been... There's water come from somewhere. Again, that onboard shot of the Audi there. You can see where it's been running across the screen, and I doubt they've run the wipers because that's just disastrous. So I think we've had a little, one of those weird splashes of rain that you get sometimes here. Second place, 2 dots on the side, 4 seconds the gap as he completes his 62nd lap. This is Ben Treluet. Extraordinary the way the car's changed direction. This is him on and off the throttle, just balancing the car. Coming up through 7, 8 here. Across the top at 9. Watch the exit. Yes, that's fine. Little kink at 10. Catches you out. That comes up very quickly. Wow.
So very hot looking Christian Reed. Hensler. It's tough out there.
Said he was, I think he was talking about having trouble turning into turn 11. Which is interesting.
Spin out there somewhere for Ricardo Gonzalez. That's dropped him back a little.
Well, he's trying that second stint. Here is the battle for third position that was raging earlier. We saw Fernando Reis go by Sam Bird. Well, Sam's not let him get away.
I'm going to correct you, John. It's not been raging early. It's been raging for about an hour now.
Well, yes, it has. Through comes the number 2 Porsche of Mark Lee. David Richardson, interested spectator there. Sam Bird tries to close in on Fernando Reis. He's not let him get out of sight, Graham, has he?
He absolutely has not. But Mark Lee did look to be in a bit of a hurry there. That's because Stefan Sarazan is catching him again. It's not over, this COTA Porsche battle. Now this is going to be a huge frustration, I'm sure, to the Porsche guys. As the Audis hit form, then so do the Totas.
Mark Lieb, a 52 flat last time against Timo Bernhard's 49.6 and a 49.9 by Salazar.
Could be traffic. We'll keep an eye on those lap times.
Lost a lot of time in the second sector, which is the twisty bit. So if you get stuck behind someone, that can happen.
Absolutely.
He was going past the Bird
71
and Reis battle, so that's fine. 48.8 though for Degrassi, who's starting to stretch the legs of the number 8 car again. Now, I've got to tell you something, Graham. Timo Bernhard is keeping those Audis much more honest and to stabilise that gap. It's not going out as it was earlier on.
I completely agree, and it's beginning, I'm guessing, beginning to cool. That, by the way, that lap time was not affected by those 2 GT cars. It was the previous lap. So the getting by the Ferrari Aston Martin battle would be the current lap.
So the pit lane is now in the shade, which is good news for Louise Beckett and the rest of the team. As the temperature begins to fall, there's been an off-track excursion for the number 7 car. turn 12, so he's ran on at the end of the back straight. Didn't lose a lot of time looking at his splits, so he must have been having a decent lap. He's lost about a second, if that. Lucas de Grassi now has a 5.6 second lead. Timo Bernhard is impressing me here mightily, Graham.
He's
at least a second a lap quicker than Mark Leib in the Porsche. Now, the other Porsche, we think they both put on tyres that were new. Here's how it stands at 2 hours down, a third distance, 6 seconds between the two Audis, then 49 seconds back to the first of the Porsches.
Not a lap, just at the point at which they've timed that.
Correct, exactly.
Further 16 seconds back for Mark Leib, so about 65 seconds off the overall leader, and then a further 7.5 seconds back now for Stefan Sarrazin. But then in P2, Riquelme in the 36, and the 26.
The interesting thing about that, Graham, is the faster of the two Audis is the one that took the used tyres. 4 hours to go here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Is that trouble for the 83 car? The championship, it is trouble for the 83 car. This is the championship leading.
Oh my goodness.
Ferrari 458 in the garage, and with attention to in the engine bay. We hadn't spotted that one until picked up there. It's potentially rather bad news. Convincing championship leaders, the 83. But that's not going to help them. So they push towards the end of this season and consider what comes next. And what comes next for Francois Perrodo might well be a move a little higher up this grid. Do not be surprised if the team that Francois is currently driving for emerges in LMP2 next year.
Osfreak.
Way off there, sorry, the number 7 car ran way off.
Yeah, that was a 12, that was a moment or two ago. Ran on at 12, gets it back. Cost him about a second. Osfreak asking why no helicopter footage. We're right next to an airport here, and it depends which way the airport is working. We did have some pictures from earlier on in the week, and you might have seen some in our build-up as well. But depending on which way the wind's blowing and which runways they use, sometimes you can't get a helicopter up here. Dave Alcock saying how high the lateral G is here, it's surprising him. LMP1's pulling over 3 Gs in through the S's and made it look absolutely easy. Fire in the pit lane, fire on the 88, quickly dealt with. It's underneath the car. That looks to be spilled fuel that goes in there, and the safety crew's in very quickly indeed. That's where the filler is on the Porsche.
Frustration.
So that's an overfill. Now they've got to clean it off.
It's the foam underneath the car. Big mess.
Very quick action by the team and by our pit lane marshalling crew. Heads up work from all of them. Just a reminder that we have got the championship leading Ferrari in the pit lane. Francois Perrodo brought in a couple of laps ago, and that car is being worked on with the engine cover off. So if you're seeing that car dropping down the timing and scoring at WEC.com, that is why. Adam Carroll from second place in the AM category in the Gulf UK racing car. Also Pierre Rags in from third in the AM category.
Great run from the 86 car there.
Again.
But fabulous stuff from Paul Dell'Anna holding off a drive of the quality of Adam Carroll in that Porsche. And Adam did not make huge inroads into the Aston Martin's advantage there.
Now just have another look at this. Oh, right, exhaust first and then through the front. Now that is a bit of a worry. You saw that clearly starting at the back, so that spilled fuel somewhere underneath that car, catching either a hot brake disc or a hot exhaust at the back of that Porsche. Now, you don't set fuel alight, you set fuel vapour alight, and it immediately went straight back down the car. Now, that would be a bit of a worry to me there, Graham.
Well, scary moment for David Hansen, just getting aboard the car. Does tend to attract some of this bad luck, I'm afraid, this season. I mean, it repeats, but they come here on the back of the first win, said earlier in the programme for the Abu Dhabi Proton Porsche crew. So it doesn't look at the moment as if they're on course to repeat that.
Timo Bernhard goes quicker. 1:48.747. Just a couple of tenths slower than Lucas Di Grassi, but he's closing in just a tenth or two or three at a time on Ben Treluer. Now, it's still a big gap, let's not get this wrong, but this is a slight swing in terms of performance. I think the Audis liked it hot, the Porsches like it cool, and maybe that's the same for the Toyotas. Do they like it hot? Very threatening clouds to the east of the racetrack at the moment.
Onto pit road for the number 44 Manor Motorsport car.
Well, nasty incident down there for David Ennemeyer Hansen. Here's his teammate Khaled El Khabazi in the 88 pit.
I can see the pain on your face. That was a tough stint, first of all.
Yeah, it was very hot and very tough. And also with the sun setting down on the back straight in the last sector, it's very hard to see the corners and see the prototypes behind when you get a blue flag. But yeah, I'm happy it's over. And next stint will be in the night, cooler weather.
What happened out there in the pit lane with the fire?
I have no idea. I just saw the fire like all of you here. And I'm waiting to debrief from the team what happened. But yeah, things like this happen. We just have to focus and do our best and try to make up for it in the race.
Thank you.
Khaled, pretty sanguine.
Yeah.
Waiting to be told by the experts what happened. I think that's the right way to do it.
Matt Guest just looking at the replay there, seeing what I was seeing, looked like the fuel filler team member was gesturing that he'd had a problem with the hose, so maybe it hadn't closed off properly. We saw that with the Ford, of course, at the Nürburgring German rounds a couple of events ago. Setting sun on the back straight. It'll drop down in a wee moment behind the grandstands, but for right now the tinted visor is down on the helmet of Luca Di Grassi. That's a smart move. Now, this is significant, Graham, because ahead of that Audi number 8, the leader is Kaz Nakajima in the number 5 Toyota. And this is the opportunity to put a lap on one of your competitors.
We've done that, John, or about to do it in just over 2 hours.
Yeah.
That marks progress for Tota, I have to say.
Well, and the pace that we saw in the heat of the day, we've got some very hot races coming up. They'll be, I think, pretty happy about that.
That's,
did you see the indicator flashing there?
Exactly that.
That was
done.
really classy stuff from Kaz Nakajima on the right-hand side of the rear aerofoil, the wing. Indicator flashing. I see you. I haven't got the pace right now. I'm not going to fight. Come on through. So that is the first of the leading cars to go a lap down.
Visibly, what looking sun heading towards the horizon, shadows lengthening. 20 minutes or so before sundown here. There it is, big orange ball in the sky. We won't be seeing much more of that in Europe much longer.
Oh, come on.
You can see there, full in the face, it goes by the Ferrari to the right-hand side. Great shot there from the car in the Audi. Ben Trellier 7 seconds back from Lucas de Grassi in the 149s. Responding now, I think, to the charge from Timo Bernhard. 71 car pits immediately. Sam Bird will cede the seat to Davide Rigon. Car, of course, taking fuel. And here, of course, a crew ready with tyres. Yeah, it is indeed Davide Rigon. It's been a stellar crew since coming together at the start of this season. There we go. It's been a while since we've seen any of Ford's progress, but this car, by the way, with Marino Franchitti pitting the car, 4th position now, and ahead of the 51 Ferrari. So Jimmy Bruni out of sequence. Leapfrogs both the 67 Ford and the 71 Ferrari. Fantastic stuff. Balletic and pitch perfect. That car, beautifully done. Hearing from lots of fans seeing these cars for the first time, how extraordinary they find the kind of way in which they can change direction, particularly through the S's, where you can get a good view here. Big piece of rubber scarring on the windscreen of the number 6 Toyota. Make its way through. Past 77 Porsche there, the 97 Aston Martin there. Here from Stefan Sarazan's colleague, Mike Conway, who's down with Louise on pit lane.
Well, Mike Conway's looking fairly fresh considering.
Yeah, well, I had time to cool off. No, it's warm in the car for sure, but with a single stint, it's not too bad. So, but yeah, tough first stint. There was a delay on the lights, so they were red still. We didn't know if it was green until last minute going into turn 1, and then on the first lap, I kind of had some big fuel cuts and yeah, lost some position. So yeah, unfortunately, couldn't gain any or keep my position at the start, but Kamui done a good job in that stint and pulled us back up there. And yeah, we're still close to the Porsche, so we just got to keep at them and see if we can get in front of them.
You had a nice little battle going on with Romain Dumas.
Yeah, I was close to them. I lost a little bit of ground in traffic and I couldn't quite catch it back up. But yeah, I thought I was quicker than him in the beginning, but in the end, we didn't quite have the pace to stay there.
A little bit of a tough move that he made on you.
Yeah, I mean, I expected it, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, it's so different on the first lap with being able to override boost and fuel. Sometimes you can get different cuts in different places, so yeah, it can be quite tricky.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Well, Mike Conway there, expected it. He was a bit of a chop from Romain Dumas as the two cars went almost head-to-head down the start-finish straight. Toyota, I think, will be mightily encouraged with the relative improvement in form, able to battle for at least a little while with, well, they'll probably be more astonished that it was the Porsches. But, still running, both cars, 5th and 6th. Stefan Sarazan 30 seconds or so ahead of Kaz Nakajima, and trying to stay in touch with Mark Lieb ahead. The gap from Stefan Sarazan up to Mark Lieb, under 9 seconds still, so they're in touch. Quick, there's number 7 Audi making its way through LMP2 traffic. Oh, those battling LMP2s. 7 up and over the curbs. That would have been uncomfortable for Ben Trellier.
Just a word on Straka. They've been back into the pits for an electrical issue, changed the parts, but the problem's back again. Possibly a heat-related issue. 3 hours 45 minutes of this race still to run. Live from Texas and the Circuit of the Americas, Graham Goodwin and John Hindhaugh with Louise Beckett's down in the pit lane. And the fact, we'll pop down to Louise in just a second or two. Romain Dumas is taking a breath. See what he thought about that move on Mike Conway.
Well, Romain, you've had time to cool down now, but it's been tough out there.
Oh yeah, it was quite hot, yeah, for sure. First stint not easy, as we expect. The Audi are stronger than us when it's very warm. Now it starts to cool down a little bit, so should be better for us. But anyway, the temperature is still very high, so yeah, it will be a difficult race. We knew before, but yeah, we do our best for sure, and we will see.
It's not just the Audis you need to think about, you're also getting pressure from the Toyotas.
Yeah, you are right. But yeah, I mean, the Audi so far are so much ahead that, and the Toyota are also pushing. So we do our own race, you know, for the championship also. And we will see at the end. We try our best and wait and see.
Now this temperature is cooling down, do you think there's things you can start to play with a little bit?
Yeah, normally, I mean, we were always better when it's cooler, you know, we are always stronger at the end of the race, so hopefully we'll go in this direction again today.
Thank you.
New driver suit, new underwear. He hasn't had to get back into a sticky one. Nothing worse when you've done your stint than having to pull on a damp balaclava. So in comes Aston Martin number 97. This will start the next set of pit stops in the GTE Pro category. Fernando Reis. Sorry, that ends the set of pit stops in the category. That car cycled through to the head of the field, ahead of its teammate Marco Sorensen and the 95 car. So that car will drop back down, through goes the 95. Dunlops for the Aston have proved very successful on the Pro car. Dunlop's first victory, and they were sticker tyres. You could actually see the sticker on them. First win in WEC competition.
For GT Pro?
For GT Pro, yes indeed, sorry, yes. I thought that would have gone without saying, really.
Of course. So
Dunlop runners, I'm sure, in common with everyone else, will be shifting, or thinking of shifting to a slightly different compound as it begins to cool down in the evening. There's been little or no cloud cover since the start of the race as we continue to watch the SMP and RGR battling away for fourth position, that being Ricardo Meri and Kirill Ladigin. Excuse me, Bruno Senna and Kirill Ladigin. Roberto Meri's 25 seconds up the road. Blue car is that BR01. Did you say there were 6 of those chassis that have been built? There's 4. There's 4 here, of course. 2 racing and 2 testing. 2 spares rather, and 2 effectively customer chassis that now really very little use unless they go somewhere like the Asian Le Mans Series, where the current LMP2 cars are going to be allowed to continue to race for a couple of 3 years.
Through to 2019, the current spec of cars, and we'll hear next week about the expected grid in Asia for the coming season, which is a winter season, of course.
I think that's going to be very interesting, Graham. I do. Some worrying news from the pit lane, Graham.
Yes, hearing from Louise Beckett that some news that came our way now confirmed that Nelson Panciatici came in after a very short period of time in the 35 car as that move is made, and Bruno Senna goes ahead of Kirill Ladigin.
Nice.
Rather sadly, Nelson Panciatici has had to go to the medical centre. I think with some straight off the circuit there for the BR01. And he's pulled off again. He had just hit a problem there, stopping the car. Something must have broken. So to complete the point before we talk about this car, that Nelson Panciatici has gone to the medical centre. Don't believe we will see Nelson back in action in this race. So hope he is be basically okay. Watch this again. That's the move being made. Absolutely no problem whatsoever there. Contact, but in through the S's. Flicker the lights and then straight on.
So that looks like the car just died on him. Is that another master switch issue? Yeah,
lights
he's
off again.
He's dead stick there, Graham. Now that's the outside of turn 5, just to keep that rolling.
This is heat again, John.
It could be. Did we know this is a heat-related problem for Nelson Panciatici, or do we not know? Confirmed a heat-related problem, yeah. Thank you, Lou. Now, Kirill Ladegan is desperately trying to recycle that car and get it going again. He's looking behind. I don't think he wants to get out of that car. He's pushing the button, but I don't think there's anything happening. And now he's going to get out. And this may well have a slow zone, or a full course yellow even. Full course yellow's coming in 30 seconds.
So this is potentially critical for anybody close to their pit window. We've seen this before. It doesn't affect generally shouldn't affect the gaps of the cars on track, but if you can get your pit stop in at this point.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
15 seconds to go full course yellow.
Oh, sorry. I don't count the same ways. We can't.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Perfect example there of how that works. Everyone is listening, and as the teams are told at the same time, well, that's nice. In and out for CLM. Oh, and do you know what? Of course, as we call the full course yellow, in comes the Audi number 7, Ben Treluet. Now, this might not work for them, because I think this is going to be a short yellow. Very short yellow. They're going to do a driver change, so this is not a quickie chase. So they've gone off strategy here, Graham.
It's Fessler getting in, back in.
That's just 22 laps by my calculations.
So Swiss driver aboard the number 7.
So that was
rubber scarring on the side of the cockpit.
Do you know what, Graham? That's so close to their extra stint, though.
Very close.
I wonder if that's what they're thinking. Now,
Webber's ready.
Must be new tyres as well. No, scrubbed. They are used tyres going on the 7. So this is the 7 getting a used set. The 8 did it before. This is the 7 for Audi putting the set of used. So remember, just 6 sets of new slick rubber allowed from qualifying through to the end of the race. Little stutter, put away.
Ladegan, meanwhile, has got that car back to... Oh, no, it's the 27 in.
That was a super quick stop to put tyres on as well, but they didn't need a full load of fuel there.
37 appears to have stopped again.
Fessler is in the 7 car, and I don't think he's lost second place.
No, because Bernard's come in pits. Bernard is pitted. So
I don't think he would have lost it anyway.
No, 8. He wouldn't, John. 8 leads the race from 7, then 1. This is a big advantage for Audi at this point.
Well, it's a big, yeah, well. And here comes Timo. Is he going to get out? Yes, he is. So same thing. And that's Mark Webber getting into the number 1 car.
Now the irony is, the 37 car has got moving again and has gone through.
Yes, it has.
So has not pitted.
I think it was just a master switch problem. New tyres again. The difference in the sheen on those tyres. Out goes the 36. That's from the lead of LMP2 and has got out without losing the lead. Rakelmi back out again. Roman Rusinov has not come round yet. Huge advantage for them.
That's them getting back onto the same number of pit stops as the G-Drive squad.
Well, that's a free pit stop for them,
effectively, yeah. Out comes the number 1.
So much depending on where you are on the track and how close you are. Here's the number 2 for Porsche. Mark Lee brought that car in.
6 COTA, meanwhile, is also out there.
I think that was a driver change there as well. Stefan Sarazan coming in.
No, Stefan Sarazan is going to stay aboard, John.
Yeah, he is. But remember, this is a short stint for these guys. Electric power has always been the take-off method by the Toyota. It's rather scary when you're in the pit lane. Last vestiges of sunlight over to the west of the circuit, as we're still on this first full course yellow. Full course yellow meaning that effectively the race is neutralised as the five's about to come in for Kaz Nakajima. Everyone does 80 kilometres an hour. You're not allowed to pass, but the safety car doesn't roll, so you're not closing up the gaps. And it's a much more nuanced art of finding the advantage of pitting here than it would be under, say, a safety car where it's just, oh yeah, let's go in and have a pit stop.
Absolutely right. It is Romain Dumas, by the way, aboard the number 2.
30 seconds back to greens. These guys need to get a wiggle on, because you do not want to be caught in the pits at the end of a full course yellow when everyone else speeds up. And this is our leader, Luca Di Grassi. He's taken him a very long time, of course, to come round.
On standby, green, we are at 10, 9, 8,
Lloyd
7,
Duval getting back
6,
in.
5, 4, 3, 2, green.
There is the second place car. Green flag is out. Di Grassi needs to be rolling, otherwise he's going to lose the lead here. And remember, this car's already done its pit stop. Oh, a little bit deep into turn 20 for Marcel Fessler. Where's his teammate? Look to the left-hand side.
Not rolling.
Not rolling yet.
No,
Here he comes. It's going to be the two Audis together. Well, this is not as bad as it could have been. The two Audis back together, and it will be the 8 who holds on to the lead, but only just, and perhaps not even. Now, what I didn't see is what tyres went on the 8 there, Graham.
No, we didn't see that, I'm afraid, John. But darkness is falling pretty rapidly.
The camera's actually making it look much lighter than it is. But you can see from the effect that the headlights are having, they're casting shadows on the track. Also, the lights around the circuit. It is lit a little bit, this circuit. So I make it then that the honours are even there, because both Audis, both Porsches and both Toyotas all got in and out in that full course yellow.
Just. In the case of the second Audi, just.
They lost about 5 or 6 seconds, but that's all.
Kaz Nakajima, meanwhile, another man that went down to continue aboard his car, comes back out in the number 5 Toyota.
Yeah, they've lost out a little bit, the 5 car, then, because well, they were already off the lead lap, so okay, they've lost a bit, but not too much.
No, there's a change, John. There's a change. Sarazan ahead of Dumas.
Yeah, Sarazan has got ahead of Dumas. Good spot there, Graham, but just by 0.2 of a second. I think that's hammered on the track, and there's the visual confirmation of it. 6 ahead.
They didn't take tyres. They didn't take tyres.
48 second stop for Sarazan. You're absolutely right. But it'll be a change down towards turn 11. That's correct. That was a splash of fuel, no tyres. Wow, Toyota really rolling the dice here then. But what they've done effectively is they've done their splash with that car.
Absolutely.
And some. And they've got their set of tyres that they needed to use. Remember, they only have to reuse 1 set of tyres here. Everyone else has to use 2. Strategies all over the place here. I love it. Trying to work this out is like watching 6 people all playing the same 3D chess game. Both sides at the same time.
Absolutely. And all the same colour. So as it settles, it's the FIWC, it's not settled. As it settles after those pit stops, the gaps, Loic Duval leads the race. Number 8, Audi R18 ahead of Marcel Fessler. 1.3 seconds is the gap at the end of their lap 78. 40.6 seconds from the lead, 38.8 back from Fessler. It was Mark Webber in the number 1 Audi. Romain Dumas, we've just seen on screen there, reclaims 4th position, briefly taken by the number 6 COTA, but Dumas is 25 seconds back from his teammates, 65 seconds back from the lead.
Nelson Panciatici will not get points here this weekend. Hasn't done his hour, but has had the good sense to take himself to the medical centre.
Correctly so, and not an issue in the championship. They've had some bad luck in the 35 car. This is the latest bit of it, but not going to harm what is not, I'm afraid, a championship. Going to be a championship year for Panciatici. Wish him well. Not a pleasant thing with exhaustion.
But he's got his visor flipped up now in that 7 car, Marcel Fessler. He's got a camera pointing back at the driver. Turns into turn 11 now, down the back straight. The sun now not the issue. The darkness will be in a moment, but you can see the lighting towers, both sides of the track, pointing down the track, so they're not in the driver's eyes, of course. It's lovely to watch this, isn't it, the man at work?
Watching the GTM battle here. This is the number 78 and 86 Porsches. This is the battle for 3rd position in GTM. Class still led by the Aston Martin, number 98, Matthias Lauda now at the wheel. The 50 Corvette, Lars van Johan, a new addition to that team, rating Taki Yamagishi this time out, 2nd, and then it's the battle for 3rd between the 2 Porsches, the KCMG car, 78 with Joel Mathias, Mike Wainwright now aboard his number 86 Gulf Racing UK Porsche. I think he's just lost that 3rd position actually, as one of the Toyotas comes up to buy the new 3rd place car. Hop over the curbs there from the number 5. That's Nakajima, 35 seconds back from his teammate Stefan Sarazan. Into the 147s, relatively clear lap for the Audi that time around. 5 seconds is his gap. So this is an interesting period of the race, John. You start to lose a little bit of the air temperature, the sun going down. Will that bring the race back to one of the other leading teams? It's not such a mighty lead that it can't be affected by misfortune or an issue for one or another car.
Now, Graham, in Mexico, we saw mistakes and penalties deciding the LMP2 race, and the 36th leading car and the 26th second are under investigation for their full course yellow speeds. Let's go down the pit lane. Here's Wolfgang Ulrich.
Dr. Ulrich just said to me, it's a little bit warm out here, isn't it? Are you finding it hot?
Yeah, it's really hot. I mean, especially for the guys in the cars and for the mechanics. The good thing is the sun is going down now, so this will help a little bit. But it's still a long race to go.
What does that temperature change mean for you and tyres and drivers, actually?
Yeah, we will decide if it is possible to go maybe on double stints, but this is not decided yet. We're going to wait. Our performance is good. If we can keep it like this, we will look at if it's the time to come. Maybe we can go on a double.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Porsche do seem to have an advantage now consistently. Mark Webber 49.9 took 3 seconds out of Marcel Fessler that last lap around, and that's the sort of gap, that's the sort of disadvantage you've got to start looking at. So whatever is going right at Porsche, this is very good for them.
You said what an hour or so ago. The fact that there's a large gap here, it can come back. Any factor can make a major difference. Temperature is good for the latest.
Yes. A couple of people asking why the pits aren't closed under full course yellow. Some people seem to get a free pit stop. It depends. I mean, yes, you're right. If it's a very short full course yellow and you're on the other side of the circuit, you might not get round in time to have a go at it. But that was long enough for everybody to have come round to the pit lane. The reason the pits aren't closed is that we're not closing up the field. Why you close it when you put a safety car out is so that the leader gets the first choice to pit. And what happens is if safety car periods are run correctly, hang on, Hindhoff's getting his soapbox out here. Settle back with your favourite adult beverage, everybody. If it's done properly, you close the pits before you scramble the safety car. Then you scramble the safety car, pick up the leader or someone near him. Once you've got the leader and everybody else back in line behind him, then as you come round, you open the pits so the leader gets the first choice on whether to pit or not. That's how it should work. In full course yellow, there's not really any need to do that because you're not closing the field up, therefore negating the lead that the leader had. You're just freezing the field at 80 kilometres an hour. Your choice to come down the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour and burn a minute in the pit lane is yours. But ultimately, you could stay out there at 80 kilometres an hour, not lose, not gain anything in terms of ground to your competition. If that makes any sense. It's not cut and dried. Sat down with one of the Audi strategists a couple of races ago and said, okay, give me an if-then when you come in under full course yellow. It's not that easy. It depends where you are on the track, how much gap you've got back, how far through the stint you are, where your competition is on the track, and how long you think that full course yellow might be. Because if you trundle round like the 8 car did there and come in, and just as you come in the full course yellow is cancelled, then you're going to get stung if your competitors have done their pit stop under the full course yellow. So it's very, very, very careful.
It's edgy. I think I know you and I had some hard thinking about where the advantages were to be drawn, and I think the conclusion we came to is very often it's if you can be the last in and out under full course yellow, then that's where there's a potential advantage to be drawn. 3 hours 22 minutes to go. Night falling here in Texas. Circuit of the Americas hosting what, well, for now at least, will be the last dual event between the North American and the IMSA Championship as we watch.
Ryan DL had a short go today. His ride in the American Series rather had problems early on. It came back out and did a few laps later on.
Deval, meanwhile, has
pushing on. 47.7 last time around, and he's going even quicker here. That's only 7 tenths away from his fastest lap of the race, which is the fastest lap of the race on lap 4. But the gap between Mark Webber and Marcel Fessler now down to under 37 seconds. Remember, before the pit stops, that was 50 seconds, Graham.
That's Fessler having, am I right, just put on the worn tyres.
Yeah, agreed. But the 8 car went really well on the used tyres. Amazing, isn't it? It's still Audi first and second, but Mark Webber is charging in 3rd place here at Texas. So our leader comes across the start-finish line, Graham. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Braking at the 100-metre board from over 160 miles an hour, but going uphill. Remarkable swings around the outside. You can go around the outside of 2 if you've got a GT car ahead of you, Marcel Fesler.
Now, coming up to lap the other Toyota now. This will be Stefan Sarrazin,
who has already been lapped by the leader, Graham. You're absolutely right. This is the second place driver coming through. Now let's see if we can find out where Fesler's losing this time. He is quicker than his teammate in the first sector, so not there. So second sector, he's just gone through, or he's going through now, and now down the back straight. Bruno Senna's just put the fastest lap of the 43 RGR Sport car in a 57.6. That's rapid.
He's been on a real tear over the last 5 or 10 minutes as Bruno Senna.
Yeah, that's rapid in the context of those around him, Graham.
He's got about 30 seconds to make up to get onto terms with Roberto Merri, but he's taking time out of Merri, and he's getting quicker lap by lap.
Well, Marcel Fesler maybe has had the hurry up, 270 kilometres an hour. But Romain Dumas, 288 kilometres an hour down the back straight for Porsche. So things are changing around here. But certainly it looks like Fesler is going to find some of that time back that he lost last time around to Mark Webber. It might just have been traffic because Mark Webber is now delayed and goes to a 53.0. So he has indeed taken that time back, Fesler. Here's his radio.
Okay, Marcel, it seems like we have lost front downforce again. That's why you have the understeer.
Well, that's interesting.
Well, that could be rubber debris.
It could be. 49.9 though last time around by Fesler. He's the fastest of the top cars against a 50.5 by Loic Duval. The 5 of Kaz Nakajima has just gone a lap back to the 2 car, or the second car, excuse me, the 7, second place car. 12 seconds the gap between Marco Sorensen and Jimmy Bruni. Aston Martin and Ferrari 95 and 51 in the pro category. Matthias Lauda now on board the number 98. Lars Viljoen in the 50, who has replaced Yamagishi this weekend.
For this weekend?
It's just this weekend, Graham?
I believe it might be. Learning it's a tough ask to come in and be expected to perform at this level for a new addition in this company. So Lars Viljoen has picked up that baton on the second, trying to fend off the closer attentions of Joel Mathias at the moment. But front, it's about this car, the number 7 Audi, running second, trying to respond to the pressure from behind from Mark Webber's number 1 defending world champion Porsche 919. They come here looking for a hat-trick of wins, the number 1 Porsche. Well, doesn't look at the moment likely, but then again, we're not even halfway through this race yet, and the pendulum is beginning to swing back in terms of pace.
So this is looking forward for Marcel Fesler, flashing his lights. Now,
it was Fesler going by the LMP2 leading 36 Synetec Alpine of Gustavo Menezes.
Is he working harder through there? It's hard to say. He's got the rhythm beautifully, just a little bit wide through 6 and 7, and then heading up the hill through 8 and 9. Very interesting. And of course, Graham, the question is absolutely right. Why would it change? We've lost front downforce again. That's why you've got the understeer. It must be something to do with the way the air goes through the front of the car. You know, so debris. Through goes Romain Dumas through the cracking battle in LMP2 at the moment.
Not quite sure why the BR01 was flashing the Porsche.
Don't think he was happy with how he'd chopped across him, if I'm honest.
In the braking zone. But, my guess is that would have been the Porsche driver losing absolutely zero sleep over that. But Through he goes, completes the lap. Minute and 24 seconds at the moment separate the top 5. Audi, Porsche, Toyota.
Well, that's a question that I don't know the answer to, and hopefully one of the collective might. How did this 97 Aston Martin get so off kilter to everybody else, or is it just going longer every stop?
They pitted early.
Right, why?
That I don't know, but I'm sure they pitted early.
Well, they've only done the same amount of stops of everybody else, Graham, so I don't think that's true. I think they're just going longer than everyone else. The thing is, when they go longer, they get the lead for a few laps, and every time it's been a few laps more. That's why I'm asking. And I'm just wondering if they are trying to save a stop, and they've started that right from the very beginning.
You may be right. You remember that with Fernando Reis in the car, he had the car up to 3rd position, or maybe even a bit up to 2nd position at one point, just briefly.
They've led on the pit stop strategy,
but have dropped back 10 seconds back behind the 3rd place Ferrari. So there's a little bit of pace involved here, but certainly the initial drop back came, I think, with a slightly earlier pit stop off the strategy of the 95 car.
Blue flags waving, as you can see from the Magneti Marelli flag in the cab there. Beautiful view on the ESM there. Lots of information in that car. That almost sat nav sized screen is to help the drivers. It will tell them if they're exceeding track limits, it will tell them if they've got issues, it will tell them about the slow zones or the full course yellows as well. On course for about 185, 186 laps, I reckon, at the moment, maybe a little less. And Louise has just been down to the 97 pit and asked Fernando Reis. They are going a couple of laps longer every time than everyone else now.
Well, that could be very interesting at the end of this race, depending on the way that the car's fall, couldn't it?
There you go, Graham.
Not the first time we've seen that one happen.
This I can't do, well, maybe I can do in my head, but I'll...
You're going to the school of hard sums, just briefly.
I may do.
149 for the leader, Loic Duval, last time through. It's 150.4 for his teammate Marcel Fesler, but it's a 149.1 for Mark Webber. Continues to just nibble away at the advantage of the Swiss driver ahead in the number 7 Audi. Romain Dumas into the 149s as well that time. 30 seconds back from Webber. Sarrazin still in touch. It's just 10 seconds is the gap, but nowhere near a 49. It's 51.9 in fact. Last time for Sarrazin, losing a full 2 seconds to the 4th place Porsche. The gap, meanwhile, 2nd to 3rd, down to 37 seconds now. We're going through what, if we're elsewhere than Texas, might be called the gloaming. Soon to get into. Pretty close to full night conditions, and then another magical part of endurance racing begins. Racing at night, there really is nothing quite like it.
Okay, this from Aston Martin, thanks to Stephen Kilby of DSC. He's asked Dave Adams, the PR, who's in the press room behind us for Aston Martin. Thank you, Dave. Fernando and Darren are just more efficient drivers. They go longer because they drive a little smoother than the Danes. There is a chance of them leapfrogging the Ferraris in the final stint with a lighter car. So that's what they are planning for.
Game on.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple of times. Their lap times are outstanding. Darren Turner's the fastest guy in that class at the moment. And yet they're still shaving time off the guys around them. And saving fuel as well. Coming down to half distance, Graham. This is starting to get interesting. 10 seconds at the head of the field is the biggest gap we've seen for a wee while. But the Audis have stemmed the tide of the Porsches chasing them. And it is Webber and Dumas, 1 and 2, in 3rd and 4th position now. And the gap is just starting to ease out again. It's 48 seconds to the lead Audi from Mark Webber and 38 to Marcel Fesler, who's picked his pace up. And now consistently they're a half to 3/4 of a second and more quicker than the Porsches.
Positional change there in LMP2. That was Vitaly Petrov going ahead of Ryan Diel. 6th position in class. Good move there from the Russian.
That shot looking back towards the tower with the setting sun is very quickly becoming one of the iconic sports car shots.
You've used the I word, iconic, but you're right.
It is, well, it's evocative. Let's say evocative then. But, you know, there's a couple of places here that if we'd been racing here for 50 or 60 years would be as recognisable as the Dunlop Bridge at Le Mans.
Well, if you'd like
that start-finish line for a start-off.
Part of the entertainment of coming here is actually waiting at the bottom of that tower, wait for the photographers to go to the top, and then they come down disappointed because they can't find the slide, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm intrigued with this battle between Audi and Porsche and how Audi have started to pull it back. Bags of ice, not bags of sand, talking about this weekend. Stefan Sarrazin being pinged, and that was at 9 at 19. The other spot, his teammate Kaz Nakajima. No doubt that the Toyotas are pushing along. Adam Carroll's been telling Louise that the setting sun's been very difficult. Adam out of the 86 car. One of the things that Louise said earlier on, actually, that we never got to pass along, an opportunity now. The drivers are looking absolutely wrecked when they get out of the car. We've seen them. They look like they've been doused in water. Then they are going to be doused in water, but 45 minutes or so, they come back and they look fresh as daisies again.
You look at Mike Conway earlier, you know, he just looked like someone from the middle pages of GQ.
Dumas got out of the car, we saw him, he was soaked through, he gets a new set of underwear, a new set of overalls, toweled down in a shower, and he's come back, and, I mean, he's ready to go again. The recovery time of these guys, and there are people who still try and tell me that motor racing drivers are not athletes.
Well, yeah, to these guys it just looks like they've taken on one of these kind of stint and a half as a day at the spa, don't they, doesn't it? Rather than a day at spa. But you know, we've seen the guys get out the cars, even in free practice, John, and they just look completely wasted. But the recovery period that these guys have got is astonishing.
Oh, that is amazing.
Absolutely astonishing. And there they are again. We watch the cars at the head of the race putting in times exactly the same kind of times they were putting in nearly 3 hours ago. Car 8, the leader, is the latest to be given a bit of a warning. Just an advisory. Must respect track limits. It's turn 19, the exit right-hand side.
Yeah, just because it's getting dark, you can't get away with it. Sam Bird waiting for his next run in the Ferrari, number 71. 3rd position at the moment for Davide Rigon. He's 20 seconds behind Jimmy Bruni, who is still trying to chase down that in terms of Ferrari followers. Pesky Aston Martin with the Danes in it. Marco Sorensen in the 95.
That's
He's
another
11
team.
seconds ahead.
Another team like the G-Drive guys that will be wanting to make amends, and for that matter, the 8 Audi, the race they felt they should have won in Mexico City. That's a mistake from Nicky. Yeah, a mistake from Nicky team, caught out on slick tyres when the weather turned a little bit nasty. And
I'm not sure they would have beaten the 97 car. I think it should have been one or
they
two.
may well be right, but they will feel they should have done better. And they're here, back in the mix, back in the lead.
This is a busy circuit in that first sector, isn't it?
No, it's not a day off here, is it?
Roberto Meri has impressed me immensely. Actually, the whole manor effort has impressed me intensely. Well, Loudon is a massive enthusiast for sports cars and has, before his dalliance with Formula One, been a regular to Le Mans as a spectator. Got a number of cars now. I'll quickly read these numbers down: 30, 31, 51, 87 and 88. with number panel issues.
Well, check it, check the door, number panels are illuminated. Now, John, we have had issues before with some of these panels when it's been particularly hot. There have been issues with some of these illuminated door panels. These have to be lit. It is regarded as being a safety issue, particularly in darkness. Meantime, the leader in GTM has had a bit of an off-track moment at turn 12, back on and underway. But the 98's in the hands of Matthias Lauda has been outside the track limits. Mike Wainwright brings the 4th placed 86 Porsche down pit road. So we'll wait and see, but if that continues into full darkness, those cars, I'm sure, will be required to stop and fix that fault. Helps the trackside marshals, of course, to
it's essential.
Identify.
It's essential.
What cars what? What cars which? Which cars what? Four minutes from the halfway point in this race. Gustavo Menezes, 21 years old. Young single-seater driver moved to sports cars for the first time this year. Tested with Signatech Bahrain at the end of last season. Full season part of this crew, the 36 crew. And on this kind of form, they are going to be very tough to beat in the Class Championship, 8th overall. Currently running ahead of the number 4 CLM. With delay earlier on for the Bicolis entry. Ollie Webb fighting back now though. Menezes well over a minute ahead of Roman Rusinov, running second in the 26 car. Time in GT Pro, it's Aston Martin leading Ferrari. Let's find out what's going on with the 51 running second, with Lou down with James Collado.
Well, as the sun goes down and the temperature starts to cool, James is great for the heat and for visibility.
Yeah, it was quite tough going into turn 12. We got the sun in our face, so we don't see the braking point. I'm going to have to go, sorry.
That's okay. So yeah, we can just see the 86 is out on track, and so they're obviously going to all start coming in again.
This is turn 1, Louise, thank you. The 86 car
just out of the pits.
Mike Wainwright just out of the pits. He's gone straight on. Full course yellow coming at 57.15. That is in 10 seconds time. What happened there?
Wow.
Something break? Was he doing up his straps? What? If he kept going, he could have got onto the grass, but he's dug himself in there now.
Well, the reason James would have to go there, John, is because this will be the opportunity for the GT cars to perhaps be within their fuel and pit window. So will we get a busy old pit lane? Because that's going to take just a little while.
So full course caution, a full course yellow is activated, and once again we'll get a rush. This could be quite a long one here. Well, that's interesting because the Audi's gone through again. The 8 car, the leader, has not taken the first opportunity to come in. We're 2 minutes away. Now this is going to take him 4 minutes to come around the circuit, maybe a little more. Oh, this is where we get to see the lifting mechanism on the GT car.
Does that indicate, John, that they have indeed got back into that pit window, that they don't need to do it at this stage?
Possibly. The Audis, you mean?
Yes.
28 seconds between Duval and Marcel Fessler, but remember that's under full course yellow, so those aren't the right gaps because everyone's moving slower. Need to remember what they were beforehand. It was 10 seconds between 8 and 7 and 34 and 44, therefore back to Webber.
Here comes the 5 Toyota.
This might work for Toyota, Graham.
As Nakajima is out of the car.
They are off the lead lap, remember.
So Wavy gets in.
There's Mark Webber into the pits. So Porsche have taken the opportunity to come into the pits with Mark Webber. Now, the crucial part of this, it was 44 seconds behind the leader, 34 behind Fezler before this full course yellow. Those are the numbers you need to remember.
They're the two cars in LMP1 in the pits. Rusinov is in, Mediani is in and out, Merry is in,
Mark
Petrov
Webber is out of the car.
Turner is in, Tinknell is in. Might be easy for me to tell you who's not.
The leaders. Neither of the Audis popped in. Rusinov's come in from second in LMP2. Mary's come in. Menezes didn't come in, Graham, or at least hasn't yet come in. The leader in LMP2. New Michelins on Porsche number 1. Right, I reckon that's their last set of new tyres.
Menezes has not come through yet to complete the lap, his first lap under yellow.
Check that, they've got one more set of new tyres.
And does pit now.
I think they've got one more set. There's the Wainwright car being lifted onto the grass. He'll be able to drive away from there.
Which does indicate there was a mistake and not a breakage on that car.
Was he just distracted? Was he not got his belts fastened and he took his hand off the wheel and it jerked away from him? I don't know. That's a very, very odd one.
In comes the two.
Romain Dumas into the pit lane. Now, the two Audis are coming round to the end of the lap now, Chris.
Oh, that was the car being manoeuvred.
And new tyres again for the 2 car. As out goes Menezes, so he did take the opportunity to come in. Alex Brundle has got back in the 26 car and goes out in second place ahead of Roberto Meri.
There goes 86 on its way.
The Audis can't pit now. How long is it going to be? They're going to be at the pit stop behind. This is all going really, really interesting now.
Duval's in the pit lane. Duval is in the pit lane.
I think they have to take that chance that there's going to be another minute of full course yellow. That's all it's going to take them now that he's in the lane. Hits he stopped perfectly.
Now, what do they do here?
So they're clearing out rubbish from the front end.
He's staying aboard that car.
Yeah, not even any thought of him getting out.
Is this fuel only?
This might be fuel only. That would be a good call. No, they're standing ready with tyres, Graham. I think I saw them getting into the Usain Bolt stance. No, it's gone. So double stinting that set of tyres. That was a new set of tyres.
8 comes a 7.
Now the 7 went out on all tyres. The 8 went out on new. So that's a second stint for that set of tyres.
No countdown yet to the end of this full course yellow. Of course, remember, it's not just about the car getting underway. That Manitou has got to get back to a place of safety.
Now, what's interesting about that is that wasn't a full stint on that set of tyres, of course, but it was a race stint rather than a qualifying stint.
Fuel only for 7.
Is the old tyres being continued to be used?
They're happy with those.
They're very happy. Ooh, and that means a 50-second stop for Leif Duval, in fact for both of them, so exactly the same amount of fuel against 1 minute 11 and 1 minute 15 in the pit lane for Hartley and Yanni, who've taken over those 2 cars. So that's advantage Audi there, with the proviso that they are going to get some life out of their tyres.
It will go back to green in 15 seconds, Sean.
15 seconds to go green.
So Audi could have changed their tyres if they wanted to. They didn't feel they needed to take that risk. That's interesting, isn't it?
4, 3, 2, 1, green. Back to green. Thank you very much. We are back to racing, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. That's to the marshals. Love Eduardo Freitas. And we immediately pick up speed on board with the number 8 Audi. Like Duval then with 30 seconds on his teammate. So that's increased. Excuse me, with 15 seconds on his teammate. Now let's wait for Brendan Hartley to come through.
Just come through now.
We need to see him go through at speed and see what it is. 57.7 to Marcel Fezler. So that's a 17-second gain. Check that, 13-second gain for Fezler. and it'll be about the same for Duval, so that is a net gain for Audi. And they've had their pit stop, but they didn't put new tyres on. So these next laps now from Hartley and Yanni have to be good. They have to be quick. And to start eating in, they've got to use those new Michelins right now if they've got a chance here. Under 3 hours to go, we're into the second half.
Right, we're about to get to the end of the first flying laps under green from Audi.
Not quite, because they were halfway around.
But on stint, it is now. Where is Fessler compared to his teammates? We'll find out in just a few seconds' time. 14 seconds is the lead, Duval to Fessler. I think
so that's gone up by about 4 seconds since before the full course yellow.
Traffic to the 8 for a moment, Duval.
He's going to have to be patient here. This is coming out through turn 9. He'll dive down the inside through the gap at 10. That's a dangerous one to do in the dark, but he's got it done. Extraordinary ebb and flow here. Audi, I just wonder if Audi were waiting to see what Porsche did there, Graham, and they've just responded and covered them off.
You're absolutely right. It's 40 seconds is the gap between Marcel Fessler and Brendan Hartley. It's 54 seconds the gap between Duval and third-placed Hartley. So they have gained, but they have an inherent disadvantage at this point in terms of the condition of their tyres.
Yeah. It's so dependent on where you are on the track. There's no exact science to this full course yellow pitting thing. So number 8 shining brightly on the side of Loic Duval's car as the 98 leading Aston in arm, leaking fluid from right rear, and has been reported. We'll keep an eye on that as we remind you of what's happened in the first half of the race. Round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship on the World Tour. Europe a distant memory, Mexico a couple of weeks ago, and now the heat and humidity of Austin, Texas, and the Circuit of the Americas. Carnival atmosphere on the grid. That all forgotten as there was a bit of a kerfuffle at the start. Not sure whether lights had gone green or not. Mark Webber needed no second invitation to sweep past the number 8 Audi. The Porsche went into second place. Close quarters racing in the opening few hundred metres of the 6 hours. Didn't take too long before Audi's first and second position was restored. In the GT AM category, Pedro Lamy going through to the lead. And that car remains at the lead, but is under observation at the moment. 50 Corvette going well early on as well. Great battles in LMP2 with the Baxi DC car coming under pressure from Bruno Senna. After a few laps and intervention by the leading Audis going through, Bruno was able to make that pass stick and move up into third place. Championship leading 36 Alpine has fought its way to the lead, and Gustavo Menezes is out in front at the moment. Close calls as the number 7 Audi had to go onto the grass to pass the battling P2 cars, including the 26G drive. Awkward moment for the SMP car that seemed to cut out. Master switch maybe hitting a bump. Full course yellow. Give the leading cars the opportunity to pit without losing ground on their competitors. Everybody managed to get through in that section. an Audi. There's an Audi stopped at the bottom of the hill at turn 1. It's the leader. Duval has lost the lead. Fessler's gone through. The Audi has ground to a halt. Action in the number 8 pit. Ollie can't believe it. It started again. Another master switch problem. What is going on here? Bottom of the hill now. Holds on to second place, but only just.
Instantly up to speed again, John. What we didn't see is the start of that issue.
Extraordinary. Like Duval. Coming out of turn 1, full electrical failure. That's the main switch again. This is not the first time we've seen that. It is a very good job and a sensible job of parking it out of the way and under some lights. He's running again now, but he's only got 10 seconds between himself and Brendan Hartley. Cruel, cruel look for Loic Duval, who just put in a 48.7, cracking lap. This one, he's lost something like 43 seconds.
Not up to speed, not up to speed, just been passed by Toyota.
You're right, you're right.
That car is in trouble. Oh dear, oh dear.
Now it's okay again. Control Alt Delete here. Hasn't come in, Graham.
No.
27 and 37.
Hasn't made it round, John, yet.
Under investigation again. He was a little bit slow in the middle sector, but not massively.
Coming through to complete the lap now.
Does he pit? No. He goes through a 2:38 on what should be about a 1:49. And Brendan Hartley's got the right idea. Fastest sector 3 for his car. Still waiting, by the way, for news of 36 and 26 speeds in the first full course yellow. This is a crucial part of the race. 5 seconds now, and Brendan Hartley is catching the number 8 car in second position. This is a massive turning point in the race. Marcel Fessler leads by 32 seconds. Well, let's take you back to the start of the race. 3 and a bit hours ago. Sunshine, heat, humidity, and a certain amount of excitement as we were ready to go racing. Festival atmosphere on the grid. Cars came to the line. Green light or no green light? Well, if you look inside the P2 car, you'll see there's a green on the screen in front of the driver. Mark Webber knew it was go, and he was straight up into second place, splitting the Audis. Toyotas were quick early on, genuinely quick on pace. There's the green light to the left-hand side of the dashboard. That shows that the green flag had been given, at least on the electronic side of things. Audi soon restored the status quo, first and second, and still remain that, although not without some issues. Aston Martin 98 leads in AM. Pedro Lamy back at the wheel of that car. And a decent first stint as well for Ricky Taylor in the number 50 Labra competition Corvette. Bruno Senna battling for third position in LMP2. Finally got the pass made just as the leaders were coming round to put him a lap down. Pit stops always a crucial part of the 6-hour races. Cycling through with most cars done at least 4 regular stops now. And Gustavo Menezes leading LMP2 for the championship, leading Alpine 36 squad. Hairy moment for Audi here. Passing traffic, always a danger time, particularly for the leaders. And our first full course yellow caused by the BR1 getting a complete electrical failure.
Full course yellow.
That car restarted under its own steam and then drove away. Everyone had enough time to get in and out of the pits. It was pretty much status quo. some difference in the tactics of new or old tyres, but the Audis came back out again, 8 ahead of 7, which is how it stayed till a few moments ago. Toyotas have shown a turn of speed we've not seen this year and have been hassling the Porsches, particularly for 4th position. They've settled back into 5th and 6th now with Mike Conway and Seb Buemi in the 6 and 5. Mike Wainwright, the latest car to go off a very odd incident coming out of the pit lane, causing another full course yellow. Porsche taking the opportunity to dive in early, and Audi covering them off with both the 7 and the 8 car. And then the leader, Loic Duval, coasting to a halt. Turn 1, getting back underway again, and he's back up to speed. 1:48.6 last time around was the fastest time of the leading cars. Maybe just a bump upsetting the car. Extraordinary that, Graham. We've seen a couple of cars now just conk out completely. Here's the update. Into the second half of the race was 2 3/4 hours to go. 29 seconds between the two Audis. And then another 5.5 seconds back from Loic Duval to Brendan Hartley. And that is game on between those two now. Well, investigations going on for some potential speeding in the full course yellows. So 36-26 were 2 of the cars, and they're the leading cars in LMP2.
Well, Duval is fending off at the moment the closer attentions of Brendan Hartley, but since we've had that latest full course yellow, John, and in the period just before it as well, the story's really been that if the #1 Porsche coming back into this, taking, I would suggest, a full 15 seconds or more out of both of the Audis, even without the issue that we saw for the #8. It's on balance closer than it was before those pit stops, despite the fact that Audi gained on those pit stops.
Yes, I see what you mean. 43 seconds.
It's
35 seconds to the leader. Yeah, I'd agree with that. So see, I still haven't worked out how that works. That you can have a longer pit stop and then still end up out of the full course yellow better off than someone who does a 50-second pit stop. You've done a 1:11. Let's find out what Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich can shed any light on that Audi without any lights.
Well, just as much as you couldn't believe your eyes, neither could the team. What happened out there for Loic?
Yeah, Loic had an electrical shutdown. We don't know yet why, but after a power cycle, everything is normal again.
So he's reporting that everything's running fine?
Now everything's running fine again.
Thank you.
I hope it stays like that.
Then we can put that down as a right smile.
That is literally Control-Alt-Delete. Power cycle is you turn everything off, count to 10, and then turn it back on again and hope you don't get a blue screen. It is really one of those. Romain Dumas, wasn't it, in Spa a couple of years ago for Porsche? I did that a couple of times, and they did it out on the track. They didn't bring him into the pit lane because they didn't want, after that had happened, to upset the car again. They just wanted it to get it going and keep it going. Now, restored to life, Loic Duval has got his lap speed going again, but Brendan Hartley is still closing in on him, just 2.5 seconds now between those two.
It's a quick lap this time around from Brendan Hartley. He's halved the gap from last time through.
How did he do that? He did a 49.3 and a 48.6 to Duval.
It's timing it to sector times.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
52.2 for Duval that time. The traffic didn't help him. To 49.7 for Brendan Hartley. So it is 3 seconds, a genuine 3 seconds looking forward from Brendan Hartley's #1.
And now traffic plays
Watch
a big
the
part.
G-meter here, Graham. Top of the screen. Getting up towards 2.6, 3. That's a 6G snap there, one side to the other, left to right in the middle of the S's. That's pretty extreme, and that's every lap. That's every 2 minutes. That's happening to you at that point of the circuit.
So from what looks like a very comfortable position for the number 8 Audi, not only has this car lost the lead, it's now got the world champions breathing down his neck. The number 1 Porsche on board now. The next car ahead we will see is the Audi. Oh, that's the Toyota. There's a Toyota between the two as well.
He's re-lapped the Toyota, Graham. That was one of the things I was going to say. That some measure of the return to health of the Loic Duval number 8 car was that Toyota that went past him when he was slightly hobbled has now been put a lap back down again.
So Loic Duval getting back into the groove.
Commitment through 16, 17, 18.
Total.
Number 30 is Scott Sharp in the ESM. There is the number 5 of Buemi. Just up ahead is the Audi. Now, is there a bump on the track that we can see? That may well. Look at the headlights moving around there, Graham. I wonder if it is just something as simple as he's gone across a bump on the track and it's popped something.
Maybe.
It's a ridiculous thing to suggest, but not sure what else it could be.
Blue flames from the side of the 43.
Oh, that's glory. That really is lovely. 1:58.9 for Ryan DL, fastest lap for the number 31 Ligier, the ESM car, sitting 7th in LMP2 at the moment.
Struggling to get to be in a competitive position. Not a good race at the moment for either of the extreme speed motorsport cars.
Oh, but Ryan will be pushing hard on the Michelins, of course, against the hordes of Dunlop in that class.
That could be playing a part here. It could just be that the Dunlop runners have got a distinct advantage here. Gustavo Militer still leads the class for the 36 car. Fending off, actually, the LMP1 privateer number 4 car.
Just mentioned as well that Fernando Reis has lost a position to Harry Tinknell, who's now back up to 4th in the 67 car. He's got about 9 seconds at the moment. Those two lapping, everybody in GT Yam lapping about the same. 206, middle 206s.
Could also add, John, that we had that report of fluid coming from the number 98 car. Seems to be no further action by team or indeed officials for that.
And nothing about the cars that had problems with their number illuminations as well, as the number 1 Porsche just gets rather too close to the back of the AF Corsa Ferrari at the end of the back straight. And that's cost Brendan just a tick of the clock. Brendan Hartley, 289 kilometres an hour in the Porsche at the end of the straight because he was coming up on GT traffic. 264 for the Audi and 265 for Neil Janney. So the tour that you get even from a GT car is significant there. 274.1 from Ollie Webb in the CLM, the Bicolis car. I haven't seen a time from a top speed from Rebellion for a little while. 295.9.
Slippery.
Brendan Hartley on the back straight again. Very white headlights on these cars, using the latest laser and LED technology to keep the weight down. B, not use very much current and therefore not have to worry about the alternator turning so much. And C, it's actually really good light.
Indeed, but at the moment through the traffic of late, Loic Duval has edged out a little bit more. Marcel Fessler, meanwhile, is lapping steadily quicker.
Well, let's hear what Marcel is talking to the pit about, or indeed vice versa, as we have team radio.
I have a big vibration. Okay, copy. We can see it on the data. We are looking into it.
Yes, of course they can see it on the data. Big vibration. Could just be a bit of pickup. Very easy to get a large ball of rubber on the tyres, and it feels awful. Feels like the car's going to shake itself to pieces.
Absolutely. Sounds like nothing, doesn't it, when you just use the word? But it's basically like being hit repeatedly about both sides of the head with a baseball bat.
Well, and the other thing is the technology of our onboard cameras now is so much better than it used to be, that you're not seeing it there, but Fessler is feeling it through his backside, very much a part of the car, low down in the car, carbon fibre seat. Look, he's weaving around just a little bit under braking there. Into 13 and 14. This is 15 now. Braking and turning at the same time. Easy to lock up that left front. Now towards 16, 17 and 18. Committed triple apex corner. Tuck in now, let it breathe. Tuck in now, let it breathe. And then tuck in again for a third time.
All of the factory P1 cars in the 149s last time around.
CLM just ahead of him. And the KCMG Porsche 3 wide for a moment.
Bang.
God.
That wasn't
It's not the CLM, excuse me, it was the Signatech. Saw the reflective part of the rear wing. That was a 1:49.8 for Marcel Fessler, exactly the same time as his teammate Loic Duval did the last time around. That completed lap number 107. We've got 2 hours and 34 minutes to go. Here's the classes. Pedro Lamy leads Wolf Hensler by an incredible 1 minute and 42 seconds. So Aston have played the game there. They're all on 3 stops at the top of GTE and Wolf Hensler in the 78 Porsche. Pedro Lamy, of course, in the 98 Aston Martin. In GTE Pro, Nicky Thiem is back behind the wheel of Aston number 95, 2:07.7 last time around. He's got 12.5 seconds on James Collado. Sam Bird is in 3rd place in the 71 car. And Harry Tinknell has 9 seconds on Fernando Reis in the Aston Martin number 97, playing the fuel game at the moment. Fernando, though, very quick last time around. In P2, Menezes with a handy lead over Alex Brundle.
Had a fantastic one for sure. I only had some of.
Then at the head of the field, Fessler, Duval and Hartley all separated by 36 seconds. Oh yes, please. Where's ours?
Yep, absolutely. That's just outside.
The press get well looked after here.
Absolutely.
Don't they? Seemed to be contact there between that white number 1 and that orange number 8 there. Sure, that'll be investigated. Let's have a listen to hear what Harry Tinknell's talking about.
Green sector 2 again, quickest GTE car on track at the moment. Yeah, copy. Traffic, left traffic.
Sorry, that was Stefan Mücker, 66. Many laps down. They are some 11 laps away from the lead in GT.
Should also say, by the way, a car we mentioned earlier as being in trouble, number 83 Ferrari, did rejoin the race, came back in and did another lengthy stop, but is out on track. What is this? That's a Toyota in trouble. It's Bohemian trouble.
This is the 5 car in 6th position. Started in sector 2. There was nothing wrong with his sector 1 times. Need to control alt delete, I think. Let's have a listen. Reporting the issue back to the piece in the pit lane.
I think I have a puncture.
Well, they do have tyre pressure monitoring systems here, so that would have been confirmed from the team. Blue light on the front of that car so the team can see that it is the 5 car coming down the pit lane. Hazard flashes on when the pit lane speed limiter comes on. That car looks to be sitting straight though, Graham.
It does, which is, if anything, more worrying.
Let's have a look.
I'm going to feel the car first.
Yeah, well, 3 out of the 4 tyres look fine.
It's this one, isn't it?
No, maybe. Oh my goodness, yes, he's spot on. Look at that. The left rear.
Wow.
Has gone down, and he's got that back and kept it on the rim. Is that 1 tyre only? Yes, it is. So that'll be one of their joker tyres that have gone on there.
Well done.
6 sets of tyres plus 2 jokers.
Well done, Sebastian Buemi. How many times have we seen that go wrong and a car lose half its rear bodywork?
unbelievable what's happening to us. Just no words, I have no words.
Yeah, he's talking about the bad luck there, isn't he? Well, let's see if that spurs him on.
Needs to now click the glass half full button and get with this, because there is an opportunity here, you feel, for Tota. That would have helped, of course, but should mention, by the way, Mike Conway is catching Neil Yanni rapidly.
Yeah, it took more than a second out of him last time
only
around.
5.5 seconds back now from the 4th place Porsche. So whilst one Tota is in trouble, the other, with Pascal Vasselon there on the pit wall.
Mark Harrison pointing out quite correctly about that Michelin tyre. It was only flat at the bottom.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that, Mark. Art Specutainment and Ask DSC editor. By the way, Stracker Racing reporting they're still in the pit, still working to get the 42 car out. They've dropped a long way down.
It is out. It's back out and running.
Ah, excellent. Gotta love night racing, haven't you?
And this is the level of commitment. That was 1 hour and 21 minutes in the pits for Stracker. They're back out and running. Johnny Kane, just Johnny, is out running 31st and last position. But, they'll be pleased just to see their black and white lovely lapping again.
Yeah, I'll miss that car. It's another car we lose for next year, of course. No word yet from Stracker on a replacement. It'd be a shame to see an engineering-led team like Stracker not be in the FIA WEC. They have had the experience now of running a customer car and trying to build their own. They already have interests in single-seaters, and particularly actually the single-seater formula will be supporting quite a lot of the WEC next year, the V8 Renault series.
And karting as well.
Yeah. So Marcel Fesler, 150.2 last time around. His teammate Lloyd Duval, 32 seconds further back at 49.5. 48.8 by Brendan Hartley has pulled that gap to the second of the Audis back to 5.7 seconds. Then it's Neil Yanni, but he's been caught under 5 seconds now, back to Mike Conway in 5th position. This from Matt Guest. Surely the Toyota hybrid team's used up all their bad luck by now. I think they've had everybody's bad luck at Toyota Gazoo Racing, if I'm honest. Wolf Hensler chasing down Pedro Lamy, but not able to make any dent into that lead that they've got at the moment. Ricky Taylor, fastest man in GTE arm at the moment, back behind the wheel of the 50 Labra competition Corvette. 2:08.6 last time around, faster even than Pedro Lamy at the head of the field, and considerably faster than anybody else in cars.
And could very easily start to make life rather difficult for Wolf Hensler in the coming minutes.
20 seconds between them. It's going to take a wee while for them to catch up. I'm still fascinated by these differing strategies, Graham, at the front of the field, and indeed even in the pro category of GTE. Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen are banging out these laps. 2:06.7 last time around. James Collado in the 51 Ferrari in second, with a 2:07.5, 2:08.1 by Sam Bird, and they're not cruising around. Harry Tinknell has got the gap to 3rd place down to 16.7 seconds, and Fernando Reis is only another 11.5 seconds further back in an Aston Martin that seems to be making fuel.
Meantime, at the sharp end of the race overall, Mike Conway, it's like a hound who's got the sniff of a fox.
Yeah, he really is.
And he's just nibbling away at the advantage of Neil Yanni.
It's not just nibbling though, Graham, it's a second or 8/10 at a time when he does get the run.
Yep.
Harvest Moon rising. Been really fabulous weather the last few days here at COTA. That isn't the projection, that really is the move.
Did he just keep that on that hill?
Yeah, just stays there. We fastened it down.
Better run through traffic, and it's 2 seconds now. Conway, this is game on for 4th position now. Audi, Porsche, Toyota. This is the earlier.
Watch the back of the car first, just behind the rear wheel. There it goes, and then to the front underneath. The fueler pulls away and immediately gets the hose, the fire bottle on it. Now at this stage, okay, it stopped. No, it hasn't. But that car is now running, and running in 4th position with Khaled El Khabazi behind the wheel. Lost a couple of laps to the leader. Check that, 1.5 laps to the leader. Ricky Taylor doing a cracking job in that Chevy Corvette.
Conway now right with the Porsche, half a second.
He's gone through. He's gone by. He's gone by. New 4th position. The Toyota number 6 ahead of Neil Janney. And that was courtesy of a very slow middle sector from Neil Janney. 44 seconds against a 41.8. So has Janney now got a problem? Now here's the problem earlier on for Mike Wainwright. Why did he swerve left there?
That was very odd indeed.
And why now did he not just keep his foot in and drive on the grass? That car in 5th position. Here is the Al Khabazi 88 into the pit lane. A rather more standard pit stop this time. By that I mean the car's not engulfed in flame.
Indeed.
It's taken a little while though.
There's fire
up. Standing by it with a couple of fire bottles, mate.
Yeah, it fires up in a completely more standard way this time. And
Janney's in the pits. Neil Janney in the pits. That's early.
And does he have a problem?
Porsche number 2 in the pits. He's stationary in his pit box. They've gone to work on it. Fuel will go in first. Standard procedure, steaming rear brakes. Didn't see Janney get out. It's going to be new Michelin tyres. 1 new Michelin tyre. That's a puncture.
There was a flat
right
spot
rear
that
puncture.
I think that's absolutely spot on.
Right rear puncture for the number 2, and that was the issue there. He was being caught, but that didn't help clearly. And in has come Loic Duval as well, the Audi from 2nd position, long-time leader. Brendan Hartley steams through into 2nd place with the fastest 3rd sector for him and the fastest lap of that car, 1:48.3. Standard stop for Audi.
35 seconds, the lead gap now, but instead of it being Audi, it's Audi Porsche.
Now there's a problem there with the seat belts, and the incoming driver could not get in. But it's all right so long as he's not still doing his belts up by the time the tyres have gone on. Ollie Jarvis getting in. And that's a new set of Michelins going on to that car. Romain Debat shaking his head there. Is this not the night for the number 2 car? And again, it's a slow tyre change for Audi. Now, 27 and 37, the 2 BR01s from SMP are in trouble. Team manager to race control immediately. They were the 2 of the cars that had the illumination of side panel warning earlier on.
I wouldn't have thought that was a call to race control. I'm wondering whether were they on the list for Courcello speed.
Yes, they were as well. You're right, Graham. Well, so 48.3 last time around by Brendan Hartley. He's got the lead down to 36 seconds. We've got 2 hours and 21 minutes to go, and there's a little more concern on the faces of Audi now. They've lost the advantage that they had in the super warm conditions earlier on. Now, do they plug away with plan A, or have they got a plan B?
Well, Mike Conway, meanwhile, is through to third position. So again, it's 3 different factory teams in the top 3 positions for the moment.
3 cars have made pit stops, 1 from each of the manufacturers. 3 cars haven't. So we're in a bit of an odd situation here. And remember, the number 2 car is off strategy now. Why did Ollie Jarvis come in when he did? Now, they were off strategy as well.
How far out the window was Neil Yarney?
Well, they can go to the end now with 2 more stops, both the 8 and the 2. So they're on the same strategy now. The 8 and the 2 can go to the end on 2 more stops, for sure. Yeah, I'm just working that out in my head.
So this, at the moment, John, is all about, can Brendan Hartley catch this leading car? And he's trying very, very hard. Traffic making it tough for the Kiwi. Coming to this race on a run of 2 wins after a dreadful run at the start of the year. Came into the 4th race in this championship with a princely 3.5 points.
Half points. Somebody asked me about that the other day. How did we get 3.5? How did we get half points in the WEC?
I'd have to think about that for a moment.
I couldn't remember either. Answers on a postcard, which means at Specutainment or at DSC Editor. How did we manage to get half points this year in the WEC? Hoping Tung behind the wheel of the Baxi DC 35 turns that car's first lap, Graham.
And that's going to be a long evening for the Hoping Tung and David Cheng, with Nelson Panciatici out of contention for the remainder of the race.
And that does mean, of course, that Nelson won't get any points for this race. He didn't do his full hour. Unless he gets back into the car before the end, we're told that's highly unlikely. This is a cracking battle. Mike Conway now matching the pace of the leading Audi. And I mean, roll the dice. These cars are seconds apart, but they might as well be racing nose to tail at the moment, Graham. You're going to tell me half points now, aren't you?
Half a point will be awarded to any car finishing in the overall classification of a round.
There you go. So they're the cars that had the issues when they're way down at Spa. Yeah. And Rotation up north has just tweeted that as well. Thank you very much indeed. I keep forgetting it's a bit of a North London school sports day. Everybody gets half a something here, if not a full something.
And a lollipop, apparently.
Yes. Half a point and a lollipop. A goodie bag to take home.
Absolutely.
In North London, it would bound to be something more wholesome. That looks suspiciously like a full moon to me tonight.
Just a touch.
How very Le Mans-like. Very often at Le Mans, of course, we are under a full moon. 35 seconds is the gap between first and second, and it's Audi to Porsche now, with Toyota in third. Audi, Porsche, Toyota.
Well, the other car to watch here is going to be Ollie Jarvis. He is going to be properly fired up.
48.9, his first real lap out there. Fastest car on the track. No, Hartley goes through to 48.8. Rebellion in the pit lane. Matteo Tuscia.
Quite an effective race for Rebellion again.
59.9 for that car.
Well, it's in lap.
Last time around, that's a very good in lap.
Oh, and that's
the 30 car. I think it's Scott Sharp. But right in front of a whole gaggle of GT cars was indeed Scott Sharp. Johnny Kane has just gone to a 158.1. Now, did Scott get a little push here? Or was that? No, that was on his own.
No.
Oh, hang on. Ooh. Several cars sliding around there. Now, was that just a lift-off slide by the Ferrari that came along next?
That was a touch.
Oh, that's
there was
definitely a touch.
Ford.
I was just wondering if there was something down on the track that shouldn't be. Not as much traffic there. Ben Treluer getting ready. That means the number 7 Audi Sport Team Yost Audi R18 e-tron Quattro is coming in.
Just 33 seconds now, a slower lap in traffic for Marcel Fesler last time through, so Brendan Hartley took a bit more of an advantage there. Ollie Jarvis, though, again into the 48s, making ground on all the 3 cars ahead of him.
Apparently and I'm indebted to Bernard for this, apparently it's a waning gibbous moon now, 97.6% full.
Okay. I'll buy that for $1. Comes the number 7, Marcel Fesler, from the lead of the race. Took that lead, of course, with the problem for Loic Duval. And then a brake car suffered a brief but significant total electrical failure.
Yeah, well, 30-odd seconds is that what they lost there. Treluer getting in. The numbers have been run by our data centre, courtesy of our sister service over on RadioLeMans.com, and Paul Truswell tells me 2 full stints and 1 stint of about 18 to 20 laps for the 8 and the 2 after those slightly off-kilter stops that we saw early on.
Hartley leads the race.
Owes us a stop. Now Audi need to change tyres on that 7 car this time. I presume they're going to... Well, let's have a look.
New tyres.
What? New?
Yep.
You sure?
I think so.
I'm not, but okay. Treluer out into the fast lane, off the pit lane speed limiter now, and accelerates up the hill. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
That's going to put him out there right with Mike Conway, I think.
Conway has gone through, Graham, actually.
Right, you're right.
So Treluer drops down to 3rd, but is the first of the top 3 who haven't stopped to do his 5th stop. Question is, did he get out ahead of Ollie Jarvis? Yes, he did, of course. Ollie Jarvis still to come through and complete his 118th lap.
On board now with the new leader. 2 lights on the side of the Porsche for the moment. But if he continues through to complete the lap on track rather than down pit lane, that middle light will extinguish. Up into the lead. Brendan Hartley, a battling run from the New Zealand driver.
Well, I think that'll change at the end of the back straight, actually. Oh, no, he's already coming through. Here comes Hartley. Crosses the line now.
149.1. He's on a charge.
He really is.
Treluer did come out ahead of Conway
by 5 seconds, and that surprises me there slightly, Graham. But in the G drive, Alex Brundle's back in the pit lane. This looks fairly routine. 2nd place for that car when it came in. Bruno Senna is in 3rd in the 43 Ligier, the RGR Sport car. He's yet to come through in the 3rd sector at the moment, and goes through now, and so therefore will take that position from the 26, but obviously owes us that pit stop. Stracker back in the pit lane. No, not quite. Well, Johnny Kane had been doing some decent laps, but now the car's back in and into the garage.
So one of a handful of cars that suffered troubles.
Hearing from Louise down in the pit lane that is the end of the night for Straka. Continuing electrical problems for that car has taken them out of the race. That's the first, I think, official retirement.
It is.
Car has been fettled, set up, rebuilt, shaken down, and now they'll save the mileage on the components as they think about the next round at Fuji. Yeah, they did have an engine failure earlier in the season, and now they're off to sample some local beverages. Is what they're telling.
Not
Louise.
Coffee. Not coffee.
No.
Oh, trouble for the number 66 car.
Well, I was going to say it's the right Ford, if you like. Stefan Muka. This is turn 4, and he's buried himself in the gravel. It's a very odd angle that he's gone off there.
No, what's happened there?
I would say he's had a bit of a tank slapper. Either, he was provoked. There's another car in there, and that's a prototype. I think that looks like a P2 car to me. Is that the G drive? It would be Alex Brundle on his outlap if it was.
That would be Alex starting his second stint, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And let's have a look. It's a long way off the track, so I don't think. Well, I'll see. I haven't seen a slow zone yet, and we haven't seen a slow zone for quite some time. Had them back in Europe, but not on our away trips. In comes the 35. Ho Pin Tung's been doing very nicely in that car. Now it's yellow flag, not it. Let's have another look here.
The 35.
Can't tell, Graham. It looks like a P2 car to me. Comes out of the smoke. It's got one light on the side. Is it a 36 car? That was a 35, Graham. You were right, spot on. So it was Ho Pin Tung that.
Astonishing little damage has to be said on the front of that car.
And full course yellow, number 3. For Stefan Muka, and Brendan Hartley gets the advantage here. This is a massive advantage for Porsche. They've done it again, and Audi have been stymied again with a yellow flag at the wrong time. Oh, dear me, they've done nothing wrong, Audi. Yes, they've had a problem with the 8 car, but Porsche have pulled the chance card here and got the go directly to go. It's fantastic for them. Hartley, having not made his 5th stop before this, he's going to have a huge lead. Timo Bernhard has already been installed. New set of tyres going on.
They are new. Or are they scrubbed?
Scrubbed. Yeah, not brand new tyres. Scrubbed tyres. Oh, this has fallen perfectly for Porsche, and he's out before Treluer comes around. Also good news for some of the GT teams, including Harry Tincknell and Sam Bird. Well, 44 and 66 it says here.
So 2 separate problems at 2 separate points.
That would have been Richard Bradley then, who was in that car taking his first stint. Under investigation, 44 and 66. So apologies then to Ho Pin Tung in the 35, whose nose cone had to be replaced. Team car, Gustavo Menezes brings it back in. Surely he's going to get out of that car. Can't believe how fortunate Porsche have been with that. Them's the bricks, and there's Ben Treluer. Full course yellow, still underway.
6 COTA, latest in.
Well, that's good news for Mike Conway as well, of course, because he gets a free one here. So the ones who lose out here, Ollie Jarvis, Neil Jardy and Ben Treluway. Ollie Pla. Does that look like the man at the year? It could be.
Hints of mannerisms.
Right, let's keep an eye here. Nah, can't tell. I'll have to go with the officials on that one because I honestly couldn't tell.
And that, John, is why they need the number panels.
Yes, true. Top 3 in LMP2 all have pitted.
So just one bit of good news, and that's that there'll be plenty of additional stock for George Howard Chapel. Rockery at home, and they cleared that one out. Deeply embedded. Very effective, by the way, that gravel trap.
Yes, true. There's the 44, and there's no way that that's hard contact of the level. Really? Oh, well, no, I'm going to... You know what? I'll take that back. There's some movement in the front end. Those dive planes must be pretty darn...
That was what I was looking at on both cars. If that's had front contact, I find it astonishing they're still attached.
The dive planes were still attached, yeah.
They're very exposed, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, click, everything good. Let's have another look here. I'm with the officials here. If they say it's the 44, then it's the 44, because there's no way I can tell. I can't see.
There's a tiny little nibble, wasn't there, out of the...
I thought I could see a light on the side of the car,
front
which made
right
me think
of the car. 35 car, meanwhile, it's in the garage and getting attention to the front of the car. It's Graham Loudon. It's not Graham Loudon, sorry.
Well, there's Stefan Mucker's Ford is starting again.
No,
it's off and running.
Off it goes.
Gets his lights on and off and running. Ben Treluway must be absolutely steaming, and not from the heat and the humidity. And so must Wolfgang Ulrich. Is this another race that the #1 Porsche is going to steal away from them? They had a outstanding run after Le Mans last year, which took them to the World Drivers' Championship.
Yep.
Are they going to do it again? It looks ominous, Graham.
Well, they've got a long way to fight back, but 2 wins.
Let's go down to Lou. She's got Roberto Mary. Maybe we can throw some light onto that incident. Was it the 44 that hit Stefan Mucker's Ford?
Well, Roberto, we saw on the screens that it was the 44 and 66. What do you know of that incident?
I mean, first of all, it's quite hot at the moment on track inside the cockpit, and I think, you know, the drivers get a bit tired inside, and they don't probably have the same abilities as they have when they are fresh on the car. And yeah, probably the 66 didn't see that Richard was in the inside, overtaking him, because with the night and plus it's too hot, and the driver maybe didn't see it. And yeah, they touch each other, and we'll use a little bit of time repairing the car. But yeah, I mean, it's racing. Sometimes happens 6 hours. Hopefully we can come back and finish on the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Track is green. Track is green.
And back to green flag racing. We heard from Eduardo Freitas there. A minute to go until we get to the 4-hour mark. 2 hours remain. Let's have a listen what's going on board for Timo Bernhard.
Okay, Timo, there's probably a lot of gravel from turn 5 all the way up to turn 11, so be careful.
Warning for Timo with the aftermath of Stefan Mucker's incident. Might leave the track gravel strewn. That wouldn't be a good thing. Puncher is not what he needs at the moment, having gained that advantage. The number 1 car being able to pit under full course yellow, consolidates his lead, which is now 18 seconds from the now chasing Ben Trilliway. In comes Mucker. So we'll wait for the cars to just complete the laps they're on. We'll call the gaps at that point. With now 2 hours to go. It is the number 1 Porsche from the 7 Audi, then the 6 Toyota, then the chasing 8 Audi. And the 66 car, unsurprisingly, will be going in for a wash and brush up. There'll be a considerable amount of gravel in there. You don't want that in a brake caliper. You want to make sure that this car is safe to continue.
Well, this car's well off the pace, Graham. So
it was already well out of it. Yeah,
no need to hurry. Good practice, though. You know, this is why you do this here, because that's the time that you learn about how to do these things under pressure. Let's go down to David Cheng.
Well, we can see the 35 behind you, David. What happened out there?
Well, I think as it's getting dark and it's hard to see, and obviously with the heat and a lot of tire drag, I guess we hit one of the yellow bananas. I think Hupin was in the car at the time, and unfortunately these things can happen. It's a very easy mistake to do here, and especially on the S's. As it's getting dark and with traffic, and it looks like we broke the A-arm and a lot of the suspension components, so it's going to take some time to fix. We're going to try our best to still get the car out there and score as many points as we can get, and let's try to finish this race.
And what's the latest on Nelson?
Nelson's all right. I think he just got cleared by medical. Of course, it was really hot out there at the beginning. Luckily, I was able to manage a double stint. But it was really not easy. I think I was struggling at the end a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So a completely unrelated incident hitting the pyramid curbs. 88 car. This is David Enemar Hansen in the Porsche in 4th position in GT Arm. Pit stop infringement being reported to the stewards. No further details on that at the moment. Brendan Hartley now has an 18.3 second lead over Ben Trilliway.
I think I heard Louise call from the pits that there was something to do with the lights on that 88 car.
Right, okay. Lights were out at the pit stop. Thank you, Graham and Louise. So Ben Trilliway, from having a relatively decent lead, is now 18 seconds behind.
A net loss about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Better part of a minute. So what we've now got are 2 Audis chasing. Audi number 7 chasing Timo Bernhard for the lead, 17.9 seconds the gap there. And Audi number 8 chasing Kamui Kobayashi for 3rd, 13.5 seconds the gap there.
And even that Audi turning itself off would have made no difference. Ollie Jarvis would still have been in the lead, but not by very much. Porsche have had the most unbelievable look here.
And 66 Ford coming back out onto the pit apron. Still just one official retirement. We're hearing from Louise a little while ago that the Straka Gibson have decided, having fixed that problem, they're going to save the life on the components on that car for another day. Another day will be in Fuji, Japan, for the next round of the 2016 FIA World Endurance Championship. But on board now with the leader, Timo Bernhard. 150.4 last time around, his lap 125. Takes up 10 without this time of Benoit Treluet. So 18.5 seconds is the gap.
But it's not really that, Graham, because it's more than that in truth, because the one car can go with a full stint and one more stop, whereas the Audi needs a full stint and a splash. I think that Ollie Jarvis could probably catch Kamui Kobayashi, but the win now has gone for Audi. It's gone. Well, in that full course yellow, when they got caught having done their pit stop, that has cost them the race. And that comes down to the equalisation of technology and the fuel. I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay, Ollie, Toyota is 14 seconds in front. If we push, we can still win this race. The leader is 55 seconds ahead.
Well, they're not giving up. You wouldn't expect them to give up, but your logic is difficult to argue with, John. So I won't bother for now.
The reason that I say that, Graham, that the equalisation of technologies cost them the race, is whilst I understand why it exists to be able to give us the brilliantly close racing that we have, the Audi have had, I suppose they don't have to use a diesel. Diesel is inherently, should give them an advantage on fuel mileage, and that's what the calculations say. So they get a smaller fuel allowance, but to equalise the pit stop times, they actually slow the fuel flow down in the diesel, so that Porsche put more petrol into their cars than Audi put diesel, but the fuel flow rate for Audi is slower. Consequently, the way it works out, Audi can't get as much mileage on less fuel as the Porsche can, or the Toyota.
Doesn't sound very equal, does it?
No, and so they always have to stop first. They always have at least one lap less, one lap fewer in the tank, and that effectively cost them there. That's cost them the race, because Ben Treluet had to pit when he did, and had he been able to wait till the full course yellow and pitted with everybody else, i.e. Kobayashi and Bernard, who both are petrol cars, then there would have been no difference. It's cost them the race. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, I'm just explaining why Audi will be sore at the end of this one.
Well, first of all, Rob, Seb did a great job to bring the car back in when he did.
Yes, we had a puncture on the left, rear right. Say, car number 5 is suffering also from some engine problems on the wastegate. Not a lucky day for them. We're happy with car number 6. Seb did a great job. Kazuki brings it back again, but I don't know how long it lasts. We're fighting to keep the 6th position, see what happens.
As the temperatures are cooling, is that going to help you?
At least on car number 6, yes. We say, Mike could use the tires very well. He needs to push hard to get the tires really working. But I think, yeah, at the present moment, with car number 6, we go well. Kamui is picking it up. At the present moment, one of the quickest cars. So maybe a bit of pressure to Benoit would be nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rob Lippman there, down in the pit lane with Louise.
Well, Ollie Jarvis is beginning to make inroads into the advantage of Kamui Kobayashi. 12 seconds now, the gap with the Englishman into the 148s, 148.4 last time around, against a 150 dead from Kobayashi. Repeats that mark again this time around, and we'll find out in just a very short while what the answer from Ollie Jarvis is this time. 12 seconds last time around. Here comes the number 8 Audi. It's 11.5. That gap is coming down. It's 148.6 this time. The Audis are getting the hurry-up call. You're right, John. There is that inbuilt disadvantage still. Let's see how that actually all pans out at the end of this race. But, the top 4 separated at the moment by 53.5 seconds. The gap's 18.3 seconds. Timo Bernhard for Ben Treluet. Then Kobayashi is a further 23 seconds back, with that 11.5 second gap from Kobayashi to Jarvis. It's Porsche, Audi, Toyota, Audi, your top 4.
Nick Holland says, sometimes you beat your own luck. Surely Porsche reaction to the earlier full course yellow took charge, and that's bounced Audi's fuel strategy. sure that's true.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think Audi had any other option to actually pit when they did.
They're trying to get rid of that 24.
Absolutely.
When you've got a situation where in a 6-hour race, the differences between the best in terms of the splash at the end is 12 laps for Toyota and it's 24, 26 for Audi. Porsche somewhere in the middle. That's quite a big difference, isn't it? And Audi were trying to get away at the beginning and get rid of that splash, get rid of that almost full stint. A full stint for Audi is 28. They were almost a full stint, where everyone else was half a stint or 2/3 of a stint.
Quick update on the 35 car. Hoping Tung back out on track. Remember, we heard Lou talking to David Cheng a little while ago. Great interview with David there about the issues for that car, and good news about Nelson Pansy-Tici. But driving a course in these tricky conditions from pretty early in the race is a two-man squad now, so a long evening for them.
Can we all agree that the 5 car is by far the unluckiest car in the championship? I think that's probably something that would be hard to argue. Alex Harrison says, for a unique and brilliant series like the FIA WEC, isn't there something slightly wrong with Porsche winning 10 of the last 11 races?
Oh, well, Porsche are doing a very good job.
Porsche are doing the best job, and that I don't, have been doing the best job until recently. I don't think that's at odds, but that hasn't been the case in the last 2 races. Now, Audi shot themselves in the foot in one respect when Andrea Lotterer fell off the track when he was chasing down the leader at Mexico. They had a failure on the Ollie Jarvis 8 car that cost that car the chance of the victory. So from that point of view, that's the sort of thing that happens in motor racing. What's happened this weekend is Audi have dominated the proceedings until that full course yellow.
Absolutely.
They've topped every single practice session. The cars have looked imperious under pretty much every conditions. Warm, cold, humid, even more humid. But the situation is that they got burned on that full course yellow. And I'm not saying it again, I'm going to say this, I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but they will be exceptionally sore at the end of this.
It's a luck of the draw, it's just the timing. It was not an incident, the brawl at the full course yellow, that involved any of the leading cars. But, you have to compare it with the available alternatives, which is, would it have been any better or worse with a safety car?
Oh, well, they would have lost the lead anyway with the safety car, because they take longer to pit. So if everybody had come in together, there's 6 seconds difference in how long it takes to fuel the Audi and tyre the Audi than it is on the Porsche, so they'd have lost the lead anyway because they'd have all come in together. Right, let's do glass half full here. We've still got a battle at the front of the field. Although at the moment, Timo Bernhard is pulling away from Ben Trellier. Took a couple of seconds out of him that time around.
But that was a traffic lap for the Audi, John. At the moment, in clear air, the Audi is still the quicker car. Quickest of the 4, though, most certainly at the moment, is Ollie Jarvis. Now, they said just a couple of laps ago that the spread between the top 4 was some 54, 55 seconds. We're waiting for Jarvis to come through, but last time through it was down to 51.3 seconds now. Lost a little bit of ground to Kobayashi last time, but those gaps, there are no gaps from the top
48.9.
Absolutely, there are no gaps in the top 4 more than 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'll take that. But remember, Well, okay, I'll take that. Let's leave it at that for the moment. An hour and 46 minutes to go. In LMP2, the 36 Alpine team are in danger of running away with this at the moment. Again, Nico Lapierre, there's another dominating team at the moment. You get this, that's motor racing. It's not called motor driving around, is it? It's called motor racing. Alex Brundle back in the 26 car for the second half of a double stint, I think, there for Alex.
Being caught now by the number 43 car, Felipe Albuquerque.
Yeah, slow second sector for Alex there.
I think he may just have been passed. He has indeed just been passed by... No, he's not. Sorry, it's Albuquerque behind him. Yeah. Alex bottled up behind one of the SMP cars. There is Albuquerque.
It's very tight, though. It's less than 2 seconds now, Graham, as they go across the line. 1.2, in fact, is the stopwatch's verdict. In GT Pro, Marco Sorensen by 20.3 seconds. But Jimmy Bruni's just put that 51 Ferrari's fastest lap in of the race and is trying to chase down the Aston that has not been headed since the start of this race, apart from pit stops, but let's leave that to one side. In GT, Paul Dalla Lana is in and out without losing the lead and still has a 1 minute 18 second lead in that 98 car. Now, full course yellow speeding. There was some doubt about that earlier on, Graham, and both of the SMP cars have been pinged.
Yep, well, that would seem to indicate there's something wrong with the way in which those speed limiters are set for both of those cars, wouldn't it? A little bit of controversy earlier in the season about this. Solly Jarvis, meanwhile, as we complete that point, puts in the fastest first sector of the race. So he's on a tear, and that's the gap to Kobayashi under 10 seconds now. But so we'll listen to Felipe Albuquerque.
Okay, so you can see him now. He's on older tires, so let's just be smart. And in front of him, that's Minasian.
Yeah, good.
So what he's being told there is Alex Brundle is a fight for position. Nick Minasian, he knows what he's dealing with there. It's a quick car, it's a pro driver. That gives him all the information he needs. It's not a fight for position if he gets past Alex Brundle. It is a professional driver. Minasian is actually going to... Alex Brundle drives off the track there. That's Albuquerque making the pass. And now we'll have to deal with Minasian down the start-finish straight. Minasian, though, will soon have to be down onto pit lane to take a 20-second stop-go.
As will the other car, the 37 and the 27, both not respecting full-course yellow speed. Ollie Jarvis has just put the fastest first sector in of the race. And he's just at a 48.0. He's going to be down into the 47s this time around. Not sure he's going to be close enough to the 47.0.
Okay, balked in the final sector, 51. In fact, loses time, would you believe, there. But it's still
going out.
That gap to the leader is coming down. It's now 50.7 seconds. This is compressing, John, lap by lap. The spread of the top 4 cars is coming down. 19 seconds is the lead gap now. Bernard to Trollier. Further 20 seconds back to Kobayashi, the number 6 Toyota. A further 11.3 seconds back to Ollie Jarvis in the number 8 Audi, which looks to me to be the fastest car on track at the moment in clear air. To just confirm the 27 and the 37. 27 at the moment, Nick Minasian runs 5th and will lose that position to Pipo Derani and would have lost the next position to Victor Scheitar as we watch. That's the...
Alex just ran out of brakes there.
That is where Felipe Albuquerque took the position.
Turn 19.
Took second in LMP2.
Alex committing early to try and go down the inside of the 83 Francois.
The 7's off.
Oh, second place car, Ben Trellier. This is, oh my goodness, that's one of the faster parts of the circuit, just towards the end of the lap, coming out of 18 towards 19. He can't find reverse, but the engine's still going. Now he's got reverse. Four-wheel drive might help him a little bit there, but he's dug into the gravel hard. This is turn 18.
He's hit the wall, John.
He's hit the... And that's a concrete wall there, Graham. That is an unprotected concrete wall. Here he goes outside of the Ford. He gets clipped by the Ford. Oh, that's a big one. And
no, they're safer barriers.
Tech Pro.
Tech Pro, yes.
Tech Pro barriers. And that is... now, hopefully, he hasn't hurt himself there. And that is the race for Audi. Over and out.
Well, Trelleway has already...
Let's have a look from the outside.
That had already happened at that stage. There's the two cars getting together. Is that 66 again? I think it was a 66. Full course yellow is going to be coming out in 10 seconds' time.
Tech Pro did its job, mine, didn't it?
Most certainly did.
Oh, look at this. That is not great body language.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Poor guys. Full course yellow with an hour and 40 to go.
I'm not sure there's much damage to that Audi.
No, I think as soon as it comes out of the gravel it'll drive. He's trying to get it going, rocket backwards and forwards with the four-wheel drive. But he's not able to get that out at the moment.
Yanni is already up to fourth, with Ben Trelleway still stuck in the gravel. Engine off now.
A couple of people have been asking what the little black...
leader in the pits. It's the number one.
Sorry, Graham.
Number one is in the pit lane.
That's why we're on this picture. A couple of people asking what the black box is around the onboard. It's just, I think, part of the graphics package. It's not actually blocking anything out. So 66 is back in the pit lane.
So
is Ollie Pla in the car?
It's Ollie Pla. It is indeed Ollie Pla in the car now. I thought I'd seen the 66. Let's have a quick look. What was his middle sector? His middle sector time was a 48 seconds.
So it wasn't the 66, it must have been the 67. Andy Prio.
Man, are you okay? The Ford pushed me out. Copy, man, are you okay? I'm okay, I'm stuck in the gravel. Okay, copy that.
Ben Trelleway, you are my hero for not saying any bad words.
Nothing
there.
we have to apologise for there.
Yes, well done. He's not happy though, is he?
No.
Problem is that that exit of 18, it does fall away, and
I think as we see the car go, I think that's 66.
It is 66.
Yes, it's 66.
So it was Ollie Pla. That corner does fall away. And what tends to happen, he goes around the outside of the Ford, he's okay, and then slightest of touches on the rear quarter panel. It's like you got airborne there for a moment. The GTs tend to drift out with the camber. Here comes the number 8. This is from 3rd position.
Rather change. Timo Bernard is back out and running. Kamui Kobayashi out second in the Toyota. It is Lucas de Grassi climbing aboard the car. Ben Trelleway still in the gravel, and he's going to be overtaken in not too much longer, John, by Kazuka Nakajima. Now the Audi is going to be towed clear.
Sorry guys, but there was nothing I could do to avoid that. Then apologize, Olivier. That's the saving guys to the end.
I'd like to see it again, actually, for the end car, because I have to say, I don't completely disagree with him.
Well, no, I don't think it's anybody's fault. You should be able to go too wide around there. Yeah. We spoke with Alan McNish this morning about where you can, because you've got more downforce. The problem is that a lot of these corners, 6 and 7 are the same as you go up the hill towards it. 8 is the same. We heard Brendan Hartley telling the incoming driver of the number 1 Porsche where you can and where you can't go around. The problem is at the exit of 18, the track falls away to the left-hand side, and the car on the inside will, it's a 1,300 kilo car. It's going to drift out.
That's exactly my point. Is I'm not sure other than braking at the apex, there's much you could do to avoid it.
Right, you can't brake at the apex, you'd have broken the car.
Exactly so. And I hear what Ollie Pla says. I'd like to see it again, but it seemed to me that if anybody moved from the defined line, it was the Audi and not the Ford.
He hadn't cleared the Ford, and he wants to be back across on the right-hand side of the track, is the short answer to that. Here comes the number 2, Neil Janney. I don't think that's a penalty on either driver. I just think that is the absolute definition of a racing incident. You've got a faster car that's almost cleared a slower car, but not quite.
Mark Lieb is going to climb aboard the number 2, does so now. And yet again, we turn the page on another chapter in this race. Scrub tyres for the number 2. Close to the 90 minutes to go mark. That Audi has not rejoined the race.
I think there may be some rear suspension damage on the left rear.
Can't deny they can be pushed. Now this is important, John, if for no other reason.
I'll tell you who it's really
a very important thing. It's with the Audi. It's a manufacturer's title. Well, it's a car that if it doesn't get moving will not score points.
Well, here's the interesting thing. We'll get half a point, as we now know. The interesting thing here is, ironically, the number 8 car is being helped out by this a tiny bit because they would have needed to make a splash.
Yes.
And now they may not.
Oh, now we've got the Audi moving.
Front wheel spinning. Don't you love Quattro? It's going to take a while to get the out of the way. Is there a right rear puncture there as well from the contact?
Is the door closed? It isn't at the moment.
Ben pulls back onto the track.
The door is closed now.
I think that's got damaged suspension.
It doesn't look right at the front either.
Well, let's have a look. As it goes into the pit lane, into the darkness. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Ooh, who was that going by? Somebody went past him as he was going into the
front bodywork damage.
Bodywork is loose at the front, and I think that's sort of catching our eye, isn't it?
Of course, there's going to be gravel everywhere. That looks to me to have a right rear puncture.
I would say from the and I would say that was probably from just the initial contact. I don't think that was cause. Certainly effect. Louise Beckett has better eyes than both Graham and I.
She is indeed vastly younger than either of us.
Wow, who was that going out through the Audi pit? That was the 8 car going back out. Lucas de Grassi. That was quite a long stop for Lucas. Yeah, not right on the right rear, if you see what I mean. But a decent job. Also,
shredded.
Right front has shredded as well. That's probably from trying to dig itself out the gravel or from locking it up going across the...
If that was your road car, you'd be able to...
15 seconds to go green, 15 seconds.
You have a very bad day at the quick fit, wouldn't you?
Can't even catch a break on it happening and getting some full course yellow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green. We are back to green. We are back to racing speeds. Thank you for that.
Mark Webber has been installed in the leading Porsche, and it's going to be another victory for the number 1 car, and their title defence is back on track again, isn't it? Well, an hour and 31 minutes. Still a lot of racing to go, but I don't think either of the cars behind can catch it. I really don't.
It's an early call for that result, John, with a race like this, but...
Did de Grassi pit twice there? Yes, he did.
He did.
So he came in, he did a pit stop, and he came in again for another 29. That's almost a drive-through. So what was he in the pits 4 seconds for there?
Was it a loose door? Was it?
I know that Louise will be down at Audi. See if we can find out why Di Grassi made the second stop there. Just for a top up of fuel? 4 seconds of fuel? Are they that tight to be able to get to the end?
Maybe.
That's interesting. I did say that the full course yellow might help that car.
An extra lap of fuel.
4 seconds is a bit more than an extra lap.
But having just been in, they'd have filled the car anyway.
Oh yeah, good point. Sorry, I see what you're saying. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Is it that tight?
Well, that's interesting. I'm going to check with the Oracle.
So back we go to green flag racing. It's 90 minutes to go. 9:30 in the evening local time here in Texas. 15 seconds is the gap, but now the gap is Porsche to, would you believe it, Toyota. Lucas Di Grassi is a further 36 seconds back, and the gap 1 to 3 now. Remember, 51 seconds before the full course yellow is down under 50 seconds now. This work starts on the number 7 car. Lots of damage, I'm afraid.
Confirmed, the door wasn't closed properly on the number 8 of Lucas Di Grassi, so they did splash a bit of fuel just to make sure that it was absolutely full. 26 car is under investigation. That's René Rast in 3rd position. Mark Webber in charge of the race for Porsche with an hour and a half to go. Well, Graham, this now is a very different race, no less interesting as far as I'm concerned. But this now is how much of Toyota, how much more speed have Toyota got? What is going to the ace in the hole for Toyota now is that extra set of brand new tyres.
Absolutely, and 15 seconds is the gap. The only other question at the moment is what kind of speed has Lucas Di Grassi got? And the answer is quite a lot. 1:47.466 last time, took 2 seconds out of Mark Webber. That gap, 47.9 seconds. That's a figure worth thinking about. Let's start thinking about 50 seconds or thereabouts when this race went back to green. Let's see what, if any, progress can be made. 2 seconds that time around. It's all about traffic. It's all about where you can find that clear racing room. For the race as a whole, this is bad news, of course, with the number 7 car in the garage, as indeed it is that we've got the 5 Toyota with a wastegate problem.
But Graham, this follows on this pattern that we've seen with neither one of the Porsches or the Audis that have the most points continuing to score best in the next race.
Okay, Mark, gap to P2 is 15 seconds. 15 seconds, Toyota 6, because they didn't take tyres during the stop. They did fuel only.
Yeah, that was the point I was about to make there. But this intriguing conundrum for Porsche and Audi, where the number 1 car isn't the car that's got the most points in the championship.
Indeed, absolutely right, but they don't care about that.
No, in terms of the Drivers' Championship.
Correct.
You're right, sorry. That's what I'm talking about. They want manufacturers' points. For the drivers, this is really interesting and possibly not great, because the number 1 car, yeah, okay, here's potentially another victory, should be another victory for those guys, but they still will be behind. The number 8 Audi is not the Audi that's got the largest amount of points. They finished down the field at Mexico. Now, is the number 6 Toyota the Toyota with the biggest number of points for its drivers?
It's the 2nd place car in the championship.
That's the point I'm making. That's fantastic. So
Meanwhile, last time around, 3.5 seconds taken out of the leader by the third place car. Remember we talked about that 50-second gap when we went back to green? 43.7 seconds is the gap now. It's not over.
Rene Rast has just put in the fastest lap for the 26 car, 1:57.0. They're not giving up the fight either. Under 30 seconds between them and Philippe Albuquerque. Oh, 66 car, Muka and George Howard Chapel to race control immediately.
As we watch the Audi crew ready to release Andre Lotterer back into the wild with a refettled number 7. Just to remind viewers of where we are with the drivers' points, the lead car is indeed the number 2 Porsche, currently in 4th position. That would be good enough for 12 points if things stayed as they do.
Are we going to do it if it finished now?
If it finished now, yeah,
okay.
Why? 118 points. They have a mighty 23, 33, 42. Hang on, let me get this right. 18. 41-point lead over the number 6 Toyota. And then third in the points is indeed the number 8 Audi. And they are just 2.5 points behind the Toyota.
Right.
The number 1 car, meanwhile, is a pretty easy one. 3.5 points until 2 races ago, and then maximum racing points since then. So they are on 53.5 points, scoring nothing at Silverstone after the shunts with Brendan Hartley getting involved with the Golf 6 Porsche.
Yep.
Half a point in Spa with 1 point for pole, just 2 points at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and then maximum points thereafter. So they're on a charge. If they win this race, it's going to look very different getting into the final 3 races of the season.
I think it's intriguing.
More time taken out again. This is getting... Lucas de Grassi is the man with the hand that everybody wants to see at this stage. 25 seconds the gap to Kobayashi. Kobayashi, meanwhile...
40 seconds then to Mark Webber. 40 seconds the gap now. What does it start at?
About around 50.
Okay.
Give or take a tenth. Around 50 seconds when we went back to green.
All right. Question is how the stop's going to play out.
It's 40.1 seconds now. It's another lap in the 148s for de Grassi against a lap in the 150s for Mark Webber. And there's going to be a point, and that point is going to come pretty soon, I think, when we hear again from the number 1 Porsche, and he's going to be told not about the Toyota in second, but about the Audi in third.
There is the number 8. That is de Grassi with the 3 red lights on the side. Luca has got the bit between his teeth now. The 7 car is ahead of him with Andre Lotterer.
8-minute stop that for 8 minutes on pit road for...
Yeah, lost 6 laps all told, so 10 minutes really, 10-11 minutes was lost.
So just when you're next down at your local dealership, whichever car you've got, just ask them, complete new bodywork, clean out the underside and give me 4 new tyres, see what the bill is. And I bet it takes them more than 8 minutes.
Yeah. Bet the board don't put 22 people on it though, Graham, in fairness. De Grassi, 48.5 last time around, 48.5 for Mark Webber.
In fact, the lap time difference for the last completed laps for the 2, with the response from Mark Webber to the charge from Lucas de Grassi, is 1/1000th of a second. 1:48.590 for the Porsche, 1:48.591 for de Grassi. So we need to know from Louise in the pits where he lost that 1,000th.
Yeah.
Gap goes out with a slower lap in traffic. We saw that for Lucas de Grassi. 43 seconds now. So 80 minutes of this, well, what has been intriguing.
Oh, fantastic.
At times dramatic.
Let's have a listen to what Lucas de Grassi's been told.
I have the Easter car in front of me. Let him know. Yeah, message is already delivered.
Politely done, I thought, by the Brazilian.
Yeah, I've got the 7 car in front of me. 7 car actually not doing any harm at the moment because he's helping with the blue flags for the cars that he's coming through to pass. Let's just hope everybody stays nice and frosty.
Pace all round just generally seems to be being upped a little at the moment. So passing by the Rebellion with 13. Next target for de Grassi is indeed the number 7.
Unwittingly, the length of that full course yellow and possibly even coming back in to close the door has allowed Lucas de Grassi now to be in the window for a 1 more stop to the end of the race. Kobayashi should be the same and so should Webber, so the top 3 effectively, Graham, on the same fuel strategy.
It's a real gap.
So these gaps are real now. They weren't before. If you remember, I said that Ben Trellier couldn't get to the end with just the same number of stops of those around him.
So
now the lead Audi isn't that car, it's the 8 car, and de Grassi has been set on stun, really, hasn't he? 44 seconds, it's going back out again.
He's had a lot of traffic on that lap, but it's 78 minutes, 45 seconds the gap.
Nico Lapierre leads LMP2 in 8th position for the Alpine. Philippe Albuquerque by 23 seconds in 2nd place ahead of René Rast, who's been laying down some very, very quick laps in the 26.
But as a pit stop under investigation.
Yes, he has. All the P2 cars have 1 more pit stop for us as well, by the way. I think all the GT cars now as well, I'm pretty certain, have got 1 more to go. The interesting thing for me is what happens to the 97 car, how far it filters through, how much closer to the end it gets, so therefore how much fuel it has to put in and whether it can make up some of the deficit over the cars ahead. I'm not counting the 97 out. I don't think there's a win on for the 97. Maybe a podium for the 97.
Remember, Darren Turner leads the championship at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's the point I'm making. Yes, exactly, Graham. He leads it on his own because of the way his teammates have been swapped around this year.
At the moment, it's 95 Aston Martin that leads the team's championship. 97 is 3rd, but the gap 1st to 4th between 95, 71, 97 and the 66 Ford is just 5 points. There really is absolutely everything to play for in LMGT Pro this year. With
Mike Wainwright is out of the 86. Andy, we've got Carol in the car. Let's go down and have a word with Mike.
Well, Mike, you've made it back to the garage. What happened?
I ended up in a gravel turn 1. As I left the gravel, first of all I came into the garage with a right rear puncher. We changed, left the pits, pedal went straight to the floor. I had no brakes, ended up in the gravel. That's what happened. And then through the balance to the stint, I really struggled to basically get the tyres back working. So it was a struggle.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
That's what I was struggling there, was to try and tell you that Adam Carroll was in the car. Comes out here, pedal to the floor. Why turn right there, and not just turn left and go down the hill?
Yes,
hey, listen, I would like that to happen.
A very odd moment indeed for Mike Wainwright. So just to continue the point about GT Pro, the Manufacturers' Championship, which of course is the one that the manufacturers really want to win, that effectively now is between Aston Martin and Ferrari. 179 points for Aston Martin, 2 scoring cars of course for Aston Martin, Ferrari and Ford. 176, just 3 points the gap between Aston Martin and Ferrari. So the final position of that 97 car is absolutely critical. Every point is going to count. Ford meanwhile are 58 points back, 121 points in the bank for them, but not out of it finally, but certainly a way back. Lucas Di Grassi meanwhile stupendously quick in the first sector on that last lap, fastest of the race so far.
I've always wanted to meet you.
Drops a little bit of time back in sector 2. Kobayashi meanwhile not being dropped by Webber, and in fact is beginning to nibble away at that gap again. We've just had the one retirement, that's for the Straka racing car, explained earlier. It's not helping the remaining field, of course, because it's still as busy out there. So traffic remains an issue. That is really seeing a swing of lap times of around, well, 1 to 3 seconds, 148s, 149s on a clear lap, 151s, 152s when traffic gets involved here. Mark Webber now in his 23 seconds, the gap to Kamui Kobayashi. Lucas Di Grassi for the 21 seconds back. That 3-car spread now 44 seconds. That's come in and gone out again.
It's not coming down quick enough now.
No, it's not.
And I think this is Di Grassi. Well, this is Kobayashi for sure not having new tyres on. But this should be the only time that Toyota need to double stint. In fact, I'm not... Well, okay, yes, they needed to double stint. They have 1 extra set of tyres.
Webber, meanwhile, puts in the fastest time of the race for the leading number 1 car, 148.2. He's looking to put this thing to the sword. You can see the threat. He understands that threat very clearly indeed.
One of the things that we've got to take into consideration here is what tyres they have got left to put on Mark Webber's car. And I think they've still got to put a set of used on that car, which they used in qualifying. Or they've got a double stint a set that he's on now. And the reason I mentioned that is, I would have thought that a set that you'd used in qualifying in the heat of the day might not be the most optimum tyre for the cool of the evening. Whereas Toyota will have a brand new set of tyres left, which could just be a set of softer tyres for 1 stint in the cool of the evening.
Well,
again,
no, it won't be very long before we find this out, John.
I'm speculating. I'm completely speculating on that. Mark can't hang about here. He can't just think, well, you know, I've got this 23 seconds, because whether it's Mark or someone else who brings that car home, there may not be playing on the same playing field effectively. Now the heat still causing issues down in the pit lane, hearing that one of the Aston Martin mechanics is getting some attention down at the medical centre as well.
I'm not remotely surprised. It's
no.
swelteringly hot out there.
I will we'll get you news on that when we can. Just
rehydration is the name of the game.
Oh, yes.
In this situation, he'll be fine. The great thing about a racing team is it's a team.
Yeah.
And the guys and the girls look after each other. So any sign that there was anything awry would have been exactly the right call. Might mean that perhaps the morning off tomorrow is perhaps a little less fun for him than otherwise it would be. Meantime, another 148 lap that time around. Lucas di Grassi finding clearer track ahead of him and immediately takes a nibble again out of Kamui Kobayashi and Mark Webber. 19 seconds the gap now to Kobayashi, 42.8 seconds the gap to Mark Webber. But he needs to keep doing that, and he needs Mark Webber not to do that.
Engine running during the pit stop for car 88. That's a drive-through for David Enemar Hansen.
Now, that will not drop them out of their current 4th position because the 2 cars behind
are laps down.
Yeah. It is the number 86. We heard from Mike Wainwright saying long brake pedal caused that bizarre off into the gravel at turn 1, and the championship leading 83 Ferrari, that's a long stop for a problem with the, we think, in the engine bay. The engine for the Ferrari 458, that car is out and running, but will remain unless there's further dramas ahead of it in 6th position. The car of interest at the moment, though, in the GT classes is Jimmy Bruni on a charge again, trying to mount an attack on the number 95, leads the team's championships. Aston Martin at the moment at the head of all 3 championships with Darren Turner in a drivers' championship battle that again is separated by a handful of points. Turner from Sorensen and team has a 3-point advantage. They currently lead the race here, of course, and it's a further point back to Sam Bird and Davide Rigon. They lie 3rd, and a further 2 back to the absent Richie Stanaway. Then the points gaps draw out a little more.
Richie's got more races to miss.
Will not improve here.
Yeah, sorry, but Richie's got more races to miss as well, hasn't he? There's another clash between one of the Aussie supercar races and one of the longer races.
Certainly not confirmed by Aston Martin yet,
okay,
but I'll buy that. That's perfectly fine. If there's a clash.
He is at Sandown this weekend, by the way. I had that stored away at the back of my mind somewhere and blurted it out earlier and then doubted myself. Thank you to those of you who confirmed that. Here is Enemar Hansen in the pit lane.
Slowly in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, he's turned the engine off now to counterbalance the fact it was on during the pit stop. It's actually, of course...
Is that his drive-through, or is that a problem?
Well, I think that may be a problem. I was only joking about the engine being turned off. The engine has... Yeah, stopped. The engine... It's only a problem if you leave the engine running, of course, if you fuel the car, isn't it? It's engine off for fuel. You can't and you can't lift the car.
You can't lift the car with the engine running. While we're watching this drama,
great bit of camera work by our cameraman down in the pit lane. Thanks to all of our camera operators doing a grand job as ever, and the old B truck being hot on the old replays tonight. Thank you.
Another very quick lap from Lucas di Grassi. A 1:48.1 brings the gap down even further. So it's a 1:49.9, so 150 all but anything for Mark Webber. 150.5 for Kamui Kobayashi, 1:48.1 last time, 1:49.4 this time. The gap 39.9 seconds first to third, under 15 seconds now di Grassi to Kobayashi. Toyota will want this second place. Number 88 crew, meanwhile, have got about 6 minutes to get that car back out to save their current 4th position. And again, the 88 car pretty luckless here.
Let's go down in the pit lane. Well, Marino Franchitti is waiting to speed to Louise Beckett. Currently, Andy Priaulx has the 67 in 4th position.
Well, Marino Franchitti is currently on standby to maybe get in the car. This is certainly the word endurance, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, just the heat alone, it's just endurance walking around. The guys on the crew in pit stops, us in the car, guys in the pits. It's crazy out there, it's so warm. Tempers look to be getting heated as well. Yeah, we're pushing so hard to try and get back on the podium. It's been a long time since Spa. We've been a lot of close run things. Car's handling really well. Andy's doing a fantastic job, and just really hope we can bring it home.
We've got those battles again in GT, so what can you do in this, coming into this last hour?
I don't know, you know, Andy's been chipping away at the Ferrari in front and maintaining the gap to the Aston behind, so if we can continue to do that, whether it's Andy or myself, it's going to be close at the end, so it'll be usual barnstorming GT end, I'm sure.
And presumably you've got one more stop?
Sorry?
Just one more stop to go?
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bit of good news from back at home for Andy Priaulx, who's in the car at the moment. His son, Seb, starting his motor racing career, and once again having a cracking result this weekend. But he 1 hour and 5 minutes to go, and shout for the name Seb Priaulx, second generation driver, and he is very quick indeed. Driving in British National Championships, in the Ginetta Championships, Graham.
Ginetta Juniors, yeah.
Making a name for himself. Already had a pole position and a win as well, hasn't he? Certainly had a podium.
He's well, certainly it's again another one of these championships that's building a skill set, but better still, putting more people into motorsport.
Yeah. Philippe Albuquerque just put the fastest lap in for the 43 RGR Sport Ligier,
drawing out a bit of an advantage over his Audi teammates.
Oh yeah, good point. Two Audi Works drivers at the moment in second and third place cars in LMP2, Philippe Albuquerque and René Rast. Oh dear. Paul Dallalana's 98 Aston Martin under investigation for full course yellow speed. Well, that's from a wee while ago. Well, we had a number. Now, I will say that doesn't necessarily mean a penalty, because we had a number of cars under investigation before, of which only 2 penalties were handed out, Graham.
Indeed, and look at it this way, the last one we saw will depend on if it is, how far over he was, because it's usually a proportionate penalty for that.
Yeah, so it was 20 seconds for the last 2 cars.
Another 1:48.4 for De Grassi. Under 14 seconds now to Kobayashi, 39.7 to the leader.
6 or 7 minutes, so 4 laps, 5 laps maybe, before we see the window open for the final pit stop. And then the choice has to be, do you pit immediately and risk getting caught with a full course yellow, or do you go as deep into the race as you can and put less fuel in to get you to the end?
You've got to go deep.
Well, the problem with that is that if you do that...
Oh, big trouble for the 98, it's had a spin. This is the GTM leader, Paul Dallalana.
Yeah, that was in the middle sector, so I would suggest probably coming down into the braking, either coming over the top at 9 or into the braking area for 11. And my question about that is, in a race where you can have slow zones, full course yellows or a safety car, it's not an easy decision to make as to when you make that last pit stop.
No, absolutely not.
Normally, you get into the last pit stop, you take it as quickly as you can in case you get stuck on the wrong side of a safety car. However, with full course yellows, you get caught the wrong side of a full course yellow, you don't want to take it early. 48.3 to 50.7 Webber to Degrassi that time.
Yeah.
Ebb and flow of the traffic again, Graham.
Goes back the way of the Porsche. And into the pit lane comes Paul Galana after an off-track moment we've not seen, but also this car under investigation.
And I was right, actually. Seb Priaulx, last gas move in the final lap of his second race at Silverstone. 5 cars split by 0.4 of a second at the line. Priaulx won despite starting the last lap in 4th position. Got his dad's grit, hasn't he? That was at Silverstone. Must have been earlier today.
No more clashes with Fiat Supercar endurance rounds at WEC. No more clashes with WEC and Fiat Supercar.
So Stanaway back for the rest of the season then.
Thank you, Slay Perrins.
Webber leads Kobayashi and Degrassi as we head to the last 60 minutes. Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com is alongside me, John Hindhaugh, as we head into the last hour of the 6 hours here at Texas. Lone Star Le Mans, Paul Dallalana under investigation in GT ARM, GT Pro, Marco Sorensen. The 2 Aston Martin Racing cars have really dominated the GTE categories. Nico Lapierre leads for Alpine in LMP2, and Mark Webber has 25.5 seconds at the head of the field. Timo Bernhard handed the car over to him. Let's have a word with him now with Louise Baggett.
So you're just keeping an eye on Mark and waiting to get back in the car, is that the case?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we had a good comeback and fighting back, and yeah, so Mark's doing an awesome job. We have a small lead, but yeah, still one Toyota and one Audi are still in the fight. So yeah, gonna take the last in. We'll see, but it's definitely gonna be quite a hot one.
There's a lot of pressure out there, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a great race for spectators and for the people at home watching television. Absolutely. I mean, it's a great fight. Let's see. I mean, I think it will be. Yeah, it's not over yet. You never know. I mean, if there's another Focus Yellow, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit split because there were a couple of Focus Yellow, and this I think split also the strategies. And yeah, so it's still open.
They've played into your hand quite well, though.
Yeah. One was at the right time, that's true, but I think we were starting to come back a little bit on the P2 Audi at the time. The Toyota was always strong, so it was not bad as well. And the 8, I think they had an issue, but yeah, still open.
Thank you.
Well, very straightforward response as always from Timo Bernhard. Yes, a little bit lucky, but his view was that there was leeway being made on the then second placed Audi. Meantime, some further bad luck for the luckless number 5 Toyota. It's going to be a 5-second pit stop time penalty for car 5 overtaking using track limits. That presumably means they will hold the car for 5 seconds at the end of their next pit stop, their last pit stop. Not something we've seen very often in the WEC before. Back to the
FIA thing.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Back to the kind of the time gap at the front, which I know is gripping everybody at the moment. It's 36.5 seconds top 3s. We see that's what it was. That's what brought out that pit stop penalty. It's a 10-second pit stop penalty for car 5, not 5. Correction on the screens in front of us now. So that is not going to drop that car any further down the order from its current 5th position. So to go back to the point, it's 35 seconds first to third, 11.4 seconds now Lucas Degrassi needs to find to get on the terms with Kamui Kobayashi. And Kobayashi 23.4 seconds back from the still leading Mark Webber. 1 Porsche, 6 Toyota, 8 Audi, that's the top 3. There are 56 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of the Circuit of the Americas 2016. In LMP2, Nico Lapierre and the dominant Signatec Alpine squad lead the way from Felipe Albuquerque, who is beginning to come under pressure now from René Rast, the 43 RGR Sport car being closed down on now by the number 26 G-Drive Orica. The number 44 Manor Orica, Richard Bradley, back at the wheel of that car, runs fourth. Meantime, in GT Pro, Marco Sorensen and the 95 Aston Martin leads the way, 15 seconds up now on Jimmy Bruni's 51 Ferrari. So about a minute back from the leader to the third-placed 71 Ferrari. Davide Rigon at the wheel of that, but Andy Prio is now in close contention, isn't he, John, with the number 71 car, Darren Turner, only another 14 seconds back. So it's 20 seconds between third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah, and don't forget Darren Turner, we think, has a fuel advantage in that 97 car. Andy Prio, though, desperate to get on the podium at least, as in comes the 77, Richard Leach Porsche, not being competitive really, this car this year. We had hoped to see a couple of factory Porsches, we haven't. They are busy preparing the 2017 911 RSR, which we will find out a little more about when it goes to the FIA test, which I think is the end of this month, Graham. It's
couple of weeks.
It's a closed test, I take it.
I've not got a ticket, I'll tell you that for nothing. I did ask, it all went quiet after that, no emails, no nothing.
It'd be nice actually to, on a serious note, to actually go along and see how they are conducted and how the balance of performance is assessed.
In an orderly fashion and expensively, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, no, well, that's fair.
Under 10 seconds now, Degrassi from Kobayashi, 48.0. Last time to a 51.4. 48.3 for Mark Webber. 35.6 seconds, the top three gap now. And it's getting very much more like game on for a battle for the second position. Webber still has a substantial edge. 27 seconds from Kobayashi, 35.5 from Degrassi. Does seem able to respond. There's the world champion.
Sunshine, humidity, expectation, all present on the grid before the 6 hours of the Americas here at COTA, 6th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Exactly the orderly start that we had expected as the two Audis got away. Mark Webber straight up the inside of Loic Duval, who was slightly recalcitrant on the start and ran a bit wide into turn one. Pace of the Toyotas early on, very impressive. Getting in between the Porsches. Wasn't too long though before Loic Duval got back into second position. Aston Martin 98 going ahead of the Porsche to claim the lead. 88 car now sitting in 5th position. Aston holding on to that GT lead since then. While Bruno Senna was trying to make up a position in LMP2, they were lapped by the leading Audi at the time, the number 7 car. Full course yellow caused by the SMP Racing BR01 running out of electricity, although it did restart and make it back to the pits. Pit stops, as ever, crucial. The timing of, as well as the execution of. Audi's switching places, 8 getting ahead of 7 in the pit stop cycle. Audi's pulling well away into the darkness and dominating the race, building up almost a full minute's lead. And then Mike Wainwright with a long brake pedal on the 86 Gulf Racing UK car, bringing out a full course yellow just after the Audis had pitted. Then 40 seconds lost by the leading Audi, the 8 car, with its electrical problems. 44 Manor and 66 Stefan Mucker-driven Ford coming rather too close for comfort in the S's. Full course yellow for that. New nose for the Manor. As the fireworks went off above the circuit, things got really interesting, and the blue touch plate was lit on the track as Ben Trellier, charging at the front of the field, came into contact with the 66 Ford, leaving the Audi off the circuit and promoting the Toyota. Meantime, the number 1 Porsche had benefited from a full course yellow at the right time to get itself in the lead of the motor race, which is where it stays with Mark Webber behind the wheel. 34.5 seconds to the good on Lucas Di Grassi in second place, because the 6 Toyota is in for its final stop, Graham.
In and out, Stefan Sarrazin on his way. Also in pit lane, we've had a flurry of GT Pro stops. Davide Rigon and Di Prio, both in and out. That gap 6 seconds now for what is the 4th position, because Darren Turner hasn't stopped. We know there's that fuel advantage. He will have to stop one more time. But Turner at the moment up to 3rd position. The leader, Nicky Thiem, is in and out. Jimmy Bruni handing over to James Collado, just leaving pit lane now, and just presently, just right now, it is an Aston Martin 1-2.
Yeah, and Darren Turner leads the class.
Darren Turner, does he lead the class?
I think so. He should do on the pit stop cycle.
Either way, it's an Aston Martin 1-2, which order we'll see in about 40 seconds' time.
And the question now is, how much further into the race can Darren Turner go in the 97? And does that give him enough advantage in terms of filling the car to go to the end? In terms of putting less fuel in, Graham, therefore the car standing still.
Indeed.
Slightly less amount of time.
We'll see what advantage he can draw in a few minutes' time. Will it fire him up the order any? We'll wait and see.
Came into this in 5th. Rene Rast on a bit of a tear at the moment as well, has got the gap back down to 2nd place, under 10 seconds.
So 36.6 seconds is the one of 2 significant gaps, with Sarrazin back out on track with the number 6 car, now running 3rd.
Stefan should have had a brand new set of Michelin tyres waiting for him. Took him 1 minute 12, so wasn't a bad stop at all, actually, that. Very good indeed. Darren Turner, by the way, is 8 seconds behind his teammate, so Nicky Thiem did get out in the lead, Graham, you were right.
James Collado in close proximity to the 2nd of the Aston Martins in the number 51 Ferrari. Points battle in GT Pro in all 3 classes is mighty, mighty close.
Buemi has done his last stop in the 5 Toyota. Nico Lapierre leads in LMP2. He's his teammate, Stefan Brikelme, with Louise Beckett.
So Gustavo's going to get in the car, Stefan. This has been another great race so far for the 36.
So far so good, yeah, everything went under the plan. For sure, when I dropped the 2 stint, it was pretty tough because the temperature was really high. It was a sunset too, though, so I have to keep the visor closed all along. And I didn't have any hair, so in the last lap I was losing some pace because the heat was really tough. but I mean, it was enough to keep the lead. Now, after me, Gustavo did a really good job. The team also made the perfect strategy. Nico is doing well, and so now we are one lap and leading for the LGR, so everything is under control.
Just how challenging has this race been?
It was the first time for me I suffer like this in a race car, because before I used to be in Formula car, so I have always some wind in my face, and now with the roof it was pretty hard. And when the team asked me just before the end of my first stint if I was able to keep going, I say yeah, for sure. And then more the laps where I was running, I would say, wow, it's really hard to be until the end, and hopefully I get the full course yellow at 5 laps before the end, and it was really good to stop.
Thank you.
Well, Stefan Rakelmi has made a spectacular start to his sports car racing career. Has done a little bit of GT racing, but first year in LMP2. Team pretty much dominating proceedings at the moment. Meantime, Darren Turner did pit the number 97 car, I think just a lap or two after the competition, so that advantage we expected not really there in the latter stage of this race, and that car has dropped back down to 5th position.
Fernando Reis actually lost time to Andy Prio. It was only about 16 seconds. Actually, we'll wait till that stabilises. The time gaps normally do that as they go through the lap.
But Mark Webber, 1:51.6 last time through. Time taken again out by Lucas Di Grassi, 1:48.4. 3 seconds the good that last time around, but he's running out of time here.
Unless there's a problem for the Porsche, Audi can't win this race. Stefan Sarazan now 1:50.2 from Stefan Sarazan with a full car, but with what presumably is a brand new set of Michelins on that they'd saved for this very moment. I've got a feeling Webber needs to put a used set on at the end.
Not convinced this is totally over yet, I have to tell you. Di Grassi has definitely got speed in that car.
There's 20 laps to go. Di Grassi's got to take 1.5 seconds out of Webber every single lap on average, and it's just not going to happen, Grim. Mind, Porsche cannot afford a fumbled pit stop.
Yep.
Can't afford a sticky wheel.
Yep.
I'll give you that, because it's not all over. It's never all over.
Nothing ever happens in the last 45 minutes.
What I'm saying is, if everything else remains the same,
yep, which it never does.
But if it does, then Mark Webber wins the race. Here comes Mark Lee. Take as much time as they want on this one.
4th position, and that is not under risk from behind. Lucas Di Grassi also on pit road. So the 2nd and 4th place cars in for what will be their final stops. Brendan Rast still making some inroads, just not quickly enough. Under 10 seconds back from the 2nd placed 43 Ligier as we watch Porsche team go through the well-drill routine.
And Di Grassi's in for his last pit stop, Graham.
Yes, indeed.
Last roll of the dice.
36 seconds
Audi
was the gap as across the line.
Now, got to put a new set of tyres on that car. No. They've just splashed Di Grassi and sent him.
Well, Marco, so far so good.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. What I just came in from was probably one of my most difficult stints ever, because the radio broke when when we were doing the driver change. So I had absolutely no communication with the team, and we had a full course yellow, and I had no clue what was going on out there, basically. So I was just trying to follow the protocol that we had, and luckily we didn't lose too much.
So how did you
Say again?
How did you know when to come in?
We have a fuel alarm, so I know at a certain point, if it goes over that point, I can't make it anymore. So I had to come in. And I knew the engineers are, of course, following us on the computer, so I knew they would be ready in here. But it was not nice. It felt lonely.
Great teamwork.
Yeah, definitely.
Well done.
We have to make it home now.
So, with the pit stop,
by the way, it felt lonely.
Absolutely. So the pit stop done for Lucas Di Grassi, just 55 seconds on pit road. That does mean that Di Grassi rejoins the race ahead of the Toyota.
Yeah, that's key. That's the track position part of it. Now, they put tyres on that car in the last full course yellow. Remember, he came in for a splash of fuel and to close the door. That may have been a costly trip down pit lane, Graham.
Not terribly costly. We're going to have to wait to see what...
20 kilometres an hour slower than he would have been on the track.
And that's the point. It's just
yellow.
20 kilometres an hour slower. Yeah. So it's not a massive... what it's not is a full extra pit stop.
However, does that force Mark Webber to keep the tyres on that he's got on now?
That may well be the strategy. That may well be exactly what they're trying to force them to do. It is going to be. It's 88
like
seconds. And Webber's on pit road now.
Well, here's where we find out. Leaders in the pit lane. I like this strategy from Audi. They've pushed Porsche into this. They've taken the initiative. This is a green flag pit stops, and Porsche have had to respond here. Now, tyres or no tyre. Oh, driver change.
Driver change.
So Timo is going to get into the car, which will mean there will be tyres, surely.
Can't see tyres ready at the moment.
Unusual.
There are tyres there.
I think it's tyres, Graham. They've got the... even if they only do left sides here, it's the left rear that normally takes the battering.
Di Grassi has not cleared the second sector.
They are not new tyres. They are tyres that have been used and scraped off.
Does now, 45 seconds from the line, with the tyres beginning to go on.
And it's 4. Di Grassi's in the final sector.
Here comes.
Coming through to turn 17.
And away.
18 now. On used tyres. So this advantage is absolute now.
It is about 20 seconds longer in pit road for the Porsche than for the Audi. That gap is going to be halved, John.
You're going to be looking at something around about 15 seconds, I think. Maybe a little more.
We'll only find out as they both clear the first sector. Timo Bernhard does that now.
He's in turn...
It's 19
7.
seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe a little less than that.
Or, well, Timo's got to get up to speed. Remember, no tyre warmers are allowed here. So your outlap is...
It's 18 seconds. 18.5 seconds. 38 seconds to go. Newer tyres, though, on the Porsche.
Well, you'd hope so. Unless they've recycled them from earlier on.
Which is possible.
Yeah. They look like they'd had the heat gun on them in the scraper as they went on.
And just to add a little bit of spice, on the last lap through, Stefan Sarasan closing up on Lucas Di Grassi. So remember that little wee while ago, when we went back from full course yellow, the top 4 then, before the incident for the number 7 Audi, separated by 50 seconds. The top 3 now separated by 26. 37 minutes to go.
Wow, what an outlap by Timo Bernhard. Sector 2, 41.2 seconds on his outlap. Outstanding. So Timo Bernhard now with it all to do, bring the car home. Not quite a full stint for Timo at the end. Be about, oddly, about that 20 laps that we said that Porsche would need to do for their extra stint.
Now the question at the moment, John, is by throwing the dice and forcing that are trying to force Porsche after they left themselves exposed to losing second position to the Toyota.
What do you want to do? Do you want to win motor races, or do you want to pick up points?
I think if you're a manufacturer, you'd quite like to do both, really.
What's the difference between second place points and third place points? So, you know. Let's go down to Paul Dalla Matthias Lauders in the 98 car leading in arm.
Well, with a lap advantage at the moment, it's looking good for you in these last moments.
Yeah, you know, listen, it's been a real team effort today. I've got to say the crew, my two co-drivers have just done a great job, and the cars just, you know, run perfectly. So, you know, other than any late race drama, which could always happen, you know, I think we're feeling like we've done enough here to get the win. So, really good feeling. Rarely do I want to get away from a racetrack. It's normally so much fun, but I got to tell you, this one has been exhausting.
You were just explaining to me about that full course yellow limit.
Yeah, you know, we'll see, but it looks like I might have left it 1/10 of a second late on that last full course yellow. I was right in the tightest turn, and I just hit the button. So let's see. You know, I think we have enough time to do a penalty if we need to. Hopefully we don't, but you know, it's tough out there. You're tired, it's dark, everything's going on, and sometimes you don't get it exactly right.
Thank you.
Another very honest reflection from one of our gentleman drivers, and what a gentleman he is.
A genuine guy, Paul Dalla. When he's happy, he's happy. When he's sad, he's sad, and I like that. You can see in his face he's not happy there.
1:52.1 for the leader last time around. 1:48.5
traffic
for De Grassi. 16 seconds.
It's traffic.
It is traffic, but
Andy Prio's not giving up on third place in GT Pro either.
No.
He just can't close down the two Ferraris, and Nicky Team is holding them off at the moment.
Fending off.
Collado, yeah. Davide Rigon, the fastest of the leading Pro cars. You know when it's not a good day?
Yeah, when everything happens to the same car.
Yeah. Stefan Mucker is going to have to take a drive-through penalty for the 66 car because they've used too many tyres on that car. The irony there is, of course, that they are the sharp end of 20 laps down on the leading car in class, and they've still managed to throw too many tyres at it. The thing I'll say is I hope they haven't got any from the 66 on there. The 67 on there, excuse me.
1:49.2 for Timo Bernhard this time around.
That's Timo's pace.
Indeed.
Right now, in that Porsche, that is Timo's pace.
And he takes a couple of tenths out of De Grassi on that occasion.
Porsche looking very, very good. Much better in the cooler conditions. They looked all at sea in the heat of the day. And if this was a 6-hour race that had been run in the heat of the day, this would have been a different story, Graham. Because that's the 998 hybrid. Did not have the pace in it at all. It's only come alive since the sun started to go down. They've played the full course yellows. Got a bit of luck. And should win this race. Half an hour to go.
I'm still not convinced.
Well, it's still getting on. In fact, it's getting up towards 2 seconds a lap now on the Duckworth-Lewis method.
The key to it is, can De Grassi continue to actually close that gap? Will those older tyres fall off a cliff at some point?
The Audi's been good on used tyres. The 8 in particular was good on used tyres early in the race, remember, when the 7 put new ones on and the 8 didn't. The 8 actually pulled away. Now that was a set that was used presumably in qualifying, so it didn't have a huge amount of wear on them. this set's effectively done a stint and a half rather than 2 full stints.
Effectively, De Grassi needs a second a lap now.
Yeah, probably that.
So it's just under 32 minutes to go. It's about 16 seconds. The gap, it is a second a lap.
Yeah. So he's bringing it down. All right. It was about a second and a half a lap.
And he's taken a second a lap out of him that time.
He's dragging Sarrazin with him as well,
he
interestingly.
Is, absolutely.
Because Sarrazin isn't really falling away. He's sitting between 8 and 9 seconds behind the second place car. Romain Dumas, championship leading Porsche, sitting in 4th place and safe there at the moment. Got a couple of laps on the unluckiest car in the field, as it's been voted by you.
And in terms of
Toyota,
absolutely manufacturers' points, no further action meanwhile between the 66 and 44. That was the down through the S's.
That was Ben Trellier and Ollie Pla through the final. Sorry, no, that was the Stefan Mucker.
That was the one that went into the gravel. Yeah, with 66.
Richard Bradley. Well, that's a long time ago.
Final half hour in just 10 seconds' time. But no, the position for the Romain Dumas currently pedalled number 2 car is good news for the Manufacturers' Championship because it's ahead of the second Toyota and the second Audi. So this is, the cars have suffered delays, as good as it could be at the moment for Porsche, with 1 each at least of the factory cars having suffered some substantial issue. So 149.5 this time for Timo Bernhard, 150.2, so that gap comes out a little now.
Ben Trellier and Ollie Pla, along with their respective team managers, about to be given the decision, I think, on that incident. I suspect that that will be a slap on the wrists, and you should both be a bit more careful next time. It was the incident that took Trellier out of the race for the lead. Well, it may just have helped his teammate De Grassi get to the end of the race without a wee splash to the end, ironically.
Rast all of a sudden, it's the last lap or so, making inroads again into Felipe Albuquerque. Held the last time around, but they've been edging around 10 seconds, now down to about 8.5.
That's the battle for second and third in LMP2, the 43 Ligier and the 26 Orenger. Felipe Albuquerque holding on to second at the moment. The gap to the leader is about 1 minute and 44 seconds. So just under a lap. Similarly for Matthias Lauda ahead of Wolf Hensler. Hensler is charging, relatively speaking, but he's a good 2 seconds or so quicker than anyone around him.
So the gaps in that class have been extended by, well, some misfortunes further down the field. Certainly one of those, by the way, we saw the number 88 car grind to a halt on pit road. We think actually on the way in to take a drive-through, but car requiring attention has, I believe, now taken its drive-through, has rejoined the race.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
It's got a 25-second, but has dropped behind the number 86 Golf UK car into 5th position. Romain Dumas, by the way, 148.8, the quickest time of that car's race last time around.
Yes. That number 2 Porsche has come to life a bit there. Was having problems earlier on, remember. Ben Trellier still being summoned to race control.
Just keeping an eye on Rennie Rast's times at the moment. Coming to the end of the lap for the second and third place cars, and that gap is coming down.
Yes, it is.
7 seconds now.
Philippe Albuquerque. Third place. Second place, excuse me, in LMP2.
Degrassi losing time in the middle sector that time around. Puts him in the range, really, for Stefan Sarazan. Under 7 seconds now, the gap for the battle for second place. Dropping back from Timo Bernhard now to better part of 20 seconds away.
All you need is 2 bad traffic laps for Timo, though, and 4 or 5 seconds of that could disappear.
Easily.
I don't think it's enough, Graham. I really don't. Let's have a listen to the team radio for Luca Di Grassi.
I had huge vibrations now. Copy, Lucas. You've had a lot of traffic. I'm sure it's pickup.
Well, exactly that. That's been one of the trials of this race for these drivers. Huge amounts of rubber pickup.
Yeah.
He's reporting vibration. Team trying to keep him with his mind on the job.
You can actually see it even on the onboard.
That is very difficult. Easy for us to sit here and say it. It's quite another thing.
Graham, it's awful.
It's utterly dreadful.
Absolutely awful. It's bad enough when you get it on tyres on a road car if you're just driving around the track slowly. But to have it on a slick tyre, you really think you've broken something. And it's not just the vibration, it's the noise as well. You get relatively quickly used to the noise of a racing car, and with your earplugs in, you hear that vibration. It sounds like there's a bearing gone, or shock absorbers popped out, wheel has fallen off. Awful sound. How reminiscent of that was Mike Conway's accident a couple years ago on the number 6 Toyota of Stefan Sarazan, star of the show for Toyota at Mexico, and the same here, pushing on very hard indeed.
P2 gap still coming down under 6 seconds now. Albuquerque from Rast, and trouble in the SS4. That is the Manukar.
Oh,
it's a puncture.
No, it's
suspension.
Right rear, left rear suspension's collapsed. Right, left rear suspension has collapsed on the 44. Oh, man. Nailed on 4th position for those guys in their first race, that they could really concentrate on the race rather than worrying about failures. Yeah, the suspension has collapsed on that left rear. That'll do well to get that back.
The fastest lap of his race, or the car's race, for the number 2 Porsche. Not a lot to gain on pace there. What happened here? Did it just happen by itself? Just gone all by itself, wasn't it? Oh dear me. Bitter call again, I'm afraid, for Mana.
Poor Graham Loudon. What's he going to do to get some luck? Now he's on the back straight, needs to keep all the way across to the left-hand side. His rear lights are on, that's fine. Graham Loudon on the left of that picture, shaking his head there, the man behind.
Peter Merry, the middle.
Yeah. Graham, the man behind Mana WEC.
.22.5 minutes remain until we get to 11 p.m. local time here in Austin, Texas. The end of... It's been another very engaging 6 hours for the World Endurance Championship.
Massively.
It's not been quite the wheel-banging action we've seen for some of the other races, John, but it has ebbed and flowed, and it's gone potentially the way of any of the 3 factory teams. COTA have been battling away, still potential for an even better position than the 3rd place that Stefan Sarazan currently holds in the number 6 Toyota. I think the guys from Cologne will take that tonight.
Oh yeah.
2 races to go.
And again, this is pace.
Yep.
You know, they've been there.
With 2 races to go, the body language of the team was, well, pretty downcast, but they've fought for the races and the results that they've got in the last few weeks. It's been great to watch it. Good to see them back on some form. Gives a good indication that what we'll see towards the end of this year, races they've been strong at before and into next year, could be something to watch. 21 minutes to go. So have a listen to what's going on with the number 8 Audi.
Is that her mission? Lucas, it's 18 seconds to the Porsche ahead and 8 seconds to the Toyota behind. The Porsche behind you is trying to get his lap back.
That makes that clear. It equally well makes clear something we hadn't spotted, I'm afraid, to this point, why Romain Dumas was putting in fast laps. And that's because he's trying to unlap himself from Lucas Di Grassi.
Well, he put himself between Di Grassi and Bernard as well, which wouldn't be the worst thing for the team. The Manor has made it back to the pit lane. Well, I think that's a bottom suspension arm on that car. Oh yeah,
yeah, immediately.
Guys, just listen to us, honestly.
20 minutes to go. 15 seconds is now the gap.
Yeah, so that's effectively back up to a second and a half a lap. See any contact there, but that might have just been the effect of long distance racing.
Stefan Sarrazin, again, a hero stint coming here.
Oh, massively.
He's got a sniff of that second place.
It's down to 5.5 seconds.
Yep.
I've got a feel for Manor, Graham, just seeing that car being pushed back. Came in with high hopes and a great enthusiasm. We've often talked about how reliable these sports cars are nowadays, and they've had nothing but unreliability.
Absolutely. I should say, by the way, they have now lost that 4th position. That's going the way at the moment of the number 31 Extreme Speed Motorsport car, by far the better of the two. Green and black Tequila Patron sponsored cars again this weekend.
Well, and that car has been a regular podium finisher.
Very regular podium finisher. And up into 5th goes the number 27. BR01, the S&P racing car. Twin crewed P2 car, of course.
Chad Gallion has tweeted us to say what was the reason for Audi's early speed in the first half of the race. Temperature, tyres, temperature I think. They still had decent pace in the second half, don't forget. The 8 car lost 40 seconds when it cut out on its own. That 8 car's had a couple of mechanical issues in the last couple of races, but the 7 car should still have been okay.
Well, without that, and without that additional couple of seconds lost in the pit stop for a door not shut, they would have walked this.
Yeah.
And it's got to be said, it's another one that slipped through their fingers.
Well, and they got the wrong side of a full course yellow as well, don't forget, in terms of Porsche looked into having a free pit stop.
But even without that,
true,
it was reliability, and I'm afraid pit stop fumble has cost that team the race.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point.
18 seconds is a second.
It would have been closer, you're right, but they would have still been leading.
Correct.
Yeah.
Rast, meanwhile, that gap has gone back out again. So Philippe Albuquerque looking far more secure at the moment for the number 43 car. Keep and watch to see whether or not there's any chance that Manor can get that 44 car back out. Love to see that car cross the line. James Collado making slight inroads, but nothing significant enough to put Nicky Thiem under extreme pressure. 13 seconds the gap, the lead for GT Pro as the COTA team watch anxiously to see what's achievable here in the last 16 minutes. GTM, as the Aston Martin, number 98, continues to big lead there.
Hearing that the Australian supercar Sandown 500 has been suspended so that Richie Stanaway can watch his teammates at the end of this race, apparently.
There's been a big accident there, I'm afraid.
Yeah, best to everyone down there. Richie driving for the one of the New Zealand teams there this weekend. Part of the endurance commitment to the Australian supercars. Andy Priel trying so hard in that fought to try and get on the podium.
Still dipping around that 6 to 9 second mark, isn't it? The battle to watch, by the way, not for podium position, is for 4th in P2, because Maurizio Mediani is coming back at Ryan Dalziel. The BR01, the number 27 on the 31 ESM Extreme Speed Motorsport Ligier. Gap is under 8 seconds. Took 2 seconds out of the 31 car last time around. This is the point that if you've thrown the dice on tyres or on anything else, or even on a double stinger, a driver that might be just feeling a bit fatigued here, John, it could all happen. Under 5 seconds, all of a sudden, the gap between De Grassi and Sarrazin. They are older tyres, remember, on that Audi.
Some very, very weary souls standing in pit garages as the time approaches a 11:15 local time, with 15 minutes to go.
And the gap, the battle that looks most likely to be joined at the moment, John, I think you'd agree, is for second place.
Yeah, I agree.
5 seconds.
New tyres might make the difference there. Still warm down in the pit lane, according to Louise Beckett. Fascinating watching Stefan Sarrazin on board that Toyota Gazoo. Did you how much see how much information there was there?
Oh, it's astonishing.
Wheels lit up.
Absolutely.
3 banks of screens.
I mean, Paul Troswell wouldn't be able to cope with that. There is a rather amusing thought that the Wizard of Woking might be conducting the Woking data centre at about 200 miles an hour.
Well, he has moved it up to South London to the studios there. I don't think it went that.
We have heard reports that the street lights are dimming unaccountably across the SE Postal District back in London.
Paul does like to. He's a bit.
He likes a screen.
Sort of analog. Into the pit lane, Romain Dubat in the number 2 Porsche. That's interesting. So splash of fuel for 12 minutes. Now, when was he last in?
Well, that's quite odd.
Well, I mean, he was off strategy, so... Oh no, it's a puncture. Oh no, it's a set of tyres. Full set of tyres.
I think we're going to see this car go very rapidly indeed now.
Well, they weren't new tyres, but they were newer, clearly. Wow, almost had it in the front wheels spinning before they took off.
Didn't put any fuel in, did they?
No, I didn't see it. If they did, it was a tiny amount because they went to work on the tyres straight away. So what was that about? Unbalanced set of tyres, pick up and just got too much.
Knowing he couldn't get the one thing he needs at the moment, which is to unlap himself with those tyres and give him just a maximum attack, unless they detected a slow puncture and just did the set while they had the opportunity, John.
That's an odd one.
Manor, I'm afraid, have announced the retirement of the number 44. That's really bad news, and we're very sorry, boys and girls. Valiant effort. Bring it home.
Mark Webber just asking Brendan what the engineer had told Timo on the radio, and the answer was very clear there: bring it home now.
And the gap going out now over 20 seconds to Degrassi. Slower lap that time around for Stefan Sarazan, but a quicker one again, 7.3 seconds. That, though, looks a little out of reach. So 7.3 seconds between second and third. Mediani still well within reach, but Ryan Diel is responding.
Whoa. Was that the 8 car sitting down on the left rear? This is the leader, Timo Bernhard, 21 seconds.
Sarazan hasn't given up.
No, Sarazan absolutely. Well, Sarazan has had that page of the dictionary taken out that says giving up. Like Duval, with the fastest lap of a 1:47.052 on lap 4, that seems a very long time ago for the 8 crew. Audi were driving away with this race, and once again, reliability or some kind of issues have cost them the chance of victory. Other factors have come into play, yes, but had that car not shut down, Graham, they would have won this race.
They would have won this race, 100%. They would have won this race even with that issue alone and nothing else. They won this race by about the gap they're currently trying to fight back from for the Porsche, around 20 seconds.
It's been a faultless run by the Alpine number 36 again. Almost a full lap on the whole field now. Not quite enough screens in that car either, really, are there?
Little nibble again, taking out the advantage of the Audi by Stefan Sarazan, 7.2 seconds. Not enough. Keeps the pressure up. We have seen, have we not, in closing minutes, point where we raise our voice the odd octave. With a car with spinning wheels and a gravel trap somewhere, it can still happen. There's no lap lead here for anybody involved in a significant position.
It's going to be the 3rd race win in the row for
staggering
the number 1 car and making it still wins out of 11 races for Porsche. Still dominators.
It's a long way to go to be proper Drivers' Championship contenders for that squad, but do it again next time.
They've got the advantage of the big more, haven't they? Momentum. And at this stage of the season, this is, when we get after Le Mans, second half of the season, and we're into the flyaways, it's almost like, it's like the playoffs, isn't it? You've got to bring your A game. It's all about how you finish off the season and getting that winning mentality. This is exactly how they won the championship last year. Exactly how they won it. They've been nowhere in the first half of the season, had they?
They haven't. And then it was a string of wins, podium finishes that just saw them decimate the field at the end, and then that extraordinary finish to the season with Mark Webber almost carrying on his back a wounded Porsche 919 to score the required points to secure the World Championship.
I think
it's not been like this tonight.
Was magnificent. He said to me, I got in a car to go and win a championship that in my previous employ we would have retired before it was even my turn. That was a bit of a wounded car. He actually drove the car by turning it on and off. He had it a lot, yes. And a couple of times it stopped and then wouldn't restart. It was extraordinary.
Across the line with 0 power.
I don't think he would have done another lap, Graham. And in fact, it only got to that position because somebody used a tie wrap on the throttle linkage. Bit of old-fashioned, you know, literally just cobbling something together to make it work. And then Timo Bernhard, I seem to remember, drove an outstanding stint to get the car back into contention with a cobbled together throttle linkage. That was the last race of last season, wasn't it, Bahrain?
Watching these pictures carefully, is there going to be a last-minute drama for any of these cars in significant places?
Mediani is right on the tailgate now of Ryan DL. It's only 1.3 seconds as they head up the hill to turn number 1. There's one car between them. It's the KCMG Porsche. Well, Ryan DL has had a frustrating day today. Get a proper run in the Visit Florida racing car. Is he going to be able to hang on for 4th position? He drove a brilliant rearguard action at the Nürburgring to hold on to a podium spot when Johnny Kane seemed odds-on favourite to catch him.
Big slide.
He's in tyre trouble again, isn't he?
He's in big tyre trouble.
Remember, the ESMs are on Michelin's. This is the early part of a relationship with this tyre company. DL is going to have to fight the last 5 minutes exactly as he did at the Nürburgring.
Exactly the same, John. He's not got a lot of grip to fight with. Tail wagging out of a couple of the turns on this lap alone.
Mediani now just needs to be smart. He should be able to punch out the final corner and get better grip. They've got the leader coming up behind them. Stefan Sarrazin has got the gap to 2nd place down to 6.5 seconds. Time is going to beat him. It still makes me giggle to watch one of the hybrids go past the P2 car.
Could happen here.
Up the inside, 2 bright white lights. There's something going on there, and the something is a change of position. 4th in LMP2 goes.
Side to side. Ryan's not going to give it up easily. Has to see the position there. We'll look if there's anything you can do here through the S's, but this is surely not where a car that's struggling for grip is going to gain an advantage.
Mediani's moving around as well in that 27 car, Graham. Remember, they've had a stop and 20-second hold in that car. This would be a good drive back for them.
Well, indeed. This, by the way, would be best finish of the year for that car. The 27 has not come anywhere near a podium this year, I'm afraid. 4th position marks a step forward. Rast, I'm afraid, has given up the fight with Albuquerque. That gap going out now towards 15 seconds. And I think some of the gambles on tyres have come back to bite these teams. Ryan DL continues to... No, it's not Ryan DL, I apologise. That's the number 1 car on the Signatec Alpine. Timo Bernhard going through to start what will be his penultimate lap. They're expecting a car in, they're expecting him in now.
Yeah. Splash of fuel, I think, Graham.
Which car?
It's the 8 car. I've got a feeling it's the 8 car.
On board with the 8 now.
No, it's the 7.
Lotterer is in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's the 7.
Now is that Randiel ahead again of the 27? I think it is.
Wow, they're having a great scrap. It was just a splash for the 7 of Andre Lotterer. No harm in that. He's not going to lose position.
Apologies, I think that's the other SMP car.
Yeah, Randiel's dropped back and in 3 seconds behind.
To unlap himself from TL.
So Timo Bernhard then on his last lap.
Well, John, a different sort of thriller, isn't it?
Now.
A very different sort of FIA WEC race.
Well, you've got to hand it to Porsche. They looked down and out after 2 hours. They were being pounded into the dust by the Audi steamroller. 86 with a problem. This is 4th place car in GTR. Ben Barker. It's going slow. Yeah, Porsche looked down and out, looked like they were going to be battling for the scraps from Audi's table with Toyota. Temperature started to drop, pace picking up from Porsche. That clearly is still the 919's Achilles heel. Hot weather, hot track. Did not have the pace in that car this week at all. And Audi have managed to conjure another defeat out of a dominating performance this week. And the world champions make it 3 wins on the trot.
Hearing front left puncture from Louise for the 86, but they're just going to do this final lap slowly and bring it home.
37 SMP, 3rd at Le Mans this year, I think. Talking about podiums.
Yeah, I said the 27 haven't been on the podium.
Well done, boys. Well done. Give me 5, give me that which I desire. Hard cool down. Hard cool down. Slow down, mate.
It's a bit of relief there in the #1 pit. Now, is that just because they got the victory when they didn't expect it to, or was there something there that we didn't know? Were they closer on fuel?
Certainly a rapid change in mood in that pit, wasn't there?
Wasn't there? That's interesting. 3 in a row for Timo Bernhard, Brendan Hartley and Mark Webber.
And at the flag, Stefan Sarrazin 2.5 seconds behind the Audi. Yes, pace the flag.
They can't have Porsche winning again if they're going to play that awful music every time.
Terrible. You can only play it if you can sing it.
And that has to be a verse and a chorus.
Absolutely.
Audi.
That's a different body language, isn't it?
Desolate. Dominated the whole week. Had the race under control. And then a couple of problems have taken them out of it. You know, we've said this many times before, Graham. I mean, that was a race that Audi.
Pull the clutch, kill the engine, strap 11, lift home.
Oh my goodness! That was the winning car. Pull the clutch and stop the engine.
Well.
They're going to try and bring that back on hybrid
They were
power,
immediately told him to slow down.
Yes.
What do they know?
Oh wow, who's got the Flashy lights coming across the line. That's very impressive. Well, there should be the first question. Was there an issue with that car coming to the line?
Meantime, as we watch the celebrations for Porsche, confirm that the number 36 Civic Alpine wins LMP2 once again, ahead of the RGR Sports Bimarand 43 Ligier and the 26 G-Drive Orica, after an awful run of luck, finally bring home another podium position. It's not the one they want though. It is another GTE Pro win, second on the trot for Aston Martin Racing. Second, therefore, GTE Pro win for Dunlop. It's the other car this time, the Nicky team, Marco Sorensen 95. And it's a Ferrari 2.3 with the 51 and 71, of course, a Ferrari 488s. And it's a double GTE win for Aston Martin, with Matthias Lauda bringing home the Paul Dall'Anna Pedro Lamy shared 98 Vantage,
and the French Corvette coming home in third position in the...
Now, did Ben Parker get that car home?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a puncture on that car. I'm just wondering if Timo was being reminded of what to do when he gets in the pit lane. That's a very quiet Porsche. Right, just gone past us under the podium.
Well, resisted late pressure, the number one car.
No, that's got engine power. Yeah. Definite engine power. So strap 11, pull the clutch, kill the engine, Timo. There you go. I have no idea what any of that means, but that makes me a Porsche engineer, I reckon.
You can charge accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 in a row then for Bernard, Hartley and Webber. Give them their due, they were there. Looked down and out after the first couple of hours, kept pushing. And Audi have given up another victory here. In fact, they've given up and nailed on first and second, haven't they, Graham Brady? Let's be honest.
Yes, I think it's the answer, and they'll again be, I'm afraid, looking to what they could have done to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. Big step forward, I think, from the performance we saw in the car in Mexico, but still not enough.
I thought the car had plenty of performance in Mexico, and actually exactly the same result, Graham. This is the way you've got to look at it, is the end car stymied by mechanical problems, and the 7 car mistaken by one of the drivers. Yep. It's the same story as Mexico. At least the component parts are very similar. Well. Let's remind ourselves that the G-Drive number 26 with outstanding drives at the start by Alex Brundle, and every time he was in the car by René Rast, from last to a podium position, and in fact 10th position overall.
That engine is still running.
No, I actually think that is a...
Oh, it's the Audi. It's the Audi.
It's either the Audi or somebody with a blower. Here's Timo. He gets the interview because he's the driver who brought it home. Louise Beckett is down there. Was there a problem, or was that just the cool down protocol?
Well, first of all, this is becoming a habit, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we can get used to it, but yeah, we know tough competition, and was really a hard-earned victories of unbelievable. I mean, Brendan, Mark, they drove so well.
I need to interrupt. Unbelievable, mate.
No, and it's just mega. I mean, I'm so happy, and yeah, we could keep going. We can keep going. I mean, we have a great team, and yeah, we just need to get it together. Audis were a little bit quicker, but we came back. One time lucky with the full course yellow, but still we had no mistakes. Perfect day, so that's how you get a victory.
The team seemed a little bit concerned at the end, getting across the line. Was there an issue with the car?
No, it was no issue. It was just, you know, back and forth with the gap and amount of traffic we had. So I mean, it was all okay, but I just didn't want to do a mistake, because here in traffic easily you can lose a lot of time, and then he's there. So yeah, it was a tough one.
Well done.
Brendan Hartley in particular seems very relieved.
Yes. Looking down and to the left, Timor, is a bit of a tell. The responsible adult is a very good judge of micro expressions. Those Audi guys are immensely cheesed off.
Massively cheesed off. The most popular man in Porsche at the moment, Mr. Timo Bernhard.
That's a great shot. Yeah, those are blowers that you can hear, by the way.
I can see them now.
Well, thanks for staying with us into the very small hours of Sunday morning. For those of you back in Europe, hope you'll agree it was a worthwhile experience. We head off next to Fuji, then to Shanghai, and round off our season in Bahrain. And this is looking more and more as though those guys with the #1 could defend their championship, which has not been done in the WEC era.
They've got a long way to go before we can talk about them being serious drivers' title contenders. Certainly at least one more win before we get anywhere close to that. They've got a long way to come back against, with solid points scored again for the #2 crew. And it is a matter of not being able to catch them by very great lumps of points while the other cars continue to finish. It's a 6-car championship effectively. The 2-car will still lead the World Championship.
Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Hot and steamy, and that was before we even got the racing underway. A festival atmosphere on the grid before the start of the race. And at the green lights, the Audis, which had qualified on the front row, just about got away in the lead, but then a mistake by Loic Duval in the 8 car allowed Mark Webber to take 2nd place and split the 2 Audis. The P2 action fast and furious as well through the first corner. Loic Duval fighting back on Mark Webber, using more than 1,000 horsepower to go by. And then one of the defining moments of the whole race, the Aston Martin number 98 going past the Porsche into the lead of the AB category, a lead they would not relinquish to the end of the race. And whilst LMP2 cars were battling, the Audis carved their way through the field and built up what looked to be an unassailable advantage. The Porsches didn't have the pace of their German rivals.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow for an electrical problem for the SMP car, brought everyone into the pit lane. No advantage for this one, as everyone got their stops done during the full course caution. The Audis rejoining with the 8 car at the head of the field. As the sun went down and the moon came up, the rhythm of the race changing slightly. The Porsche's finding a little more pace in the cooler weather, and a GT Porsche helping them out with a full course yellow, as Mike Wainwright had no brakes coming out of the pits. Then a problem for the leader of the race. 40 seconds lost as all electrical power disappeared from the number 8 Audi. Control Alt Delete in a reboot, the car was moving again, but they'd lost the lead. Contact between Manor 44 and the Ford number 66, Stefan Mucker, ending up in the gravel. It was to be a hard day for the 66 car, finishing 29th in the last car running. The Manor needed running repairs, and another full course yellow. later in the race. Left rear suspension collapsing for the man that took it out of the race. One of only 2 retirements. Aston Martin took AM and Pro in GT. The championship leading Alpine LMP2, winning in LMP2 in 8th position. Porsche making the best of a full course yellow to get the #1 car in and out of the pits, saving a huge amount of time. They took the lead then and never gave it up. 3 in a row for Timo Bernhard, Brendan Hartley and Mark Webber.
Hard cool down, slow down.
Confirmation of the result there, Graham.
Absolutely, 186 laps, 1 short of the record distance for this this race. That happened in 2013. 23 seconds is the winning gap from Timo Bernhard's finishing with the #1 Audi to the #8 Audi, #1 Porsche, sorry, to the #8 Audi. 36. Alpine comes home in the for the win in LMP2. Nicky Thiem brings home the 95 Aston Martin for GT Pro, and we're already on the podium. Moment there for the Rebellion boys. Another reliable run for the 13 car LMP1 Privateer. But Stefan Sarazan, Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway will be delighted with their 3rd position. Very close to going one better, but couldn't quite overhaul the efforts of the #8 crew, #8 Audi crew of Oliver Jarvis, Lucas de Grassi, Luke Duval. But it's all about these 3 guys tonight. Again, third race in a row for the top step of the podium for the #1 Porsche 919 Hybrid. It's up on the podium with Mark Webber, Brendan Hartley and Timo Bernhard. We'll fire them further up the points table. Strains the German national anthem. Don Kleihammer there, Matthias Tuscher in the middle, and Alex Imperatori on the left, taking home the trophy for the winning team in LMP1 Privateer, the 13 Rebellion.
Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of tired people, both down underneath the podium and on the podium as well.
Crushing heat and humidity here for people working down in pit road and indeed out in these extraordinary motor cars.
Another genuinely impressive podium for Toyota, Graham.
Absolutely, and deservedly so. They didn't look into this one, they battled for it, they battled all evening. And yes, took advantage when others faltered, but they were there.
I think they're going to be even stronger at Fuji, you know. They can get that car trimmed out. Maybe they'll go to one of the earlier body kits and just try for the speed down the straight.
I think that crew loses second place by half a point to the #8 Audi crew.
Right.
So that's really close for second position. It's still a big gap to the 2.
How many points have the 2 Porsche team got?
The #2 Porsche team will be 118 plus the points from today, which is a further 1,230 points, I think, for the #2 team. It will be 77 plus 15, 92 for Tota.
We head to Japan next, and Fuji, the home of Toyota.
We didn't get a picture.
Fuji-san. respect, traditions, and humility. Whispering and playing in the shadow of the great mountain.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
Team spirit.
Fuji, just over 4.5 kilometers, 2.8 miles.
Green.
Cross the line. And it's a touch. And they're both going to go.
The race of the rising sun.
To take that position and that's it again.
The longest straight of the season.
Oh no!
Is behind you, he's the leader. 6 hours of Fuji on 15th and 16th October. The Spirit of Le Mans is coming to Japan. Follow us on social media.
It's our next round. Graham and I will be there to take you through it. 130 to 92.5 points for the 8 crew. 92 points for the crew from the
number 6
Toyota.
And then coming up on the rails, it is indeed the winners tonight. Number 1 Porsche crew with
by
78.5.
half a point to Lotterer and Fessler.
So 2 significant positions in the championship separated by half a point. Astounding.
Look at the pit time, Graham.
Any aspect of that tells a story, and that story is could have, should have.
1 lap further than last year, by the way. Extra pit stop for the 8, 29 seconds there, by the way, in the pit lane. That might have made a difference. Just over 1,000 kilometres, the classic distance.
71 crew, Samper, Davide Ricon.
That's a hard-fought 3rd place.
Absolutely.
They'll drive just as well as that and get a win on other days. As you can probably say the same for James Collado and Jimmy Bruni. The Dane train, the 95, never headed.
Will take the lead in the Drivers' World Championship with this result. And with that result,
another win for Dunlop, 2 in a row.
Indeed, equal the winning total of races for Ferrari. And with the other results, Aston Martin
take the lead in the Manufacturers' Championship.
Congratulations to...
Significantly, the team have chosen to send up Mike McGregor from Dunlop to the podium with the winning crew. That's, to my mind, a very significant message of the contribution that's been made there. Already in the Manufacturers' Championship, the point I was going to make is that with the double win here for Aston Martin, they again become the manufacturer that's won most classes
times
in the WEC. I think now 28. I'll double check that total, but certainly have now overhauled both Ferrari and Porsche. Another not dissimilar race to last time. The difference was it was the other Aston Martin fending off a Ferrari attack at the end. And this Dunlop technical partnership does appear to me, John, to be proving to be a very significant component of what could be a pretty historic run to the end of this season for Aston Martin Racing. Delight amongst the team members. And the first win this year for that crew, of course.
11 seconds at the line. And then the 71 car not on the same lap by the end. They were 13 seconds ahead of the Ford 67, and still the Chip Ganassi Ford Racing team
This is going to be very close.
Yeah, look how close that is now.
But it's going to be very close to the Manufacturers' Championship because of the 2 strong finishes for Ferrari, who are just a handful of points behind. I think, well, look at that. 6 points the difference.
So Darren Turner loses his lead to his teammate in the championship.
But Aston Martin hang on to the lead in the Manufacturers' Championship.
Nothing to pick between them there. All on 5 pit stops.
Quicker pit times for the number 71 car.
Couldn't translate that into getting them ahead though, eh? The LMP2 podium, Signatech Alpine winning and therefore extending their lead. It's another podium for RGR Sport. The Mexico chant again. And G-Drive last to 10th and 3rd on the podium. Now the winning national anthem.
I think the answer there is anything Mexico can do, France can do just as well.
Yeah. Third place for G-Drive, Alex Brundle, cracking drive through the traffic. Lost not a 1/10 of a second from the moment he crossed the line at green to when he gave that car up, but passed more than half of the field in terms of to the leader of class. That is an extraordinary drive. It was. Rusinov did his part in the middle, and René Rast, well, anytime he's in the car, it's good. Pierre Fillon, president of the ACO, the Mexican entry again in 2nd place. Another podium for them. That'll make headlines again back home, you know.
Absolutely. An American driver with the top step of a podium here in Austin. For Gustavo Menezes. 4 wins now. One of them a double points win, of course, at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Will put them in a dominant position in both the Drivers' and Teams' Championships.
Not quite at the spot where they can go on holiday for the last couple of rounds, but they're not far away. I think, depending on the results in Fuji, they could actually clinch the title in Fuji.
They are, I believe, 37 points ahead now. With 26 points per round available.
72 laps completed. It was 186 laps, by the way, for Timo Bernhard. That's one more than last year. Manor and Strack are the only 2 official retirements from the race this weekend. 156 to 115 with the 43 crew in second place. Rene Rast and Roman Rusinov just nipping ahead of the 31 crew of Ryan DL, Chris Cumming and Pipo Durrani. So that's a change there as ESM drop a position for their drivers. G-Drive spending a tad more time in the pits. That's something they'll want to have a look at. 940, almost 1,000 kilometres in 6 hours by a P2 car. It's interesting when you think back to the good old days.
We have got a couple of those, and of course that's going to get quicker still next year with much quicker P2 to come.
And for those of us of a certain age who remember 1,000 kilometre races,
GT drivers wait for GTM drivers wait for their moment on the podium.
Yeah, we've got a Corvette on there, albeit Corvette run by a very French team.
Now this will mean that teams make up ground on the championship leaders. A poor weekend for the 83 car, in early trouble.
Ended up finishing in 6th position, the Ferrari, Graham.
And it's 3 different makes on the podium in GTM.
Once again, KCMG there. They're putting together a decent run.
And neither of the top 2 teams in the championship make the podium this time out.
So in 3rd position for Chevrolet Corvette and Labre Competition, the number 50 team, Pierre Arg. Ricky Taylor joining that team this weekend. Lars Villion.
Our podium on his WEC debut.
No, raced in WEC once before in a Corvette in a one-off entry with his brother and Tom Milner.
No, Lars Villion.
Oh, sorry. It's been a long day.
KCMG make the 2nd step.
2 podiums in a row for those guys.
Absolutely.
And a return to the top step of the podium. Now that, after a terrible weekend for them, incident, accident and disappointment in Mexico, turns to pure joy in Texas.
Absolutely. That will, I think, but certainly very much closes the gap. They won't grab back 2nd place.
And the national anthem of the winning entrant, we're here once again. That is Great Britain.
We've got 4 more reserved from the French.
That'll be the last one singing. That's learn that at every football ground you ever go to.
Well, there is an international podium, John.
Great Britain manufacturer, American manufacturer and German manufacturer with
American, a French and a British. I think Lars Villion is a British licensed driver.
Right.
Canadian, Portuguese, Austrian, Swiss and 2 Germans.
Yeah, and as I say,
walked into a bar.
Yes. And as I said, German manufacturer, British manufacturer and American manufacturer, run by in opposite way around, French team, British team and a Hong Kong based team. So just adding to the international flavour.
Fabulous. Lots of happy smiles on that podium.
Substantial trophies that will be going back home tomorrow with those guys. So from Graham and I here at Texas, thanks for being with us. Join us in Fuji, underneath the shadow of Mount Fuji, for the next round of the FIA WEC.
Fuji-san. Respect, traditions, and humility. Whispering and playing in the shadow of the great mountain.
World Endurance Championship. International event.
Team spirit.
Fuji, just over 4.5 kilometers, 2.8 miles.
Green, green, green,
Cross the line. And it's a touch. And they're both going to go.
The race of the rising sun.
To take that position and that's
the longest straight of the season.
Oh no! And behind you is the leader. 6 hours of Fuji on 15th and 16th October. The Spirit of Le Mans is coming to Japan. Follow us on social media